Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. Feared the power of Cthulhu and his followers. For some unknown reason, Earth's crust shook, causing Cthulhu and the city of Relia to sink into the deep sea, as if they had never come. But unlike the ancients, who truly entered a period of decline, the ancients discovered here may be the last of their kind in the world. Cthulhu and his followers, however, did not degenerate, nor did they leave. They could not be destroyed and still lurk somewhere in the ocean to this day. Under such circumstances, could the reappearance of the Cthulhu statue be a sign? The sudden emergence of a cult in a land of water that fervently worships Cthulhu, along with the mad chants shouted by the robed ninjas from Hidden Mist Village. All these signs point to one thing: they wish for the return of Cthulhu. Although Kakashi didn't know how they planned to bring Cthulhu back, the sudden resurgence of this ancient term from the depths of human history was definitely not a good omen. If Cthulhu is stirring. Suppressing the complex thoughts in his mind, Kakashi placed his hand on Sandayu's shoulder. Sandayu, are you alright? Kakashi asked gently, noticing the man's dazed expression. Startled by the unexpected touch, Sandayu's head jerked so violently that his glasses almost flew off, and he let out a surprised yelp. Ugh! He mumbled, still disoriented from the vision. He had clearly seen the same vision as Kakashi, but his mental resilience was far weaker than the ninja's, causing his whole body to tremble slightly. What's wrong with him? At that moment, Nadare's voice came from behind. Kakashi glanced back at Nadare, who had just walked down from the stone slope. Where was he all the time? Instead of answering, he asked, where did you go just now? Nowhere, just took care of some personal business, Nadare answered nonchalantly. Kakashi didn't think much of it and turned back to comfort Sandayu. Kakashi's words brought Sandayu back from the depths of ancient history, returning him to his normal state. Nadare then turned to the mural and asked, were you looking at this just now? You'd better not get too absorbed in it, Kakashi advised, before he and Sandayu walked into the only passage at the lowest level. They're just some useless murals. I couldn't care less about this nonsense. Nadare snorted and moved his gaze away from the mural, following Kakashi and Sandayu as they continued onward. As they entered the passage, Kakashi cast one final glance back at the mural. Chapter 73, Kakashi's Mission. The Shoggoth at the bottommost level of the stone tower, there was only a single passageway forward. The three of them simply had to follow this path. With a ninja's sharp sense of direction, Kakashi was certain that the escape route of Sandayu was leading toward the core of the ancient city. We're getting close. Roshi's tracking skills won't be necessary anymore. The closer they got to the city's core, the fewer alternative routes Sandayu had to choose from. No longer needing the tracking abilities of his ninja dog, Kakashi ended his summoning of Roshi. The walls of this underground corridor were adorned with intricate artistic murals, crafted according to the aesthetic tastes of the ancients. While these murals exuded a strange quality from a human perspective, their level of craftsmanship far surpassed even the finest human carvings in terms of detail. If only the Hokage rock had this level of detail. He imagined how much more vivid the images of the Hokage would appear. Suddenly, a circular carving about 2 meters in diameter appeared on the wall, immediately catching his attention. This carving, unlike the others, was a bird's-eye view of a city, a map of the ancient city. Interesting. He muttered, studying the map intently. It's not unlike Hidden Leaf Village, but the structure. From this mural, Kakashi could imagine the grandeur this maze-like city must have once possessed. The city's overall shape was similar to Hidden Leaf Village, both being circular, but this city was constructed with rings as its primary structural layers, progressing inward. This design gave the dense clusters of buildings a unique structural beauty. At the very center of the rings, the core of the entire ancient city, was a blank space. At the same time, Kakashi noticed that their current path was also leading directly to this central blank area, without deviating at all. What was there? He did not know, but Sandayu was heading in that direction, and they had no choice but to continue following his trail. Let's go. After pausing to confirm their location, Kakashi signaled the others to move forward. Nadare quickly caught up, but Sandayu remained standing, his eyes fixated on the blank center of the city map mural. Sandayu? Sandayu? He called out twice before Sandayu slowly turned his head, his face filled with fear. Your face doesn't look good. Do you need to rest a bit? He asked. With a stiff smile on his pale, yellowish face, Sandayu replied, no need, let's keep going. As they continued, Kakashi couldn't shake an uneasy feeling. Something's not right with him. Is it just the darkness, or? The three of them pressed on, passing through an unknown length of underground corridor until they finally arrived in a stone chamber littered with debris. In this chamber, they found several familiar items, empty food cans, tent cloth, animal fur blankets, kerosene lamps, and matches. These were supplies from the exploration team, now left here, indicating they must have been brought by Yoshiro. Kakashi examined the scene and found that the grease inside the empty cans hadn't completely solidified from the cold, concluding, he hasn't been gone long. He was likely here just half a day ago. Why would he leave behind essential supplies like the kerosene lamp? Nadir questioned, picking up one of the abandoned lamps. Kakashi's eyes narrowed as he responded, he must have been in a hurry. The elder things were probably closing in. However, while Yoshiro had typically only discarded the least necessary items, this time he had left behind essentials like kerosene lamps, which were crucial in the darkness. This indicated that the elder things pursuing him were extremely close, leaving him no time to gather his belongings before fleeing. Seeing evidence that Yoshiro was still alive did not excite Sandayu. His expression remained one of terror. To Kakashi, it seemed likely that the oppressive darkness of their surroundings was taking a psychological toll on Sandayu, but perhaps he would feel better once they left the shadowy tunnels. After passing through the stone chamber, they finally returned to the surface, where light snow was falling, casting a gloomy veil over the once clear sky. Before them stood a massive, eerie cylindrical tower, about 60 meters in diameter. Its outer wall had a spiraling stone ramp leading to the top. In the snow near the tower, something immediately caught their attention, a sled, lightly covered in fresh snow, as if it had just been placed there. Kakashi quickly rushed over to inspect it. The sled was heavily worn, and the supplies on it had been hastily bundled together, indicating the owner's sense of urgency at the time. He wouldn't leave this behind unless he had no other choice. No matter how dear the previous circumstances, the owner had never abandoned the sled, their vital survival tool. Yet now, it was left behind, with no sign of the person. This meant that the sled was no longer of any use to its owner, who had abandoned it in a desperate attempt to flee on foot. After leaving the sled, human footprints led toward a half-exposed pit at the base of the tower. Following those were the long, twisted footprints of the elder things. Realizing the urgency, Kakashi immediately broke into a ninja sprint, shouting, "We need to move, now." Agreed, Nadir called back, matching his pace. He turned to Sandayu, who was lagging behind. "Sandayu, can you keep up?" I'll try," Sandayu panted, stumbling after them. They rushed into the pit, with Sandayu barely holding on to his sanity as he followed. Inside the pit was another deep stone passage. Kakashi and Nadir sped through it. From ahead came a strange sound, a sharp, bird-like cry that echoed clearly. Emerging from the narrow tunnel, Kakashi and Nadir found themselves in a vast underground plaza, its ceiling structured like a beehive. Roaming the plaza were over 1,000 large seabirds, each about 2 meters tall. Unlike ordinary seabirds, these creatures were enormous, with fat, white bodies jostling against each other as they wandered aimlessly across the plaza. "What are these creatures?" Kakashi whispered. Nadir, equally stunned, replied, "They're like oversized, blind seabirds." Kakashi and Nadir stared in astonishment at these chaotic, uncoordinated creatures. For some reason, they both felt as though these birds were like livestock, kept here as a food source for some other being. Could they be livestock for something else? This theory seemed reasonable because the birds had no eyes and couldn't possibly search for food outside. They could only survive if some other creature was feeding them here in this underground pen. The seabirds were oblivious to Kakashi and Nadir's presence. Even when the two pushed through the birds, there was no resistance. After crossing the plaza, they entered another long, narrow tunnel. In this tunnel, a warm draft of air flowed from deep within, carrying with it a strong stench. This stench was unmistakably that of the elder things. "That smell. It's them." "We're close," Kakashi said. "How can anything live with this stench?" Nadir grimaced, covering his nose. Kakashi knew they were close and immediately sped up. The tunnel's shape became increasingly irregular, the once smooth lines now jagged and uneven. The stone floor bore deep scars, as if something had violently lashed at it. These marks grew deeper the further they went. The strongest blows had carved trenches over a meter deep into the stone. Kakashi and Nadir marveled at this immense power, which was far stronger than what had left the dents in the iron plates back at the camp. Was this really the power of the elder things? Finally, At the source of the foul stench, Kakashi and Nader made a startling discovery: 7 long, barrel-shaped spines standing upright in the damp cave before them. Kakashi and Nader were momentarily speechless, overwhelmed by the shock of the scene before them. What happened here? Nader gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief. These were the Elder Things. But what could have done this to them? Kakashi surveyed the gruesome sight. Once, these barrel-shaped vertical bodies had powerful limbs capable of writing and carving, and their miraculous pentagram heads. But now, the skin and other tissues of these bodies had been torn away, leaving only the bare barrel-like spines, propped up weakly by the appendages below. Green, mucus-like blood still clung to the skeletal spines, pooling on the ground and creating small puddles. This blood emitted a huge stench and a humid, oppressive atmosphere. In the faint light of the flashlight, the broken bodies of these Elder Things looked like cleanly sucked bones, emitting a ghostly white glow. Kakashi felt the blood vessels near his eyes pulsing furiously. The stench, the sight. It's almost too much to process. The intense images bombarded his brain, almost overwhelming his capacity to process other sensory information. Nader, too, could only make incoherent noises in his shock. I've never seen anything like this, he finally managed to stammer. No one had expected that the 7 Elder Things who had not died completely, who had been tracking Yoshiro, would be killed in such a brutal manner. The Elder Things, who had once caused a massacre in the camp, were now being consumed in the same way by some unknown force. While running through the stone passage earlier, Kakashi had calculated numerous strategies for dealing with these powerful Elder Things. Throwing shurikens and kunai? No, their skin is incredibly tough. The fire techniques that are most effective against most creatures? No, their bodies can withstand high temperatures. Close combat? No, their limbs are both agile and monstrously strong, making it hard to gain an upper hand quickly. His most powerful attack method, Chidori? It might work, but his chakra was too low. He could only use Chidori 3 times a day, while there were 7 Elder Things. Explosive tags? This is an underground site built billions of years ago. Mismanaging the explosive tags could turn this place into a living tomb. After eliminating various options, Kakashi had decided that if he found the surviving Yoshiro, he would carry him on his back and use his ninja speed to escape from the Elder Things. These ancient beings had spent half a month tracking Yoshiro, a mere human. Escaping them with ninja speed should be feasible. But now, everything he had previously considered was moot. The potential enemies had been eradicated, and the crisis here seemed to be over. All that planning, and now, he muttered, shaking his head. Nader turned to him, his face pale. What do we do now, Kakashi? The threat seems different. The air remained silent for several seconds. The green, stinking mucus on the ground had not solidified, and it still emitted a faint heat. The mucus continued to accumulate, flowing toward Kakashi's feet. He instinctively pulled his foot back to avoid stepping in the unclean liquid. Seeing his own face reflected in the green mucus, he immediately realized something. If the ancients are dead, then Yoshiro might still be. Yoshiro! He shouted, his voice echoing in the cave. Yoshiro! We're here to rescue you. Come out quickly. Kakashi's ninja instincts told him that he could no longer afford to investigate who had put the powerful Elder Things to death. The dark, abyss-like entrance ahead was a deadly domain. There was no sign of Yoshiro here, nor any skeletal remains like those of the Elder Things. He assumed that Yoshiro might still be alive. The immediate priority was to find the living Yoshiro and quickly leave this hellish edge closest to the abyss. Yoshiro! Kakashi repeatedly leaped across the small rocky ledges in the cave to avoid stepping in the green mucus, searching every corner of the cave for Yoshiro's presence. But he did not find any human trace. Instead, he saw a crude carving. This carving was nothing compared to the exquisite detail seen in the passage, but from the twisted, rough lines, the sculptor's concept was still discernible. It depicted headless Elder Things standing in a vast plaza, and the scene was created by the supernatural creation that had rebelled against its creator, the Elder Things. The Elder Things. The Shoggoths. It can't be. Kakashi's eyes widened as understanding dawned on him. Nader approached, squinting at the carving. What is it? What does this mean? Kakashi's reply was grim. It means we're in more danger than we realized. From the distant dark entrance, a sinister, pale mist began to pour out, spreading towards the 2 humans in the cave. The mist seemed to have a consciousness of its own, swirling towards Kakashi and Nader with the same foul stench as its master. Within the mist, a monotonous flute-like sound mimicking its creator emitted 3 incomprehensible syllables. Tikali, Lee get ready, Kakashi said urgently, his body tensing. The real threat is coming. Kakashi and Nader immediately drew their shurikens, and the indicator lights on their chakra armor glowed. Ignoring the mist, They could sense that the true threat lay in the massive creature hidden within. In the mist, the nightmarish, dark, amorphous form finally revealed itself. It was a nightmarish, black, shimmering shape, with an amorphous body exuding a foul odor and a constantly surging front end sparkling with strange, multicolored lights. On the surface of this shape were thousands of bubble-like green eyes. These strange green eyes, rolling with the amorphous body, constantly decomposed and generated, but no matter how they churned, they remained fixed on Kakashi and Nether. The body quickly expanded and pressed forward, soon filling the entire end of the cave. This was the ominous creation endowed with life, filled with thought, and capable of self-shaping organs, the Shoggoth. What the hell is this thing? Nether's eyes bulged as if they were about to pop out of their sockets, for unlike Kakashi, he had never seen the murals and had no idea what this entity was. The murals didn't do it justice. But Kakashi had no time to explain. He commanded urgently, "Quick, use your best ninjutsu. We need to attack it together." Although unsure of what exactly they were facing, their ninja instincts kicked in. The two swiftly formed hand signs and called out their jutsu names. Fire style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. Kakashi shouted, his hands moving in a blur. Ice style, Dragon vs. Tiger. Nether's voice rang out in response. A fire dragon appeared beside Kakashi, shooting high-temperature fireballs at its amorphous body. Meanwhile, a massive ice tiger charged directly at the dark shape from Nether's side. The ice tiger and fireballs attacked the Shoggoth simultaneously. With its enormous size, the Shoggoth couldn't evade the assault. The collision of three different forces created a huge cloud of white smoke. Did we succeed? Nether's voice was tight with tension. But before Kakashi could relax, the amorphous body re-emerged from the smoke, with the green eyes still emotionlessly watching Kakashi and Nether. Tikali, Liets. Unharmed? How is that possible? Kakashi tried to comprehend the creature's resilience. The Shoggoth emitted the same dreadful, muffled flute sound as before, as if mocking the two for giving its body an enjoyable massage. Chapter 74, Kakashi's Mission. Yoshiro, this is impossible. Nether stared at the seemingly unharmed Shoggoth. My jutsu. It's like nothing happened. Two powerful ninjutsu attacks had landed on the Shoggoth's amorphous body but left no visible wounds. Nether's proud ice style, under the enhancement of chakra armor, was like a punch hitting a slime. Any dents caused were quickly filled in by the rapidly expanding black primordial matter. Kakashi's attack seemed to have some effect. There were small white smoke and fireball-sized gaps where the attack hit, but these were also quickly filled by primordial matter as if nothing had happened. It's not just regenerating. It's as if our attacks never existed in the first place. Kakashi analyzed the creature's unnatural resilience. Seeing this, Kakashi immediately realized something. The Shoggoth's body was impervious to physical attacks and ordinary ninjutsu, which is why the ancient elder civilization, known for its monstrous strength and advanced technology, fell into decline due to the Shoggoth's rebellion. Our jutsu follows natural laws, but this thing, it's an abomination. Kakashi pieced together the information from the murals. Nether, Kakashi said, our ninjutsu won't work. The Shoggoth was itself a blasphemous creation of the elders, its existence defied natural laws and was not bound by natural principles. Therefore, ordinary ninjutsu born of natural law could not harm it. To forcefully kill a Shoggoth, one would need power beyond natural cycles, but such ninjutsu were beyond the capability of these ninjas. Was there really no way? At this moment, Kakashi recalled the method the elders had used to enslave the Shoggoths. According to the mural's information, the elders created the Shoggoths and used hypnosis to make it transform into a form that adapted to the environment to build cities for them. Though it was unknown why a Shoggoth could later resist the elders' hypnosis, it at least suggested that hypnosis was a very effective countermeasure against the Shoggoths. Transferring hypnosis to a ninja would undoubtedly mean illusion techniques. And Kakashi's left eye could cast a powerful Genjutsu technique. Watching the Shoggoth slowly approaching, he pulled up the forehead protector covering his left eye, revealing a blood-red eye. Nether also noticed Kakashi's movement and immediately recognized what was hidden under his forehead protector. The Sharingan? Nether was not unfamiliar with the Sharingan. Although he had never seen it in person, no ninja in the ninja world was unaware of the famed Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, the Sharingan, known as the eye that reflects the mind. How could he possess the Sharingan? He's not a member of the Uchiha clan. But before Nether could think further, Kakashi spoke. Now's not the time for explanations. Go, I'll hold it off. Nether glanced at the amorphous black form on the opposite side, knowing he had no means to deal with it. Since Kakashi was staying behind, he had a chance to escape. If Kakashi dies here, it saves me the trouble later. Alright. Nether responded and then turned to flee, leaving Kakashi to face the enormous entity alone. Tikali, Lee accompanied by a strong stench and a deep, mournful flute sound, the nightmare creature composed of countless bubbles and green eyes slowly approached Kakashi. But no matter how they moved, the focus of these green eyes never left Kakashi. It possessed high intelligence and knew clearly that the one who had attacked it earlier was this small creature in front of it. It also knew that the weakness of most creatures was the small tumor on top of their head. As long as it removed the tumor on top of this creature's head, the body would collapse and be at its mercy. A Shoggoth was not an ordinary creature. It did not have a head and torso distinction and could not comprehend the meaning of a head, so it defaulted to seeing it as a biological switch, appearing as a removable tumor on top. Both the elders and the blind sea sparrows they kept were like this, and so was this small creature in front of it. Thus, the Shoggoth's countless eyes were fixed on Kakashi's head, ready to use the amorphous primordial matter to form a suitable shape and remove this biological switch with immense force. I have one shot at this. If Genjutsu doesn't work. Kakashi focused his chakra into the Sharingan. But as it looked at his head, the Shoggoth's eyes inevitably made contact with the Sharingan on his left eye. The three tomoe on the eye were slowly rotating, giving the Shoggoth a feeling of dizziness. Death Mirage Jutsu. Kakashi's hands quickly formed seals, shooting an imperceptible light from his eyes directly into the Shoggoth's thousands of eyes. The Shoggoth instantly felt that everything in front of it became illusory, the scenes seen by its thousands of eyes turned unreal. The place where the small creature originally stood transformed into its master. The Shoggoth's master wielded a five-pointed star weapon, and even after billions of years, the Shoggoth had not forgotten this weapon. It was a weapon capable of emitting special rays, and anything that was hit by these rays, including the Shoggoth, would face a fate infinitely worse than being turned to dust. It would be decomposed into molecules or atoms. Under this light, the Shoggoth, as a biological entity, instinctively yielded to the elder, and the deep impression left at that time was not forgotten even after eons. Seeing the elder thing holding the weapon aimed at it, the Shoggoth recoiled, its amorphous body continuously retreating towards the cave entrance, prostrating on the ground in a display of loyalty to its master. In the real cave, Kakashi saw the Shoggoth's retreat and did not know what the Shoggoth saw in the Genjutsu, but it was undoubtedly a tremendous fear. What is it seeing? What could terrify a creature like this? Kakashi wondered, maintaining his focus on the jutsu. The Death Mirage Jutsu made the victim see the most terrifying vision they were unwilling to see, and with the enhancement of the Sharingan, the immersion effect of this technique was exponentially increased. The Shoggoth was an unknown creature with a completely different structure from humans. Most illusions were targeted at human senses. Kakashi was unsure if it would be equally effective on the Shoggoth. But based on the mural's description, Kakashi guessed that the Shoggoth was a high-intelligence being with memory, so he used the Death Mirage Jutsu. However, he did not expect that a being that was itself a nightmare could have something it feared, and to such an extent. But his situation was not good either. Using the Sharingan could amplify the Death Mirage Jutsu's effect, but it also increased chakra consumption. Facing tens of thousands of eyes simultaneously, his mental exhaustion was also immense, and he was on the verge of collapsing. Just a little longer. I can't let his thing loose in the world. Kakashi gritted his teeth, pushing himself to maintain the jutsu. Kakashi's vision began to blur, his muscles trembling with the effort of standing. The strain of maintaining the Genjutsu on such an alien mind was taking its toll. No. Not yet. I can't. After a while, Kakashi could no longer hold on, his heavy body dropped to one knee, and the Sharingan helplessly closed. The Genjutsu was lifted. Kakashi was panting heavily, completely ignoring the foul stench that filled the air. Move. I have to move. If I stop now, it's over. His muscles screamed in protest, but he forced himself to stay upright. The Shoggoth in front of him was still retreating towards the cave opening. It seemed that the Genjutsu had effectively intimidated it. However, Kakashi couldn't stay here any longer. His chakra was entirely depleted, and he had no means left to fight the Shoggoth. The only option was to flee quickly. With that thought, his body sprang into action, turning to run back down the passage he had come from. At that moment, the retreating Shoggoth raised one of its eyes, only to notice that the figure holding a ray weapon against it had suddenly disappeared. Its amorphous body stopped rolling immediately, and tens of thousands of eyes began scanning the cave simultaneously. Not only had its most feared master vanished, but the small creature was also gone. Through billions of years of evolutionary intelligence, the Shoggoth was no longer a mere highly intelligent animal. It immediately realized it had been deceived. Tens of thousands of eyes trembled violently, the Shoggoth's only way of expressing emotion. The more they shook, the angrier it was. Tikali. A deep, muffled flute sound echoed through the passage. Kakashi, running with all his strength down the passage, couldn't even spare a moment to look back. His chakra was drained, and there was nothing he could do even if he did glance back. Don't look back. Don't think. Just run. Kakashi's thoughts were a mantra, pushing him forward. As for Sandayu, even Kakashi, a seasoned ninja, had entirely forgotten about the man and his involvement. Suddenly, a familiar foul stench filled the air again. Kakashi knew the Shoggoth was closing in. Its movement differed from its ancient creators. The Shoggoths didn't rely on limbs for mobility. They rolled forward as their amorphous bodies expanded and contracted. In these narrow tunnels, the Shoggoth could move rapidly, like a surging river, clearing any obstacles between it and its target. Faster. I need to go faster. Kakashi gasped, his lungs burning with each breath. He never looked back, but he could hear the unique flute sound of the Shoggoth drawing closer. Tikali-lee. Tikali-lee. The sound grew louder, and Kakashi feared that even a moment's hesitation would lead to him being crushed by the Shoggoth's speed and power. Reaching the plaza where the giant penguins gathered, Kakashi used all his remaining strength to push aside their massive bodies. His simple thought was that perhaps these creatures could slow the Shoggoth down, even if only for a second. Crash. Screech. Splat. The sounds of destruction echoed behind him as the Shoggoth plowed through the penguin obstacle. After crossing the plaza, Kakashi saw Sandayu stumbling further into the cave. In Kakashi's view, Sandayu had completely lost his sanity. Ever since seeing that enormous mural deep within the cave, his behavior had been utterly abnormal, and now it had fully escalated. His eyes were lifeless, his arms dangled like a zombie's, and his feet blindly marched forward as if he would walk straight into a pit without hesitation. He had likely forgotten why he was heading deeper into the cave, forgotten his purpose entirely. Nadair might have sensed Sandayu's abnormality and left him behind while escaping, but Kakashi still wanted to pull him back before he stepped into the abyss. As Kakashi passed by him, he grabbed Sandayu's shoulder, trying to wake him from his trance. Sandayu. Kakashi's voice was urgent, desperate. Run with me. Don't look back. His seemed to stir something in Sandayu, and he began to mimic Kakashi's actions, turning and running back down the passage without asking anything about his brother. Together, they ran with all their strength, desperate to escape the hell that loomed over them. But behind them, the Shoggoth's sounds grew louder, and the noise of its rolling, shattering the stone walls, became more distinct. Yet, before the sound could overtake them, Kakashi spotted the exit. Light from outside was just ahead, and he breathed a sigh of relief. There. Just a little further. Glancing at Sandayu running beside him, he was slightly relieved. Although it was impossible to save Sandayu's brother in this situation, at least the client was still alive. Moreover, the events that occurred here were crucial intelligence for Hidden Leaf Village. Kakashi needed to bring back everything, the nightmare creatures he had encountered and the mural history he had seen in the City of the Ancient Ones. The exit was just ahead, and Kakashi pushed himself harder, his steps growing stronger. However, Sandayu was different. The cold, damp tunnel faded away, and he found himself standing in front of a modest house. I'm home, he said. Home? But wasn't I? How was work? A woman asked him. It was. Fine, he heard himself say. Something is off. Dad. Dad. A young girl came running down the stairs. Can we go to the park today? You promised. Sandayu looked at the girl, then at the woman. His wife and daughter. Of course. How could I forget? Let me change first. As he walked upstairs to their bedroom, Sandayu caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror. He looked different. Younger. Healthier. Days passed in this new reality. He went to work at an office job he couldn't remember. He came home to his family and had dinner. Then he played with his daughter. It was the same routine every day, but he was happy. Sometimes, strange things would happen. In a park one day, Sandayu noticed a man feeding pigeons on a bench nearby. The man turned, and for a split second, Sandayu thought he saw a face with too many eyes. One night, he had heard a strange flute-like sound. But when he went to check, there was no sound. Years later, his daughter grew up. Sandayu watched with pride as she started her first job. She met a nice young man and they got married. His daughter visited him one afternoon. It's going to be a boy. We want to name him after you, she said. Sandayu smiled. A name? Yohei. No, it was a different name. A different name? As he held his newborn grandson months later, he thought the eyes looked green and bubble-like. More time passed. Sandayu retired. He and his wife moved to a smaller house. One afternoon, when he pushed his grandson on a swing in the backyard, he heard that strange flute sound again. It grew louder. Grandpa? His grandson asked. Sandayu looked at the boy. His face seemed to melt and reshape. It looked like a mass of bubbles and eyes. He stumbled backward, falling onto the grass. When he looked up, Everything was normal again. But the flute sound continued. Tikali-lee. Tikali-lee. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Yoshiro, Sandayu whispered. He blinked, and he was sitting in his living room. His wife was knitting in her favorite chair. His daughter sat near his wife and her son played with toy cars on the floor. This isn't real, Sandayu said. His wife looked up. What do you mean, dear? Sandayu stood up. None of this is real. You're not real. I don't have a wife. Or a daughter. Or a grandson. You're scaring me, his daughter said, pulling her son close. I'm sorry, Sandayu said, tears forming in his eyes. I love you but this isn't my life. My brother. Yoshiro needs me. But we need you too, Grandpa, his grandson said, his voice oddly deep. The walls of the house began to melt away, revealing darkness. Sandayu could see the tunnel now. None of this is real, he choked out through tears. I have to go. As he shouted these words, the false world shattered around him. Sandayu found himself back in the cold, damp tunnel. Just as his thoughts cleared, that strange sound came from behind. Tikali-lee tikali-lee tee. Brother. Help me. Brother, save me. Sandayu's frantic steps suddenly stopped when he heard the familiar voice. He lost his balance in his haste and tumbled to the ground. Kakashi immediately heard the fall and turned back to see him lying on the ground, staring back into the darkness. At that moment, the voice echoed again from the pitch-black tunnel. Help me. Brother, save me. Don't listen. Keep running. Kakashi shouted. That's not your brother. Run. He shouted, desperate to bring him back to his senses, but Sandayu ignored him completely. He got up, stood still, and faced the dark tunnel, waiting. Run, Sandayu. Kakashi shouted, desperate to bring Sandayu back to his senses, but Sandayu's mind had shattered beyond repair. He stood motionless, oblivious to Kakashi's warnings. Within seconds, the source of the voice drew closer, until it reached a point where Sandayu could see it. In the middle of the Shoggoth's massive, shapeless body, a human head had grotesquely appeared. It was the face of Sandayu's brother. Yoshi. Ro. Chapter 75, Kakashi's Mission. The aftermath. Is human head, shaped by the powerful molding abilities of the Shoggoth, slowly approached Sandayu. It still uttered the dying words of Yoshiro, who had been devoured by the Shoggoth. Brother, save me. Save me. Yoshiro. You're alive. I knew I'd find you. Sandayu's mind clung to this false hope. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. He completely ignored the fact that this head, which had suddenly appeared, was without a body and stretched out his arms to embrace it. Yoshiro's head drew closer, its mouth, once human-sized, gradually widened until it could engulf Sandayu's entire head. Suddenly, the head sharply dipped. When it lifted again, Sandayu had been transformed into a headless corpse, standing in the middle of the corridor, still holding the posture of outstretched arms, as if ready for an embrace. This entire scene was captured by Kakashi's eye. No. Sandayu. I couldn't save him. After Sandayu's head was devoured, the headless body was swiftly pushed aside by the Shoggoth, which then continued to roll its amorphous form toward Kakashi. Kakashi's mind had no time to dwell on Sandayu anymore, and he turned and ran toward the nearby cave entrance. Outside the cave, standing on the snowy ground, Nadir had not yet left. Seeing Kakashi emerge from the cave unharmed, he was secretly surprised. Still not dead? How did he survive? This complicates things. He reassessed his plan. Nadir had stayed not because he didn't want to escape the ancient city filled with nightmarish creatures, but because he clearly remembered his mission from Dodo, eliminate Kakashi during the rescue mission. Until he was sure Kakashi was dead, he wasn't going anywhere. Although he didn't know exactly what kind of terrifying creature lurked in the cave below, it didn't seem as invincible as he had imagined, since Kakashi had managed to escape alive. Now that Kakashi had fled to an open area, using the terrain would only make it easier for him to escape. It seemed that he would have to take matters into his own hands after all. Kakashi. Over here, quickly. Nadir called out. Get on. The chakra armor behind Nadir unfolded like wings, resembling a flying device, as he motioned for Kakashi to climb onto his back. I don't trust him, but do I have a choice? Kakashi hesitated for a split second before making his decision. He was a bit surprised to see Nadir ready to help him escape, as he had assumed that the shinobi had already left and wouldn't wait for him, just like how Kakashi hadn't stayed to help Sandayu. But with a Shoggoth right behind him and little energy left to keep evading it, escaping with the help of Nadir's chakra armor seemed like a good idea. Kakashi leapt onto Nadir's back, and just as the Shoggoth burst out of the cave, it tried to reach for Kakashi, but too late. Nadir had already taken off with him into the air. His chakra armor was the latest innovation, designed to allow its wearer to fly by altering its shape. However, the drawback was the enormous amount of chakra it consumed, and only Nadir among all the snow ninja could bear this drain. As they flew through the sky, far beyond the reach of the Shoggoth, even if it could expand its form, it had no way to catch a bird in the air. Just a little higher. Then I'll end this once and for all. Nadir's thoughts turned sinister as they gained altitude. At this moment, Kakashi, sensing Nadir's tension, noticed a strange smile creep across his face. He wants to kill me? There was no way Nadir planned to carry Kakashi all the way to safety. His plan was to fly to a sufficient altitude and then drop Kakashi. Kakashi, I think I see something below. Can you check? Nadir asked. Kakashi certainly wouldn't expect that the very person who had just saved him from the nightmare creature was about to toss him down from the sky. As long as the height was enough, even if Kakashi didn't die from the fall, he would at least be crippled. In this place, losing the ability to move meant certain death, even for a powerful ninja. Just as Nadir tilted his body slightly, preparing to flip Kakashi off, he felt a cold sensation around his neck. Don't move. I've wrapped steel wires all around your body. If you try to throw me off, you won't be leaving here alive, either. Impossible. When did he? Nadir tried to understand how Kakashi had outmaneuvered him. As the steel wires tightened slightly around his neck and joints, Nadir felt the deadly pressure. He had thought he had outsmarted Kakashi, but without realizing it, Kakashi had already seized his weak spot. You. This armor of yours consumes a massive amount of chakra, right? I want you to keep flying south until you've drained all your chakra before we land. And don't try to conserve it. My eye can see the chakra flow inside your body clearly. Kakashi coldly threatened, pressing the side of his head with the Sharingan closer to Nadir's. Nadir's face twisted in fury. He hated Kakashi to his core but couldn't afford to risk his life by defying him, so he had no choice but to comply. I can't die here. Not like this. But Kakashi. I'll make sure to kill you. Meanwhile, Kakashi let out a quiet sigh of relief. I can't let my guard down. Not until we're safely away from here. Kakashi remained vigilant, knowing the danger wasn't over yet. When he had jumped onto Nadir's back earlier, he had already sensed the subtle killing intent from him. In fact, Kakashi had never let his guard down around Nadir, especially since he had been briefed on the possibility of snow ninja betrayal before the mission. So, Kakashi had planned to use this to his advantage, pretending to fall into Nadir's trap while secretly wrapping him in steel wires to ensure he wouldn't make a rash move. As for exhausting all of Nadir's chakra, it was because Kakashi knew that after landing, Nadir might try to attack him again. With his own chakra already depleted, he had to make sure Nadir would be in no condition to fight afterward. Flying with Kakashi on his back, Nadir gritted his teeth, burning with a desire to tear Kakashi to pieces. However, he wasn't willing to sacrifice his life just to take down a mere Chunin from Hidden Leaf Village, so he had to hold his desire intact as they flew over the ancient city. Boom. Boom. Suddenly, a series of massive explosions echoed through the once quiet city of the Elder Things. Nadir looked down and saw that the stone tower, where he had set explosive tags, was the source of the blasts, triggered by something unknown. What? But how? Nadir couldn't hide his surprise. What did you do, Nadir? There should be no Elder Things or humans left in the city. What had set off the explosive tags? Looking toward the mountains surrounding the city, Nadir saw dense holes emitting white smoke, similar to the prelude to the appearance of the nightmare creatures he had seen earlier. From these holes, the flute-like sounds emitted by the Shoggoths resonated, creating a reverberation across the basin that strongly irritated his ears. Tikali-lee. Tikali-lee. At one point, hearing the sound, Nadir saw the connected black ridges of the mountains moving. They squirmed like gigantic, living masses of flesh, and the flute-like holes resembled human nostrils, breathing in and out. With each breath, the holes expanded and contracted rhythmically. The black ridges were alive, and they were breathing. No. It can't be. The mountains. They're alive. In an instant, a flood of information that Nadir had once missed rushed into his mind, the history of the Elder Things, the massive, dark figure he had seen at sea, the origins of the Shoggoth. He even realized a truth that Kakashi had yet to discover. Ah! Nadir suddenly screamed, clutching his head with an expression of extreme terror. As he spiraled into hysteria, Kakashi, who was riding on Nadir's back, struggled to maintain his balance. Hey! Settle down. What's wrong with you? Kakashi had no idea what kind of pressure Nadir's mind had just endured. He assumed the man was still trying to throw him off, so he immediately tightened the steel wire wrapped around the critical points of Nadir's body to avoid falling off. The tightened wire dug deeply into Nadir's neck, but showing no intention of stopping, he continued to thrash wildly and scream in madness. The mountains. They're alive. Can't you see? Nadare's words came out in a frantic, disjointed stream. Kakashi realized that this couldn't go on. If he ended up strangling Nadare with the wire, there would be no one to control the chakra armor, and both of them would fall to their deaths. He had no choice but to manipulate Nadare's body with the wire while his chakra continued to flow into the armor, guiding them toward a safe landing area. Kakashi gripped the steel wire with both hands, braced his feet against Nadare's wildly flailing hands, and forcibly made him stretch his arms out. Then, using the wires wrapped around Nadare's arm joints like reins, Kakashi guided his body, steering them toward the exploration team's camp for a landing. Finally, both of them tumbled to the snowy ground, the impact knocking the breath out of Kakashi's lungs. Kakashi immediately jumped up from the ground, holding his kunai, cautiously eyeing Nadare nearby. However, after slowly rising from the ground, Nadare ignored the steel wires wrapped around him and shouted loudly toward the mountain range behind them. "Alive. I know you're alive. You're breathing. Haha, it's that mountain of flesh. That's the real body. Tikali-li. Tikali-li." Nadare raved in words that even Kakashi couldn't understand, his face filled with fanaticism as he walked straight toward the black mountain range from which they had just escaped. Kakashi was bewildered. Had he gone mad? Seeing him step toward the cave, Kakashi rushed forward, grabbing the steel wire still wrapped around him. Yet even as Kakashi restrained him from behind, Nadare continued to inch forward, arms outstretched as if trying to throw himself into the embrace of the mountains. "Tikali-li. Tikali-li. The mountain of flesh." Nadare shouted. With no other choice, Kakashi knocked Nadare unconscious with a palm strike, temporarily putting an end to his madness. After some thought, Kakashi decided not to leave Nadare behind. He placed him on a sled, and set off on his way back, driving the sled left by the rescue team. A month later, a news article about the discovery of an ancient civilization in the far north of the Land of Snow became a hot topic among the people of the 5 great nations and many smaller countries. The article reported that an exploration team in the northernmost region of the Land of Snow had discovered a city built by beings known as the Elder Things. This city was built 1 billion years ago. It contained numerous advanced architectural structures and intricately crafted sculptures of a level of civilization no less than that of modern humans. The exploration team also found 5 biological samples of the Elder Things, whose physical structures were far beyond human comprehension and held significant importance for studying prehistoric geological environments. These specimens are now on display at the National Museum of the Land of Snow, and visitors from all nations are welcome to visit. However, tragically, the exploration team perished in an avalanche during the investigation. Another ninja accompanying them was left with severe insanity. 17 brave souls lost. And for what? Some old ruins and bizarre creatures. A villager muttered, shaking his head as he read the article. Susetsu mourned the loss and declared them heroes, engraving their names on a monument to honor them for generations. To prevent further casualties, he decreed that the city be designated as a permanent forbidden zone, banning anyone from entering for further exploration. The report concluded with a photograph of one of the Elder Things specimens. Despite its incomplete structure, the grotesque and bizarre nature of the creature was still evident. In the Hokage office of Hidden Leaf Village, Saratobi, holding the newspaper and gazing at the photo of the Elder Things, recalled Kakashi's account of the mission. Even now, he couldn't help but feel a shiver down his spine. The Old Ones. Could this be the beginning of the prophecy? From Kakashi's report, he finally learned the name of the power foretold by the Great Toad Sage. The Old Ones. That was their name. Long before the dawn of human civilization, these entities ruled the earth. Their existence was far beyond the comprehension of mortals. And that evil statue Kakashi encountered? It was merely a carving of one of the Great Old Ones, Cthulhu. The once mighty civilization of the Elder Things was nearly wiped out by Cthulhu. Even now, Cthulhu still exists somewhere, in the depths of an unknown ocean. It's like a ticking time bomb lurking in the world, ready to plunge it into chaos at any moment. According to the Great Toad Sage's prophecy, when that time comes, it won't just be a bloody storm within the ninja world, it will be an apocalyptic catastrophe for all humanity. The sun beat down on the rocky terrain of Hidden Stone's village's training grounds. Kurotsuchi wiped sweat from her brow, her once childish features now showing hints of the woman she was becoming. She turned to Akatsuchi, who was catching his breath after their sparring session. "Akatsuchi, did you read that news about the Land of Snow from the other day?" Kurotsuchi asked. "Yeah, I saw it. But it doesn't concern us in Hidden Stone's village," Akatsuchi shrugged, picking up a water bottle. "But a billion-year-old city. Can you imagine?" Kurotsuchi's hands moved animatedly as she spoke. "I wonder if it's as impressive as my Earth-style castles." "Nothing's as impressive as your castles." Akatsuchi stood next to her, smiling indulgently, while Deodar looked on from a distance, full of disdain. "Humphrey. Art from a billion years ago? Nothing but ancient trash. Deidara snorted loudly. True art is fleeting. My art is the ultimate art. The Rukonga's muscular arm came down hard on his desk, leaving yet another dent. Where is that fool? He growled, his patience wearing thin. His assistant winced. Lord Rukongai, there have been more complaints about Lord Killer Bee apparently. He's been, yo, I'm here. A voice suddenly called out from the balcony. The Rukongai looked back and saw a bizarre figure. The middle of the figure's body was barrel-shaped, with fleshy wings sprouting from its neck. Atop its head was a five-pointed star, while its lower half was covered with reddish-brown octopus tentacles. What the hell? The Rukongai dashed to the figure in an instant, ready to unleash one of his signature moves. Lightning style, lariat. Whoa, bro. Don't go low, it's your Killer Bee, yo. A human voice came from inside the strange figure, which quickly removed the star-shaped headgear, revealing the black-skinned, white-haired face of Killer Bee, wearing sunglasses. Killer Bee? What the hell are you wearing? Killer Bee grinned proudly and started rapping, Elder Things, that's my new style. 8 tails legs make it worthwhile. Gonna rock the village with this look so fly. My concert's gonna make the ladies sigh, oh my. The Rukongai grew more and more furious, veins popping on his forehead until he couldn't take it anymore. Concerts? Concerts? Is that why the villagers have been complaining? B, oblivious to the danger, continued, complaints, schmomplaints, they just don't get my art, this Elder Things costume, it's just the start, gonna bring some new flavor to my beats, Cthulhu ain't got nothing on my sick. The Rukongai punched B's head, sending him crashing, along with his costume, into the balcony floor. From a distance, the Rukongai's secretary, Mibui, sighed helplessly. There goes our repair budget. Again, she muttered, already calculating the increased costs in her head. It seemed the construction repair budget would need to be increased again this month. Chapter 76, A Snake's Ambition, Kabuto in a dark underground laboratory. Orochimaru was reading a newspaper in his hand. Hee. The Elder Things. On the newspaper, he saw a report about the discovery of an ancient civilization in the Land of Snow. His eyes gleamed as he scanned the article. Finally, they revealed themselves to the world. He was not unfamiliar with the Elder Things, as they were mentioned in the Necronomicon. The tome's weathered pages and cryptic text flashed through his mind as he recalled its contents. They possessed intelligence on par with humans and once built highly advanced civilizations. However, their civilization had dwindled to the point where almost no traces of their existence could be found. Unexpectedly, the last remnants were discovered in the remote northern country of the Land of Snow. In the Necronomicon, Abdullah had hand-drawn sketches of the Elder Things. Orochimaru vividly remembered that the sketches closely resembled the incomplete biological samples shown in the newspaper photo. His drawings. They're unmistakable. This is no coincidence. Such strange and eerie creatures could not be imagined unless one had seen them firsthand in the Necronomicon. This meant that the civilization discovered in the Land of Snow wasn't just coincidentally named after the Elder Things in the book, the ancient beings were real. Their existence further confirmed the authenticity of the tome, leading Orochimaru to almost fully trust the book. As long as he followed the path of the Silver Key and the Ultimate Gate, guided by the Necronomicon, he was sure he would eventually encounter that great being. One of the avatars of Yog-Sothoth, the ancient immortal, Umrat-Tal. By unveiling the veil of light draped over Umrat-Tal, he could obtain endless truths of the universe. According to the tome, all wisdom, knowledge, and truth in this world were created by Yog-Sothoth. The source of all wisdom, all knowledge. It's within my grasp. This pursuit was no longer about seeking truth but finding the source of all truth. The source where all things converge was what he ultimately sought. As for the Elder Things, Orochimaru viewed them much like Cthulhu, beings that were intriguing yet difficult to discard. As a dedicated scientific researcher, Orochimaru was somewhat interested in the biological structure of these strange creatures. The Necronomicon stated that the Elder Things were perfect beings, capable of adapting to any environment. Land, sea, or sky could not limit them. Ninjas with the adaptability of the Elder Things. Land, sea, sky, no environment would be beyond their reach, Orochimaru contemplated. If he could study this structure and transplant it into ninjas, would he be able to create a powerful ninja army? On his path to the Ultimate Gate, he didn't intend to walk alone. The idea of cultivating his own ninja force had not changed. At the same time, he also had no plans to abandon his original research on forbidden techniques. The journey to find the Ultimate Gate was destined to be long, and an ordinary human lifespan would be insufficient. Therefore, Orochimaru needed these forbidden techniques to extend his life and increase his strength. However, his ultimate goal had shifted somewhat. Immortality, jutsu mastery. mere stepping stones on the path to ultimate truth, Orochimaru reflected, his ambitions evolving. Originally, Orochimaru's purpose was simply to study immortality and learn all the ninjutsu in the world. But now, the study of immortality was merely a means to an end, and learning other ninjutsu was also just a tool, not the final goal. The ultimate objective was to find the ultimate gate and grasp all the truths of the universe. Compared to the Elder Things, Orochimaru was more intrigued by the Shoggoth, a blasphemous creation mentioned alongside the Elder Things in the Necronomicon. The Shoggoth was a wondrous creation made by the Elder Things, capable of altering its form and producing organs adapted to any environment, based on the Elder Things' needs. The created surpassing the creator. How delightfully ironic. In his eyes, this creature had surpassed its creators in terms of evolutionary potential. While the Elder Things had a high starting point for their physical capabilities, they experienced degeneration. The Necronomicon mentioned that over the course of their evolution, the Elder Things had lost the ability to travel through space. On the other hand, the Shoggoth, with its formless body, could continue evolving to unimaginable heights. If you were to choose between the Elder Things and the Shoggoths to transplant their structures or abilities into ninjas, the Shoggoths would naturally be more compatible with the human body, and the resulting power would be far greater. Moreover, Orochimaru was eager to witness what this wondrous creation truly looked like. Abdullah described the Shoggoth as an amorphous, protoplasmic organism. Just the thought of such a creature existing in the world could instill fear in the heart. As for this fear, Orochimaru was keen to taste it firsthand. "I really want it," he murmured. He licked his lips with his tongue, his snake-like eyes fixed on the photo of the Elder Things in the newspaper. But in his heart, he was thinking about how wonderful it would be if he could get his hands on both the Elder Things' biological sample and the Shoggoth. To hold such a thing in my hands. Although the newspaper didn't mention the existence of the Shoggoth, the Land of Snow had sealed off the ancient city of the Elder Things. This indicated that there were still places worth exploring or risking, possibly even the forbidden Shoggoth. Unfortunately, Orochimaru was currently short on manpower. After leaving Hidden Leaf Village and parting ways with Danzō, he faced difficulties in gathering intelligence and research materials. So close, yet so far. If only I had more pawns to move. Orochimaru's frustration bubbled beneath the surface. For example, if he wanted to obtain the biological samples of the Elder Things or the possible Shoggoth, he would have to go there himself. But the Land of Snow was remote, and it would take too long to return. Such a trip would waste time and attract too much attention from Hidden Leaf Village. Additionally, the forbidden technique he was currently developing, the living corpse reincarnation, also required a large amount of data and experimental materials to complete. At present, Orochimaru had only two people he could rely on to carry out his tasks. One was Giran, who was active in the southern Land of Water. The other was a spy frequently traveling between the 5 great nations, still working in his old role. Click, click. Ah, those footsteps. Right on time, as always, Orochimaru grinned. A dark figure stepped into the bright light of the laboratory, lowering the hood from his head, revealing a young man with silver-gray hair and round glasses. "Orochimaru-sama," the young man greeted. "Kabuto," Orochimaru smiled. "I trust you bring interesting news?" "Indeed, Orochimaru-sama. I have much to report," Kabuto responded, adjusting his glasses. The young man before him was a talent Orochimaru had discovered years ago while working with Danzō in Hidden Leaf Village's Root Division. Kabuto had an extraordinary talent for medical ninjutsu and, with a bit of training, had become immensely helpful in Orochimaru's experiments. He also possessed a remarkable aptitude for espionage. "Kabuto. My greatest find from those Hidden Leaf Village days. How far we've come." He was now one of Orochimaru's greatest assets. Originally, Orochimaru had planned to wait a few more years, allowing Kabuto to mature further before recruiting him, someone he had long considered a talent worth cultivating. However, due to an urgent need for manpower, especially after the disbandment of Danzō's Root Division, which left a significant gap in intelligence gathering, Orochimaru decided to bring Kabuto in ahead of schedule. A gamble, bringing him in so soon. But necessity demands it. He recalled the day he approached Kabuto. "Danzō has been playing you, Kabuto. I can offer you a way out," Orochimaru had said with a smile. The reason he was able to convince Kabuto was simple. He revealed to Kabuto how Danzō had manipulated both him and Nano through deceit, intending for the two to eventually kill each other. However, at the time, Kabuto was only 13 years old and, despite understanding Danzō's treachery, was powerless to resist. Failing to complete the missions as Danzō desired would mean certain death for both Kabuto and Nano. Such was the ruthless nature of the Root. There was even the possibility that Kabuto's fellow orphans would be caught in the crossfire. At that time, Orochimaru, already a rogue ninja having defected from Hidden Leaf Village, became Kabuto's only option. Naturally, Kabuto pledged his loyalty and became one of Orochimaru's subordinates. At present, Kabuto was operating as a double agent, frequently traveling between the 5 great nations, conducting espionage, and feeding information back to Danzo's Root Division. Orochimaru, however, did not instruct Kabuto to completely sever ties with Hidden Leaf Village. Instead, he directed Kabuto to continue passing along intelligence while also supplying that same information to Orochimaru. This arrangement allowed him to offset the intelligence advantage Danzo once had. Knowledge is power, and now, Danzo's knowledge is mine, he smiled. As for why Orochimaru had stopped collaborating with Danzo after his defection from the village, it was because he felt that their partnership was no longer equal. If it was simply a matter of developing forbidden techniques, Orochimaru could share a small portion of his research results in exchange for faster progress on his end. However, when it came to secrets like those found in the tome, Danzo had nothing of equivalent value to offer in return. The Necronomicon. Its secrets far outweigh anything Danzo could offer, Orochimaru reflected. Possessing the Necronomicon, Orochimaru believed he understood more about the ancient rulers and the truths lurking behind current events than anyone else in the world. In other words, Danzo's contributions paled in comparison to what Orochimaru now knew. Unless Danzo could offer something truly enticing, something aligned with Orochimaru's ultimate goals, he saw no reason to deal with him any further. In his laboratory, Kabuto reported the intelligence he had gathered from the 5 great nations. Though only a few years had passed since the end of the Third Great Ninja War, the nations were already preparing in secret for the next one. In Hidden Clouds Village, the strategic resource theft program had resumed. In simple terms, Hidden Clouds Village was once again stealing anything from other nations considered a strategic resource, be it Jinchuriki, powerful jutsu, or bloodline limits. This strategy had been implemented by the Third Raikage before the Third Great Ninja War, when he sent a team to kidnap Kushina, the Night-Tail's Jinchuriki, but Minato had thwarted the plan. Now, the Third Raikage's son was carrying on the same schemes. Hearing this, Orochimaru smirked and commented, like father, like son. They're both fond of underhanded tactics. Should we be concerned about their growing strength, Orochimaru-sama? Kabuto asked, adjusting his glasses. Orochimaru waved a dismissive hand. Let them play their games. We have bigger fish to fry. In Hidden Sand Village, a sweeping reform was underway under the leadership of the 4th Kazekage, who seemed to be developing some kind of ultimate weapon. The exact nature of this weapon was still unknown. As for Hidden Leaf Village, under Saratobi's leadership, everything appeared calm, reflecting his cautious, veteran style of governance. Oh, Saratobi-sensei, still playing it safe. How dull. Information from Hidden Mist Village was scarce, as Kabuto found it difficult to penetrate the village. However, on Orochimaru's orders, Kabuto had recently made contact with Giran, who was still active in the Land of Water. Giran mentioned that the more remote areas of the Land of Water have begun to show a widespread devotion to a common faith, called the Dagon cult, Kabuto reported. The leader of this cult is said to be someone named Dagon. While we don't have concrete information, it's very likely this Dagon is hiding somewhere in the Land of Waves near the Land of Water. At the mention of Giran, his expression soured. For some reason, Giran had been hostile toward him during their meeting, as if he had taken something from her. He hesitated, then added, Giran seemed unusually hostile, Orochimaru-sama. Orochimaru's eyes flashed with irritation. Your petty rivalries don't concern me, Kabuto. He was absorbed in the hidden information within Giran's report, details only he could fully understand. Dagon, as mentioned in the tome, was an elder of the Deep Ones, a race that worshipped Cthulhu. Dagon was one of Cthulhu's most faithful followers. This man, who called himself Dagon, clearly had knowledge of Cthulhu that rivaled Orochimaru's own. Dagon. Could it be? Another who knows of Cthulhu? He had learned about Cthulhu through the Necronomicon, but how had this man gained his knowledge? During his research on Motaki, Orochimaru discovered that those who had seen statues of Cthulhu not only went mad but also became devout followers, gaining insights into Cthulhu's mysteries. This Dagon. How did he come by such knowledge? Orochimaru mused aloud. Given how much this man knew about Cthulhu, there was no doubt he was the rogue ninja from Hidden Mist Village who had spent the most time exposed to the Cthulhu statue. This self-proclaimed Dagon had formed a civilian cult. What was he planning? Could it be that he intended to become a preacher? This is getting more interesting, he mused, licking his lips with a smile. Seeing Orochimaru's grin, Kabuto nervously swallowed and continued, there's one last piece of information, about Hidden Stones Village. At present, Hidden Stones Village rarely sends out its own ninja for missions. Instead, they rely on mercenaries, particularly a ninja mercenary group that has completed many difficult tasks on their behalf. This group is called Akatsuki. A group of powerful rogue ninja. Now this is interesting. The organization consists of many powerful rogue ninja from various villages. They have no political allegiance and work for anyone who can pay. Recently, the third Sushi Kage attempted to recruit Akatsuki into his village, but the leader of the organization rejected the offer. Orochimaru's lips curled into a sneer. Rejected by mere mercenaries? How the mighty have fallen. However, this has not affected their working relationship. Hidden Stone's village remains heavily dependent on the Akatsuki. The members of the group are easy to identify, they wear black cloaks embroidered with red clouds, and they usually work in pairs. And, boom. Before Kabuto could finish, a loud explosion interrupted him. Orochimaru instantly stood up, alert. You weren't followed, were you? Kabuto quickly shook his head. Absolutely not. I'm always extremely cautious. Orochimaru chose to trust Kabuto, knowing that he was Kabuto's only lifeline and that Kabuto had no reason to betray him. Moreover, Kabuto had years of experience as a spy. Though his combat abilities were average, his skills in evading detection were first-rate, making it nearly impossible for anyone to track him. He wouldn't betray me. Orochimaru reassured himself. If the explosion wasn't caused by someone following Kabuto, then it had to be someone targeting Orochimaru himself. After all, he had been in this laboratory for quite some time. Pressing a hidden button next to his chair, he opened a secret door. You leave through here. I'll deal with whoever is outside. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto darted into the secret passage, which quickly sealed behind him. Orochimaru chose to confront the situation head-on, exiting through the main entrance to see who had come for him. Let's see my new test subjects. Stepping out of his underground laboratory, he was met by the sight of two figures standing in the clearing, both dressed in black cloaks embroidered with red clouds. Black cloaks with red clouds. So, Akatsuki have come to me, Orochimaru realized, his interest growing by the second. You are. Chapter 77, A Snake's Ambition. Akatsuki. The two people standing in front of Orochimaru were wearing black cloaks embroidered with red clouds, the signature attire of Akatsuki. I didn't expect to run into you so soon. He had just learned the name of Akatsuki from Kabuto, and now, in such a short time, he had already encountered the real thing. Akatsuki. The timing is almost too perfect, he studied the pair before him. It was just as the rumors said, they worked in pairs. One of them had a hunched figure, barely half the height of a person, with a black mask covering his face and only 5 tufts of hair on his head. He looked very old, and from behind the cloak extended a scorpion tail made of mechanical components. The other was a young man. When Orochimaru saw him, a strange feeling of familiarity surfaced in his mind, as if meeting an old acquaintance, though he couldn't recall exactly where they had met. The man had orange hair and a straight posture, but black, rod-like objects pierced through his face. However, it wasn't these black rods that stood out the most about this person, it was his eyes. There were no pupils in those purple eyes, only concentric rings. Those eyes. It can't be. The legendary Rinnegan. How could this be? Orochimaru, who frequently pored over ancient texts in search of information on jutsu, was no stranger to the Rinnegan, eyes said to belong only to the Sage of Six Paths in legend. Although he had never seen them in person, the unique design made it clear, these could only be the Rinnegan. So, you were here all along. Orochimaru muttered, licking his lips with a hint of excitement as though he had found new prey. Though his ultimate goal had shifted, his interest in studying the Rinnegan on his path to the truth remained piqued. Orochimaru. My name is Pain, leader of Akatsuki. The young man with the Rinnegan stepped forward, speaking without emotion. Let's get to the point, our organization needs your power. Orochimaru's lips curled into a smirk. Are you inviting me to join your little group? You could put it that way. Humphrey. Orochimaru snorted but didn't respond further. Seeing that Sanin wasn't answering, Pain continued, I know you have that statue. At these words, Orochimaru's eyes suddenly widened, and a murderous aura instantly emanated from him. The air around them seemed to grow heavy. A statue that could attract the attention of the leader of a ninja organization was no ordinary object. It could only be the most special Cthulhu statue in his possession. This statue harbored the power of the Old Ones, a unique existence in this world and one of the few clues to finding the ultimate gate to the immortal ancients. For the sake of this Cthulhu statue, he had even defected from Hidden Leaf Village, severing ties with the village's root faction, all to keep the statue and its secrets to himself. Now, he considered the Cthulhu statue as something sacred and untouchable, and the fact that the person in front of him dared to mention it was provoking him. Noticing Orochimaru's sudden change in demeanor, the hunched member of Akatsuki immediately stepped in front of Pain. Orochimaru of the 3 legendary Sannin, I'd like to see if your reputation is undeserved. The hunched figure spoke in a deep, raspy voice, clearly itching for a fight with Orochimaru. However, Pain raised a hand to stop him. "Hold on, say sorry." Pain then stepped forward and, keeping a poker face, said, "Orochimaru, there's no need to be hostile toward us. You can keep the statue. We don't need it. But the power within the statue, we need that. Or rather, we value your research abilities. We need your help with some research. In return, we'll provide you with any materials you need for your experiments. That include your own forbidden jutsu research. We can assist with that as well. There's no need to doubt our power. As long as you join Akatsuki, we can provide any experimental materials you require. In exchange, all we ask is that you work seriously for Akatsuki. How does that sound? For someone like you, it should be an attractive offer." Pain calmly presented his terms to him, and Orochimaru fell into deep thought. Access to resources, protection from Hidden Leaf Village, and a chance to study those eyes up close, he considered, weighing the pros and cons of the offer. The offer made by the leader of Akatsuki was indeed tempting. After all, Orochimaru currently lacked strong subordinates and didn't have access to many experimental materials. Additionally, since Hidden Leaf Village was still hunting him, having a ninja organization to rely on wouldn't be a bad idea. Moreover, seeing the Rinnegan in this young man's eyes had piqued Orochimaru's interest in Akatsuki even further. He began to entertain the thought of delving deeper into this organization. "Alright, I'll join you," Orochimaru said, a sly smile playing on his lips. "This should prove interesting. Good. Follow us." Pain turned and began walking, and the Akatsuki member known as Sasori, though grumbling with dissatisfaction, retracted his scorpion tail and followed Pain into the forest. As they traveled, the atmosphere remained tense between Orochimaru and Sasori. "I still say we should have tested his skills first," Sasori grumbled, his mechanical tail twitching beneath his cloak. "Afraid of a little competition, puppet master?" Before Sasori could retort, Pain's authoritative voice cut through the air. "Enough. Save your energy for our true enemies." After half a day of traveling, the three arrived at a secret cave. Orochimaru's keen eyes took in the intricate security measures surrounding the entrance. Impressive. They're not amateurs, that's certain. He appreciated the level of caution the organization employed. Under Pain's direction, the entire members of Akatsuki performed the initiation ceremony to officially welcome Orochimaru into the organization. However, the only living people physically present were Pain, Sasori, and Orochimaru. The rest of the members appeared only as dark silhouettes, a projection of some kind. He had never seen such a technique before, so he surmised that it must be a special ability of the Rinnegan, with Pain being the key to this jutsu. A projection jutsu of this level. Is this the power of the Rinnegan? His curiosity grew even stronger. A brat from Hidden Leaf Village, welcome. Who would have thought that one of the legendary Sannin would fall so low? How ironic, haha. Welcome to our family. Orochimaru looked around at the surrounding silhouettes. Although there weren't many of them, their strength was undeniable, just as Pain had claimed. The person who called him a brat was likely the rogue ninja from Hidden Waterfall Village, Kakazu, who was said to be from the same era as Senju Hashirama. Only someone of that caliber could speak to him in such a way. As for the other two voices, he couldn't identify them, though one of them was clearly female. He had already deduced the identity of the man known as Sasori during their journey. It must be Sasori of the Red Sand, the genius puppet master from Hidden Sand Village. Rumor had it that he was the one who killed the third Kazekage. Kakazu from Hidden Waterfall Village. Sasori of the Red Sand. How lovely. In addition to Pain, it seemed this organization was even more interesting than Orochimaru had first thought. He donned the red cloud Akatsuki cloak and slipped on the ring with the symbol sky. Moreover, he was required to paint his nails with a special nail polish on both his hands and feet. How strange. We are all rogue ninjas. If we die in battle, this nail polish will serve to identify us, Pain explained. Thoughtful but still strange. They've even planned for our deaths. His implication was that, as rogue ninjas, not only did they face the risks of their missions, but they also had to deal with the constant threat of being hunted by their former villages. So, if any Akatsuki member were blown to pieces, they could be identified by the fingers or toes painted with his polish, confirming their death. After the somewhat lengthy initiation ceremony, Pain finally prepared to reveal the research task he wanted to entrust to Orochimaru. Pain led Orochimaru into a large, spacious laboratory. The room was equipped with various machines and experimental apparatus lining the walls. In the center, several men with snow-white bodies were sitting in seats, waiting. Fascinating. These creatures are far more advanced than I expected. These are the white Zetsu we created using the cells of Hashirama. However, they are not yet in their complete form. If we could obtain more of Hashirama cells to further enhance them, they would be able to rival the ninjas of the 5 great nations. Hearing this introduction from Pain, Orochimaru once again looked at the Akatsuki organization with more respect. His eyebrows raised slightly, betraying his surprise. You've managed to harness Hashirama's power to this extent? Impressive, Orochimaru said. He hadn't expected such advanced creations using Hashirama cells to exist here. To think, they've succeeded where I failed. Orochimaru's mind drifted back to his own experiments, a fleeting sense of frustration crossing his features. As the god of shinobi, Hashirama's strength was unquestionable. Even after his death, many people still coveted his power. In fact, to inherit his wood-style technique, the Anbu, under the leadership of Danzō, had secretly authorized Orochimaru to conduct experiments on Hashirama cells. However, the cells were too powerful, and most of the children subjected to the experiment couldn't handle the strain, dying as a result. Only one child survived by sheer luck, but Orochimaru considered him a failure and abandoned the entire research. Yet, to his surprise, he wasn't the only one conducting such experiments. Akatsuki had also been secretly working on it. The body of a ninja held powerful secrets, and for Hidden Leaf Village, Hashirama cells were an immense treasure. The fact that Akatsuki had managed to obtain Hashirama cells without Hidden Leaf Village even noticing was completely unexpected for him. However, judging by the identical appearances of these white creatures, they were merely cheap replicas. His goal had always been to create a modified ninja capable of using wood style on the same level as Hashirama, a goal entirely different from whoever created these white Zetsu. Of course, we won't ask you to retrieve Hashirama cells to enhance these white Zetsu. But we need you to use the power of the statue to strengthen them. We know the statue's power can enhance the human body, greatly improving vitality and skin resilience, making them impervious to thrown ninja tools. We hope you can transplant this ability into the white Zetsu as well. Pain then revealed the main reason he had invited him, which made Orochimaru feel slightly uncomfortable. This organization is more dangerous than I thought. This Akatsuki organization knew far too much, even about the fact that the statue could modify the human body. It seemed this organization of less than 10 people had a very powerful intelligence network. A sly smile spread across Orochimaru's face. Alright, let's conduct an experiment. This should be enlightening. He pulled out a scroll from his chest and summoned a black package from it. Upon seeing the package, Pain instinctively turned his body away, no longer looking at Orochimaru or the Cthulhu statue, clearly aware of the statue's terrifying power. As Orochimaru watched Pain's unguarded back, a brief thought crossed his mind. To attack Pain and steal his Rinnegan? No, it's too risky. Sasori is still nearby, Orochimaru reasoned, quickly dismissing the idea. Since Pain dared to turn his back on him, it meant he wasn't afraid. Even if Orochimaru managed to take down Pain by surprise, Sasori was waiting outside the lab. After learning Sasori's true identity, he knew that defeating him wouldn't be easy. So, Orochimaru obediently placed the package containing the Cthulhu statue on the ground. You there. Open this package and gaze upon its contents, Orochimaru commanded. These white Zetsus, designed for experiments, had almost no intelligence and couldn't even speak. They stupidly walked over, surrounded the package, and opened it. Inside, a beautifully intricate statue was revealed. The moment the white Zetsus saw the statue, they froze for a second. Their blank eyes widened, pupils dilating to impossible sizes. Then, they went berserk, screaming like insane people who had completely lost their minds. Their howls echoed off the laboratory walls, a cacophony of madness that sent chills down even Orochimaru's spine. After howling at the ceiling for a while, they began searching for something to attack, and Orochimaru and Pain, who had their backs turned, became their targets. 7 white Zetsus charged at them with heavy footsteps. Time seemed to slow as they approached, their twisted faces contorted in rage, arms outstretched to grab their prey. Just as they were about to touch Pain, he suddenly turned around and stretched out his hand. Shinra Tensei. His hand didn't touch the white Zetsus, but it seemed as if their bodies were repelled by an invisible force. They were instantly flung across the room, their bodies arcing through the air in slow motion. Then, they crashed heavily into the walls. 7 large craters appeared on the walls, and the white Zetsus lay motionless, limbs twisted at unnatural angles. Seeing Pain use this immensely powerful jutsu, which he had never witnessed before, Orochimaru was secretly shocked. Such power. Is this the true power of the Rinnegan? Luckily, he hadn't attacked earlier. The experiment concluded, and Orochimaru used his snake limbs to retrieve the Cthulhu statue, then walked over to inspect the now dead white Zetsus. After a brief examination, he said, "It seems that merely looking at the statue doesn't grant the white Zetsu the ability you want. Over the past few months, He had conducted a series of studies on the principle behind how the Cthulhu statue modified human bodies. Although the power appeared to be magical, it was actually based on cellular modification. The statue's power caused rapid mutations at the cellular level, altering the biological traits of the body and granting new abilities. Not only did it enhance vitality and skin resilience, but these mutated cells could also increase a person's strength by at least twice. Looking directly at the statue would rapidly destroy an ordinary person's original cellular structure, creating cells of another species, but the transformation wouldn't be complete. The person would retain their human form while gaining some traits of another organism. However, this was only the case for ordinary people. For ninjas, things were different. Ninjas' cells differed slightly from those of ordinary people because they contained the power of chakra. Chakra's power would partially inhibit the cellular mutations in a ninja's body, so ninjas who looked at the statue wouldn't undergo large-scale mutations. As a result, the enhancement in a ninja's physical abilities would be much smaller, perhaps only increasing their strength by 0.2 to 0.5 times. In the simplest terms, the mutated cells, whether in ordinary people or ninjas, would enhance their strength and vitality. But the key was how much cell conversion the body could handle. An ordinary person's body would inevitably turn into a mindless monster, while a ninja's cell conversion rate wasn't large enough. As for these white zetsus, who possessed powerful Hashirama cells, they were equivalent to a ninja's body. So, looking at the statue didn't enhance them but instead drained what little intelligence they had left. The statue's power works differently on ordinary humans and ninjas. These white zetsu, being artificial, react in yet another way, Orochimaru explained, his voice taking on a lecturing tone. Pain's eyes focused on Orochimaru. Your understanding of this power is impressive. How did you come by this information? Orochimaru's lips curled into a knowing smirk, but he chose not to answer directly. To achieve the results you want, transplantation is necessary. Only by transplanting a certain ratio of these creatures' cells will the replicated white zetsu gain the abilities you seek. What is this creature? Pain asked. He. Orochimaru chuckled. A deep one. Chapter 78, A Snake's Ambition, Materials Deep One? Pain asked, his eyes narrowing slightly in confusion. Yes, it's a mysterious marine species. They appear as humanoid beings with fish-like heads and possess advanced intelligence, Orochimaru explained. This species is practically immortal unless dealt a fatal blow. Their skin is tough, and they have incredible vitality, with strength comparable to that of a ninja. Pain listened intently, his face betraying no emotion. Immortal beings with an intellect strength. This could be a valuable asset for our goals. He weighed the potential benefits against the risks. Orochimaru continued, his enthusiasm growing. The human cells that mutate after looking at the statue are actually Deep One cells, though the mutation isn't very advanced. If we could directly acquire the purest Deep One cells and then merge them with Hashirama cells, we could potentially grant White Zetsu the abilities you're seeking. Orochimaru spoke confidently, but Pain remained expressionless. So where do we find these Deep Ones? As far as I know, they can be found near the southern waters of the Land of Water, Orochimaru replied with a sly smile. However, Deep Ones can breed with humans, producing hybrids, but the effectiveness of these hybrid cells isn't very high. Pure blood Deep One cells are the best. I understand. Pain nodded before saying, if you need any other research materials, just let me know. We'll help you acquire them, it's part of our agreement, after all. Orochimaru's smile widened. In that case, I won't hold back. Have you heard about the discovery of the Elder Thing's biological samples in the Land of Snow a few days ago? I've heard rumors, Pain replied, his tone neutral. I need some of those samples, not many, just 3 will suffice. I understand. Anything else? There's also another species that might exist in the city where these samples were found. If you find any, please bring them back as well. I understand. Anything else? Pain, still emotionless, didn't find Orochimaru's requests unreasonable, as though obtaining these research materials was an easy task for him. But Orochimaru knew when to stop and didn't ask for more. In that case, team up with Sasori for your next mission in the organization. I'll get you the materials as soon as possible. After sending off Sasori and Orochimaru, Nagato, through the chakra signal receiver, suddenly slumped his head in exhaustion. Nagato, are you okay? Conan hurriedly asked with concern. She moved closer, ready to support him if needed. The emaciated Nagato slightly turned his head. His skin was pale, almost translucent, highlighting the toll of maintaining the Pain bodies. Earlier, when I used Shinra Tensei while controlling Pain, I accidentally glanced at that statue. The one Orochimaru brought? Conan inquired, her brow furrowing. Yes, and it gave me a very strange feeling. For a moment, I felt like the statue came to life. Nagato's voice was barely above a whisper. Even though I only looked at it briefly, it gave me a deep sense of unease. This unease pierced my soul, and I could even feel it through Pain's Rinnegan vision. It seems this statue is indeed as peculiar as the rumors say. Conan helped Nagato stand and asked, "Do you need to rest for a bit?" "Wait a moment, let's first send someone to gather the research materials Orochimaru needs." He then glanced at the dark corner of the room, muttering to himself, "My control over Pain is limited. The land of snow is too far away, beyond my reach. If only I weren't bound to this broken body. But soon, the world will know true Pain. The research materials from the land of snow will be up to you to obtain." "Madara. I understand." A deeper voice echoed from the darkness and then faded, as if it had never existed. "What about the deep ones? I've never heard of such a marine race. Could Orochimaru be making it up?" Conan asked with skepticism. Given that he's witnessed the power of the Akatsuki and Pain, Orochimaru wouldn't dare deceive us. Nagato shook his head. "However, the name Deep One is unfamiliar to me. It seems capturing a pure-blooded Deep One will be a long-term plan. I'm tired, Conan. Help me down." With Conan's assistance, Nagato carefully detached himself from the chakra signal receiver, revealing his severely damaged legs, injured by Hanzo's sneak attack. Looking at his broken legs, Nagato clenched his teeth in frustration. "Someday, I will make the world feel my pain." At night, a lone figure is walking through the snow. This person, wearing a black cloak and an orange-yellow mask, walked across the desolate land of snow without any luggage or concern. A few days ago, Obito received a mission from Nagato, to obtain research materials needed by Orochimaru from the land of snow. Although he was very reluctant to run errands for Orochimaru, he recognized that the Sannin was a power worth recruiting for the current Akatsuki organization. After all, it was also his idea to bring Orochimaru into Akatsuki to help modify the White Zetsu. Why am I reduced to playing fetch for that snake? He trudged through the snow. But for the plan, I must endure. So, there was no choice. Obito had to make the long journey to the land of snow to collect research materials for Orochimaru. Even though his eye could teleport him from one location to another in an instant, the prerequisite was that he must have seen the location with his own eyes. And since he had never been to the land of snow, he had to make the journey himself. Upon arriving in the land of snow, his first objective was to obtain a biological sample of the Elder Things. According to a local newspaper, this biological sample was currently on display at the National Museum of the Land of Snow, so that's where Obito headed first. In the darkness, a massive and imposing building stood tall, with the words National Museum prominently displayed at the front. However, it was not business hours, and the front doors were locked. But this was no challenge for a ninja like Obito. Standing outside the glass doors, he focused his eye, and a vortex appeared, drawing his body into it and releasing him inside the museum, without leaving a trace. In the center of the museum was a memorial stone inscribed with the words, "This stone is dedicated to 17 brave warriors." Obito stared at it, thinking that his own name was likely etched on a similar memorial stone in Hidden Leaf Village. How ironic that I'm memorialized as a hero. The museum was nearly pitch black, but years of living underground in captivity by Madara had honed Obito's ability to see in the dark. Without much trouble, he quickly found what he was looking for. In the center hall of the museum were 5 massive glass display cases, each resembling a beautifully crafted crystal coffin. Inside each was a biological sample of the Elder Things. Just as the newspaper described, barrel-shaped bodies, starfish-like heads, crinoid-like appendages, and clam-like foot-like appendages, a species beyond imagination. Merely gazing at the remains of these beings made him deeply uncomfortable, akin to being interrupted by Kakashi on a date with Rin. Tired of looking at these grotesque creatures, Obito smashed one of the glass cases with his fist, preparing to take the sample. At that moment, the museum's alarm was triggered, and a loud blaring immediately alerted the security staff. "There's a thief. Catch the thief." Voices echoed down the hall, but Obito remained calm. He placed his hand on the Elder Thing sample, absorbing it into his eye's dimension. Using the same technique, he absorbed another sample. Finally, with the last sample, he absorbed both it and himself into his dimension, vanishing completely. By the time the security guards arrived, all they found was broken glass and missing specimens. Where is he? Where did the person go? Look, the glass case with the Elder Thing is shattered. And 3 of the Elder Things are missing. Damn it, these are precious samples obtained at the cost of our warriors' lives. The guards stood in panic around the wreckage, while Obito hid in his Mangekyō Sharingan special dimension. In this space, he could finally smell the unique stench of the Elder Things. Disgusting. "This thing stinks so badly, it's making my space reek," Obito complained, but there was nothing he could do. He had to press on to the next location. His next stop was not directly the ancient city of the Elder Things, where Orochimaru suspected another biological sample might exist. Instead, he first planned to gather some intel. According to the newspaper, not everyone had died during the recent mission. One ninja from the land of snow had gone mad. Obito decided to extract information about their city from this individual. Earlier in the day, he had found where the ninja was recuperating. Now, he could use his teleportation ability to instantly reach him. A swirling vortex appeared in the corner of a small room, and Obito emerged silently in the living quarters of Nader. The room was simple, with not much furniture, but the walls were covered with drawings. The drawings were rough and crude, resembling meaningless scribbles, but most of them depicted a dark, flesh-like mountain or mass, along with various eyes. Sometimes, the black mass and the eyes were drawn separately, other times, they were combined into eerie images. So this is art? Nader sat at a low table near the window, furiously sketching. Despite Obito's footsteps, he showed no signs of awareness, still consumed by his manic drawing. Obito had no interest in speaking with a madman. He simply placed his hand on Nader's head, forcibly turning it so they could make eye contact. In Nader's pupils, the three tomoe of Obito's Sharingan spun slowly, reopening the deep psychological wounds in his mind. Using the power of his Sharingan, he delved into Nader's memories. He saw Nader's conversations with Dodo about usurping power, the arrival of Kakashi, the carnage at the camp, the ancient city, and the torn remains of the Elder Things. Most importantly, Obito saw a massive, shapeless entity emerging from a dark, abyss-like cave. It appeared faintly through the eerie white mist, gradually becoming fully visible. Thousands of glowing green eyes on its glossy black body constantly fragmented and multiplied. Even through the memory, Obito could feel a chilling cold emanating from those expressionless eyes. These memories. They're fractured, chaotic. Obito realized as he delved deeper into Nader's psyche. This is the biological sample Orochimaru wants? What on earth is this thing? And here I thought Zetsu was the pinnacle of grotesque creations. But compared to the thing in Nader's memory, Zetsu was child's play. Next, the memory showed that the combined ice and fire style techniques had little effect on the creature. Then Kakashi revealed his Sharingan under his forehead protector and told Nader to go ahead while he stayed behind to cover their retreat. The following details were unimportant: scenes of Nader escaping the mountains and a confrontation between him and Kakashi, as well as the madness that ensued. Obito's hypnosis technique allowed him to see what the hypnotized person saw, but not the thoughts they conjured in their minds. What caused this man to lose his mind so completely? Obito's frustration grew as he tried to piece together the fragmented memories. Thus, he didn't know the name or origin of this creature. He also didn't know why Nader had gone mad. He only knew that after Nader flew to the highest point in the sky and saw the black ridge to the west, his vision started shaking violently, and he began to babble incoherently. As Obito released Nader's head, the man's eyes slowly regained some focus from their previously blank state. He stared in astonishment at the figure in front of him, who had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Within the orange mask, Nader saw the scarlet glow of a three-tomoe Sharingan. Who? What? Those eyes. Nader mumbled. However, he didn't scream, as his mind was still unclear. Watching the figure vanish in a vortex of space, the glimmer of surprise in Nader's eyes faded once more, leaving behind only a new eye in his latest painting on the low table. Among countless large green eyes, one stood out, glowing crimson with a three-tomoe Sharingan. In a pitch-black cave, a space-time vortex appeared out of thin air, and Obito's body materialized within it. This was the final location Nader and Kakashi explored in the ancient city, where the unknown massive creature had appeared. Through Nader's memories, Obito had effectively seen this place, allowing him to teleport here. Even my Sharingan can't pierce this darkness. How deep does this abyss go? He cautiously explored the cave. The space was completely dark, with no visible light. So he took out some fire sticks, using their faint light to survey the cave. The 7 elder things, stripped to their spines, still stood where they had been, but the black liquid flowing on the ground had long dried up. Even though it had dried for a while, the liquid still emitted a faint stench, prompting him to cover his mouth and nose. Ugh, what is that stench? It's like death and something. Alien, his nose wrinkled in disgust. Before he could fully explore the cave, a sound emerged from the abyss. Sandayu. Brother Sandayu. Save me. It was a human voice, but Obito remained unmoved. Nice try, creature. But I've seen too much deception to fall for such a simple trick. He certainly didn't believe there were still living humans in this cave. The creature had likely sensed his human presence and was trying to deceive him with a human voice. After a moment, The creature in the abyss couldn't contain its impatience and slowly crawled out of the cave, letting out its true voice, an expansive, flute-like sound. Tikali-lee. Tikali-lee. Obito stepped back a few paces, waiting for its full emergence. It was exactly as he had seen in Nadare's memory. This creature's glossy black body could split and replicate indefinitely, with thousands of green eyes at the forefront that fixed on Obito no matter how they moved. For some reason, upon seeing the creature in person, Obito instantly knew its name. Shoggoth. How do I know that name? He prepared his battle stance and forming hand signs. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Without hesitation, Obito launched a probing ninjutsu. A massive fireball, radiating intense heat, shot toward the Shoggoth's enormous body. Although he had seen in Nadare's memory that Kakashi's fire jutsu had little effect, he sensed that the attack still inflicted some damage on the Shoggoth. Kakashi's technique simply didn't have enough explosive force. The damage it caused couldn't keep up with the Shoggoth's rapid division and replication. So Obito opted for the more powerful technique to test the waters. The Shoggoth's massive form couldn't dodge ninjutsu. No matter the attack, it could only endure it head-on. The great fireball jutsu hit its mark, and an explosion erupted, blasting a huge gap in the Shoggoth's body. Although the gaping wound didn't seem to inflict any fatal damage, as the body quickly replicated to fill the hole, it confirmed Obito's suspicions. It's vulnerable to fire, but its regeneration is too fast. I need something more powerful, Obito analyzed. This creature feared fire. With that knowledge, Obito quickly formed a complex hand sign, and his Sharingan morphed into the Mangekyō Sharingan. Fire style, bomb blast dance. The space in front of Obito began to warp. The distortion of space generated a powerful whirlwind within the cave. Fueled by the vortex, the flames he exhaled became immensely destructive, instantly engulfing the Shoggoth's massive body in the firestorm. The flames didn't stop at just consuming all the Shoggoths in the cave. As the air pressure in the cave dropped, the firestorm surged into the abyss from which the Shoggoth had emerged. Obito quickly withdrew his flames, surveying the now thoroughly scorched cave. He let out a sigh. There has to be something left. Even a creature like this can't be completely obliterated. He then carefully examined the devastation caused by his jutsu. Maybe I overdid it. But with creatures like this, there's no such thing as too cautious. After scanning the area, Obito finally found a surviving remnant of the Shoggoth, a tiny piece hiding in a crevice. It was only the size of half a finger, but considering the Shoggoth's ability to divide and replicate, it would suffice as a research specimen. Perfect? Small enough to transport, but with that regenerative ability, more than enough for Orochimaru's experiments. Obito stored the fragment in a test tube and disappeared once again into a space-time vortex. The cave returned to silence. But in the next second, an ear-splitting sound erupted from the abyss. Tikali-lee. Tikali-lee. Not only from the abyss but also from all the holes in the black ridge surrounding the ancient city, an enraged chorus echoed. Tikali-lee. The sound reverberated through the night sky, reaching even the distant camp of the Land of Snow, tens of miles away. That night, the Black Mountains screamed. Chapter 79, Don't Kill a Cat. The warm sunlight shone on the courtyard of a prominent family in Hidden Leaf Village, where two people stood in the center. It was a father and son. The older was dressed in the combat attire of a Hidden Leaf Village Jonin, with an armband displaying the insignia of the Hidden Leaf Village Police Force, a shuriken with the Uchiha clan crest in the center. The son's clothing was simpler, consisting of the Uchiha family's blue short-sleeved shirt and shorts, without a ninja forehead protector yet. Give it a try, show me your shadow clone jutsu, the man said, his voice firm but encouraging. The boy nodded, his face a mask of concentration. Focus. Visualize the chakra flow. Shadow clone jutsu. He quickly formed hand seals, and with a puff of smoke, a perfect clone appeared. Although it looked like a regular clone, it wasn't the basic clone jutsu taught at the Ninja Academy. Instead, it was the advanced B-rank jutsu developed by the second Hokage. This type of clone possessed independent consciousness, capable of performing different actions and having its own thoughts. It was a true replication of the user. The boy and his clone exchanged smiles and performed different actions, then the clone disappeared. As expected of my son. The man excitedly patted his son's shoulder and smiled. You've mastered jutsu in just a month. The man's name was Fugaku, and the boy's name was Itachi. Itachi smiled and rubbed his nose. Though he was used to receiving praise, he still felt genuine happiness hearing it from his father. Fugaku, who maintained a strict demeanor, didn't shower Itachi with endless compliments. After a brief moment of praise, he continued teaching. You should have noticed by now, right? The clones created by the Shadow Clone Jutsu have independent memories. When the clone disperses, its memories return to your body. If your clone learns something during its existence, that knowledge and experience will also return to you. This technique can be used to learn or train more efficiently since your experience and knowledge would be multiplied. Itachi listened attentively, nodding occasionally to show his understanding. His mind raced with the possibilities this technique offered. The second Hokage developed a more advanced version which allows the user to create thousands of clones. However, this technique was quickly classified as forbidden. It requires a great amount of chakra and using it once could be life-threatening. If you want to improve this jutsu, focus on extending how long your clones last, not making more of them. Understand? Fugaku was pleased with his son's rapid growth but also concerned. Overuse of ninjutsu could inevitably harm the body, especially for a child whose body was still developing. Yes, I understand, Itachi nodded. Still, I'm very pleased of your achievement. Tell me, what kind of reward would you like? I'll buy it for you. Itachi tilted his head in thought, then replied, I'd like a new set of ninja tools. What's wrong with the tools from the academy? Itachi shook his head. The ones from the academy are too dull and a bit too heavy. They feel awkward when practicing throwing techniques. Fugaku stroked his chin in thought. The tools provided by the academy were indeed different from those used by real ninjas. The academy tools were intentionally dulled and heavier to prevent students from injuring others due to poor control. Only someone with extensive training in throwing techniques would notice this difference, and Itachi had already reached that level. After a moment of consideration, Fugaku responded, Alright, I'll take you to buy real ninja tools. But you must promise me, never aim them at your comrades in the village. Got it? Itachi nodded. Good. Come with me, I'll take you to a place. As Fugaku began to leave, Itachi recalled a past experience. In fact, he hadn't realized the difference in the academy's tools by himself. A fellow clan member, a boy named Shizui, had told him. When Itachi had reached a bottleneck in his throwing technique training, he advised him that switching tools would help him break through. So, he decided to test his father's response, and it turned out Shizui was right. At that moment, a baby crawled out from the floor of the house facing the courtyard. This baby was only a year old, unable to walk or talk, but he was happy when he saw him. Itachi quickly ran over and gently picked him up. Sorry, Sasuke, I have to go out with father. I can't play with you right now. I wish I could stay and play with you, little brother. Fugaku and Itachi walked across barren, sandy ground, surrounded by a desolate landscape. In the distance, the ruins of a city with towering buildings stood in the wasteland. Itachi, do you see those ruins? Fugaku pointed toward them. No one remembers what that city was once called, but now it's known as the Empty Zone. It's enormous, Itachi said. What happened here, father? Fugaku's expression turned solemn. History. The kind we must never forget, yet rarely speak of. That's where we're headed. There's a weapon shop there that every mature member of the Uchiha clan visits to purchase ninja tools. This place. It feels both ancient and somehow alive. The two of them entered the city, and Itachi curiously observed everything around him. It was a barren, dilapidated city, with crooked arches between the buildings and dust covering the windows and walls. No one knew how long the city had been abandoned. Father, how long has this place been abandoned? He asked, his eyes darting from one crumbling structure to another. Longer than anyone remembers. But its secrets remain, Fugaku replied cryptically. But in the center of the city stood a towering building, several times taller than the Hokage Tower, indicating that this city had once been quite prosperous. It's taller than the Hokage Tower. Itachi exclaimed, craning his neck to see the top. Fugaku nodded. Yes, a reminder of the city's former glory. And its fall. Meow. Suddenly, a cat's meow echoed from the shadows of the building. But when he turned to look, there was nothing there. Strange. Why did that sound affect me so much? His eyes scanned the area where he thought the sound had come from. They then entered an unremarkable, signless shop and descended into an underground passage. Remember this place, Itachi? Fugaku said as they entered. One day, you'll bring your own children here. Although the city above had been abandoned for years, the ceiling lights in the underground passage were still bright, and complex networks of pipes ran along the walls, suggesting this part of the city wasn't completely deserted. The underground passage was as complex as a maze, with frequent forks, but Itachi noticed that his father always headed toward the areas where the pipes were most concentrated. Father seems to know this place well. How often has he been here? He observed his father's confident movements through the maze-like passages. Still, the atmosphere in the underground weighed on Itachi, making it hard to breathe. Why do I feel so watched? He tried to control his breathing as the air seemed to grow thicker around him. Fugaku-sama, we've been expecting you. Meow. Suddenly, two shadows darted forward, bowing at Fugaku's feet like servants. speaking in human words with a strange tone. Looking closely, Itachi realized they were two cats. His eyes widened in shock. What kind of place is this? Fugaku, seemingly unfazed by the talking felines, addressed them calmly. We're here for my son's first set of real ninja tools. Two cats were dressed in kimonos, one in blue and the other in pink. A talking cat? Itachi was surprised. He looked curiously at the two cats. He had seen talking dogs a few times before, but he had never encountered a talking cat in Hidden Leaf Village. Interesting. They are ninja cats, Denka and Hina, Fugaku introduced as if talking cats were an everyday occurrence. Long time no see, and this one is. The male ninja cat named Denka spoke, squinting at Itachi as he asked. This is my son, Itachi. I brought him here to buy some ninja tools, Fugaku explained. Did you bring a gift? Meow. Hina asked. Fugaku pulled out a bottle from his pocket. This is catnip. Hina leapt up, grabbed the bottle from his hand with her mouth, and darted away. Thank you for your kindness. Follow us, we'll take you to see Nekoba. Meow. Fugaku and Itachi followed them and arrived in a bright room. In the center of the room sat an old woman with white hair, dressed in loose orange clothing. Her hair was styled in a peculiar circular pattern, and she wore a headband with cat ears on it. More than a dozen cats of various colors and breeds surrounded her. They all leaned obediently against her, eyeing the newcomers. It's been a while, Nekoba, Fugaku greeted the strange old woman who was smoking a pipe. Even as head of the Uchiha clan, he gave a slight bow. Itachi, noting his father's respectful demeanor, followed suit. Nekoba nodded, then glanced at Itachi. Is this your son? Yes, my eldest son, Itachi. So, you have a younger son too? Fugaku nodded. Sasuke is only 1 year old, but eventually, he'll need to come here for ninja tools as well. Nekoba nodded again and said, let Denka and Hina accompany you to the warehouse to pick out what you need. I can't move around much here. As she spoke, Nekoba shifted her wide sleeve, revealing a baby sleeping on her lap. This is my granddaughter, Tamaki. She must be around the same age as your younger son. I understand. Fugaku turned to Itachi and said, you stay here for now. I'll go pick out the ninja tools for you. Itachi nodded. With Denka and Hina leading the way, his father disappeared into a deeper corridor, leaving him alone. At that moment, a ginger cat curiously walked over to Itachi's feet. After circling around him twice, it rubbed its head affectionately against his calf. It seems to like you, Nekoba said with a soft chuckle. Soon, a few more cats gathered around Itachi's feet, rubbing against him affectionately. It seems they all like you. As long as you're kind to one of them, they'll all grow fond of you. That's how cats express their feelings. But all I did was stand here, I didn't do anything, Itachi said in confusion. Why are they acting this way? He watched the cats surrounding him. Nekoba smiled and explained, cats are creatures with heightened sensitivity. They can see through a person's true nature. If you're a good person, even if you do nothing, they'll still be drawn to you. But if you're a bad person, no matter how much food you offer them, they won't come close. However, never betray their emotions, or they'll bring the harshest punishment upon you. You don't believe me? Nekoba asked, noticing his slightly furrowed brows. Then let me tell you a story, an ancient one. She shifted without disturbing her granddaughter and began telling the story. Chapter 80, Don't Kill a Cat. A long time ago, there was a city called Soraku. The residents of that city strictly followed one rule, they were never allowed to kill cats. Why was that rule so important, Nekoba? Itachi asked. Nekoba's eyes twinkled. Ah, that's the heart of our tale. Listen closely. As for how this law came about, the story goes back even further. Before the law was established, there was an old couple, reclusive farmers, living on the outskirts of Soraku. This couple hated the noise cats made at night, especially the sound of their paws on the sandy ground in the yard, that shhh sound. Some people in Hidden Leaf Village complain about animals too, he recalled conversations he'd overheard in the village. At first, they simply disliked cats wandering on their land. Whenever they saw a neighbor's cat near their home, they would angrily chase it away with a broom. But one dark and stormy night, they strangled their first cat. With their hands gripping its throat, they found a sick pleasure in the cat's dying wails. Itachi's fists clenched involuntarily. They became addicted to it, unable to stop. They were no longer satisfied with just chasing cats away. They began catching and killing any cat that wandered near their home. Over time, the couple grew more obsessive. They even set traps around their home to catch cats, bringing them inside to slaughter in increasingly brutal ways. Soon, the residents of Soraku began noticing their cats disappearing. They suspected the couple, as the sounds of cats' cries often came from their home. Everyone knew the couple was responsible for the deaths, But when the frightened townspeople saw the animal pelts on the couple's fence and the strange expressions on their faces, they hesitated to confront them. So, the issue remained unresolved. The people of Soraku hated the couple, but they feared them even more. All they could do was guard their own cats, hoping they wouldn't fall victim. Why didn't anyone try to stop them? Itachi interjected. Nekoba gave him a sad smile. Fear can make people turn a blind eye to cruelty. It's a lesson you'd do well to remember. One day, a group of travelers arrived in Soraku. They came in large caravans from the south, with wagons decorated with images of creatures like cat-headed humans, bird-headed humans, and lion-headed humans. They spoke an unfamiliar language, with dark skin and hair. Itachi's imagination ran wild, picturing these exotic strangers and their fantastical caravans. The travelers set up stalls and started doing business in the city, blending in with the townspeople. They traded their goods for colorful glass beads, earning silver coins in return. Change often comes from unexpected places, Itachi. Remember that, Nekoba added. As she paused for a moment to glance around, Itachi also took a moment to look at his surroundings. At first, there had only been a dozen or so cats around them. But at some point during the story, more cats had gathered. Now, over 30 cats were seated around Nekoba, their heads raised, gazing at her, as if eagerly awaiting the next part of the story. Itachi blinked in surprise, realizing how captivated he had been by the tale. I didn't even notice them gathering. These cats were of various breeds, but regardless of whether they were big or small, black or gray, yellow or white, at this moment, they all gazed intensely at Nekoba, as if they could understand what she was saying. It's as if they're hanging on her every word, he observed the cat's behavior. Nekoba nodded in satisfaction and continued her storytelling. Among the group of travelers, there was a young boy who had lost his parents during a plague. The only comfort in his life was a fluffy little black cat. The boy would often sit on the wagon step, playing with the cat. Their bond far exceeded that of a typical pet and owner. However, on the third morning after the wanderers settled in Soraku, he discovered that his beloved cat had gone missing. To lose a companion. I can't imagine how he felt. Itachi unconsciously reached out to stroke a nearby cat. The boy searched the entire city for his lost cat, but it was nowhere to be found. Finally, in despair, he sat down in the market and burst into tears. The kind residents of Soraku, seeing the boy's misery, told him that an old couple of farmers living outside the city had a habit of abusing and killing cats. The previous night, they had even heard cat screams coming from the couple's house. They speculated that his cat might have been taken by them. Upon hearing this, the boy stopped crying and fell into deep thought. After a moment of contemplation, he began to pray. He stretched out his arms toward the sun, chanting in a language that none of the Soraku residents could understand. As his chant grew louder, the clouds in the sky began to change in a strange way. The clouds gathered together and formed the shape of a cat. It was a dark figure of a cat, its form mysterious yet captivating. Its long tail lashed at the sun like a living creature. Was it really just clouds, or something more supernatural? He asked. Nekoba's eyes twinkled mysteriously, but she didn't answer directly, continuing with her tale. That night, the group of travelers hastily left Soraku, but they weren't the only ones who departed. All the cats in the city disappeared with them. Every household's cat, regardless of size or breed, suddenly vanished. For a time, there wasn't a single trace of a cat left in the entire city. The residents immediately thought of the suddenly departed travelers, suspecting they had taken all the cats as revenge for the boy's missing cat. The people cursed them, calling them cat thieves, but others believed that the old couple outside the city was more suspicious, as their cat-killing behavior had become increasingly bold. There must be a connection between his prayer and the cat's disappearance. Moreover, some townspeople claimed to have seen, during the day, all the city's cats gathering around the cursed and foul-smelling cabin in the woods where the old couple lived. The cats formed two neat columns, surrounding the house, as if performing some kind of strange animal ritual. But no matter what, none of the residents had the courage to venture into the shadowy forest cabin to investigate. They decided to wait until morning to go together. By the next morning, the residents were shocked to find that all their cats had returned home. The cats lay in their usual spots by the fireplace, as if they had never left. Overnight, their fur had become sleek and shiny, their bellies full, and they purred contentedly in their sleep. The cats seemed satisfied. But with what? This strange event became the talk of the town. Some believed the travelers had stolen the cats, but they had escaped and returned. After all, if the cats had fallen into the hands of the old couple, they wouldn't have survived. Others speculated that the cats had all gone into heat and had participated in some kind of wild gathering. One thing the residents all agreed upon was that after the cats returned, they refused to eat, lazily basking in the sun every day. A week later, The townspeople noticed that no lights had been seen in the old farmer's cabin for a long time. Upon reflection, they realized that the old couple hadn't been seen since the night the cats disappeared. Another week passed, and still no one had seen the couple. The townspeople gathered to discuss the matter. Even though the couple had been cruel cat killers, they were still human beings. Finally, the residents decided to overcome their fears and investigate the old, shadowy cabin in the woods. Carrying torches, they entered the property filled with cat traps, pushing through the gate and breaking down the rotting wooden door. Inside, they saw a chilling sight. 2 human skeletons, stripped clean of flesh, lay scattered on the muddy ground, and in the dark corners, countless black beetles scurried about. Itachi's eyes widened in shock. The cats. They couldn't have. Could they? He whispered, more to himself than anyone else. The residents argued endlessly about what had really happened, but no one dared to name the true culprit. Only one decree was unanimously agreed upon by everyone. In Soraku, it was absolutely forbidden to kill any cats. Nekoba let out a long sigh. Looking down, Itachi noticed that the entire room, with Nekoba at its center, was filled with hundreds of cats. She lovingly petted a few nearby cats' heads and casually remarked, "That's not just the law in Soraku, it's the rule here as well." Itachi understood her meaning and nodded. Just then, footsteps echoed from a passage leading deeper within, and Fugaku returned with Tenka and Hina. "Granny," Denka complained, seeing the room full of cats. "You told that story without me again." "It's my favorite." "Mine too, meow," added one of the cats. Itachi was shocked. Could it be that these cats had gathered just to listen to a story? How is this possible? Are all these cats sentient? Nekoba, seeming to read Itachi's thoughts, took out a cat ear headband and handed it to him. "This is called a cat gear. If you wear it, you'll be able to communicate with the cats." Itachi hesitantly put on the cat gear. Sure enough, the previously meaningless meows of the nearby cats transformed into words he could understand. "So comfortable, so nice, meow. This should have happened sooner, meow. Well done, meow. Not bad, meow." The cats voiced their praises, though it was unclear whether they were praising the story, the fate of the cat abusers, or the city's new law. Itachi then returned the cat gear to Nekoba. After paying, Fugaku bowed slightly to her, and they left. Never underestimate those who seem small or weak, and the lengths someone will go to protect what they hold dear. Nekoba thought about the first time she had heard the story, feeling the same sense of awe. Yes, this story wasn't her own creation. She had heard it from a member of a traveler long ago. Chapter 81, A Brother's Love. The classes at the Ninja Academy were 70% boring, 20% childish, and only 10% could pique Kagami's interest. As the teacher talked about basic ninjutsu identification, he lost his interest. "This is like teaching a fish how to swim," he suppressed a yawn. The curriculum at the academy was divided into 3 parts. The first part was the basic ninjutsu course, which included fundamental ninjutsu identification, ninja tool recognition, basic ninjutsu practice, and throwing techniques training. This part made up 70% of the curriculum, and Kagami found it extremely dull and tedious, akin to a student sitting through elementary school lessons. The second part was the cultural studies, mainly teaching students basic knowledge such as language and general life skills. The higher the grade, the shorter the duration of these classes. This section accounted for 20% of the curriculum. Life skills were a non-issue for Kagami. Learning the language was also easy as there was only one spoken language. The final part was a wilderness survival theory class, which taught how ninjas could survive in the wild. He perked up as the teacher began discussing animal tracking techniques. "Finally, something the old man can't teach me." The content included animal traps, tracking, and basic knowledge of flora and fauna, resembling survival shows like Bear Grylls. This class only took up 10% of the curriculum, not because it was unimportant, but because the main stage of learning it would happen after graduating from the academy, when students would train in the field with a higher-ranked ninja. At this stage, it was merely an introduction. However, Kagami found this class the most interesting, as it was the only one he couldn't learn from the third Kage or his daily life. After the last class of the morning, he was approached by Hana, her face bright with a cheerful smile. "Hey Kagami. Want to have lunch together? I made extra onigiri," she offered, holding up her bento box. Kagami hesitated, torn between his need to be alone to use his spider vision and the third Kage's advice on building relationships. "I should probably accept, but..." "Thanks, Hana, but I've got some practice to do," he replied with an awkward smile, patting his bag. "I've already got bread anyway." Hana's smile faltered slightly, but she nodded. "Oh, okay. Maybe next time then?" Kagami nodded and swiftly made his exit. As he walked away, he felt a weird ache. That's a strange feeling. He quickly ignored it and he grabbed the bread he had bought earlier that morning and went to a small grove near the school to eat alone. The grove beside the ninja academy was a quiet place, and Kagami thought he could use the lunch break to practice some ninjutsu after eating. Which jutsu should I work on? However, just as he reached the west side of the school with his bread in hand, he heard whispers coming from the bushes. Kaigo, won't the teacher scold us for this? Yeah, the teacher said this thing is really dangerous. We're not allowed to touch it. Don't worry, we're just going to use it to scare those upperclassmen. No need to detonate it. They deserve it for bullying us. Don't you want to get revenge? Kagami immediately recognized who the three whispering people were and turned to leave, not wanting to get involved. Not these troublemakers again. Unsurprisingly, the three hiding in the bushes stood up at that exact moment and saw him. In turn, Kagami saw the explosive tag in Kaigo's hand. From their earlier conversation, he quickly deduced what they were planning. 2 days ago, Daiko had announced in class that Kaigo's group, along with Itachi, had fought with some upperclassmen here. The upperclassmen had used their superior numbers to beat up Kaigo's group, and since the Itachi they had with them was just a shadow clone, the three were soundly defeated. Although the teacher punished the upperclassmen, Kagami knew Kaigo's personality well enough to predict that they would seek revenge. He just didn't expect that they'd use an explosive tag for their revenge. There was no need to explain the danger of an explosive tag. Unlike a fireball that might miss its target, explosive tags were much more effective. Hey, did you hear what we were just talking about? Kaigo asked Kagami suspiciously. No, he denied without changing his expression. That's impossible. Kaigo was annoyed. He had stolen the explosive tag from his parents and planned to scare the upperclassmen with it before sneaking it back. But now, Kagami had seen him. Kaigo already didn't get along with him, so if word got out that he had stolen the explosive tag, it would surely cause trouble. You definitely heard us, Kaigo accused, pointing at him. Not wanting any part of this, Kagami said, whether I heard you or not, I'll just pretend I didn't. Will that do? Meanwhile, 2 girls were walking down the hallway of the upperclassmen section of the Ninja Academy. One of them, a purple-haired girl, glanced out the window and saw Kagami with Kaigo's group near the grove. Oh? Isn't that Hayate's younger brother? Nico, you go ahead. I'll stay here and watch for a bit. Oh? Did you spot a cute boy? Don't be silly. Oops, I forgot. You like your senior from the Kenjutsu class. As her friend left, Yujao continued watching the scene below. She couldn't hear what they were saying, but she assumed they were friends since they were meeting up at lunchtime. Suddenly, the 3 boys started panicking, fumbling around. The boy in the middle was blowing on something that was smoking. That's... Yujao squinted and saw the character on the paper. An explosive tag. What's that smell? Kaigo, who had been facing off with Kagami, suddenly smelled something burning. When he looked down, he realized the explosive tag in his hand had ignited. How did the explosive tag get lit? I didn't light it. Blow it out, Kaigo. Kaigo and his friends frantically tried to extinguish the explosive tag, but Kagami had already figured out why it ignited. The tag didn't need an open flame to light. In fact, no ninja would foolishly use fire to ignite an explosive tag. It only required contact with chakra to trigger. In his haste, Kaigo had accidentally leaked some of his chakra, which caused the tag to ignite. This was likely why students at the Ninja Academy weren't allowed to handle explosive tags. They couldn't fully control their chakra yet. Damn it, it won't go out. Throw it away. Following his friend's advice, Kaigo threw the tag with all his strength toward an empty spot. But the explosive tag was just a piece of paper. It didn't go far before the air caught it and sent it fluttering back toward Kaigo. That's funny. By now, more than 3/4 of the tag had burned, leaving Kaigo and his friends with no time to extinguish it. They turned and ran towards Kagami. He wasn't far from the tag's detonation zone either. Even if he tried to run, he would likely still get injured. No choice. Maybe I should do something. He quickly formed hand seals, and a wall of earth rose from the ground, blocking both him and Kaigo's group from the explosion. Boom. The explosion sent up a large cloud of dust, covering everything in the area. When the dust settled, Yujao saw the earthen wall Kagami had summoned. Despite the explosion happening so close, the wall was barely damaged. Although he hadn't announced the name of the technique, Yujao recognized it as a soon-to-graduate student. B-rank ninjutsu. Earth style, mud wall. She murmured, impressed. At his age? In the distance, Kagami could hear the sound of approaching teachers. So much for a quiet lunch break, he resigned to the impending questioning. Really sorry, my child caused trouble for your younger brother, Kaigo's father said. Iate's fingers tightened on the doorframe as he responded diplomatically, let the past stay in the past. Luckily, nothing bad happened. Hurry up and apologize, Kaigo. His mother urged sternly. I'm sorry, Kaigo mumbled, eyes fixed on the ground. At the entrance of the Gecko Dojo, Hyuga and Kagami watched as Kaigo's family, who had come to apologize, left. The tension in the air was visible, with Kaigo's parents' nervous postures contrasting sharply with Kagami's impassive face. Kaigo had stolen explosive tags from his parents without permission and brought them to school. He even accidentally set one off, causing damage to the school and almost leading to casualties. As a result, the third Hokage punished Kaigo and his parents. In addition to compensating for the damage, he and his family were tasked with cleaning the school for 3 months. His parents also had to personally apologize to those involved, including the Kagami family. Fortunately, Hyuga was understanding and didn't make things difficult for Kaigo's family. However, after they left, his face turned serious. Kagami's expression remained neutral, but there was a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. Yujao told me everything, he began, trying to sound casual. She said you used the earth wall jutsu to block the explosion. Is that true? This will be awkward. Kagami had hoped that only Kaigo and his family had seen him use the jutsu, so he had already told them not to mention it. His family, grateful for Kagami's help in saving them, agreed. But Yujao had found out and revealed the information, so not only did his brother know, but the Chunin teacher investigating the incident did as well. No point in denying it now, his body tensed slightly and nodded in acknowledgement. Instead of the joy a parent might usually express upon discovering their child's talent, Hyuga looked at him with a complex expression, which eventually softened into a smile. Mom and Dad would be proud of you, he said, his voice catching slightly. After saying this, he patted Kagami on the shoulder and went to make dinner, his movements slower than usual, lost in thought. Kagami had thought Hyuga would ask him where he learned the jutsu, but he didn't. After all, such basic jutsu weren't highly classified and could be learned from books, though mastering them without guidance required either immense talent or a lot of time. His brother clearly believed Kagami was the talented type. But he would never know that Kagami had received training under the guidance of the Tsuchikage, which is how he reached this level. Meanwhile, in the center of the hall, the academy teacher Daiko was presenting the annual academic report to Hidden Lee Village's senior leaders, the third Hokage, advisors Mitakato Hamura and Udatain Koharu, and the leader of the route, Danzo. He could barely contain his excitement as he began, we have not one, but 2 prodigies this year. Not only did Itachi Uchiha master the clone technique from last year's graduation exam, but he's also mastered the advanced shadow clone jutsu. He's outstanding in every area. Keeping him in the academy any longer serves no purpose. But isn't he only in his first year? Sarutobi asked, puffing thoughtfully on his pipe. Yes. Hearing this, Danzo looked at Sarutobi with some dissatisfaction. Isn't this a good thing? There's even a precedent for this. He's not from that era, and this isn't a time of war, Sarutobi responded calmly, his words deflecting any further argument. He's a genius, isn't he? Danzo, still wary after the Orochimaru incident, chose not to argue further and settled for this comment. Daiko nodded and added, I've never seen such a student before. But this year, it's not just Itachi, there's also Kagami from the same class. During the explosive tag incident, he used the earth wall jutsu, a technique on par with the shadow clone jutsu, to block the explosion. His performance was exceptional. Oh? Danzo raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this new name. Interesting. Is this the youngest son of the Gecko family? Yes. Though I didn't see it myself, it was confirmed by the top student, Yujao. It was a well-executed mud wall jutsu. Moreover, Kagami's scores in other subjects are nearly on par with Itachi Uchiha's. Sarutobi, deep in thought, took a puff from his pipe. 1 genius, 2 geniuses. I hadn't expected my earlier musings to come true. Hidden Lee Village now has 2 rising stars. But is it too soon to let them graduate? Keeping them in the academy would be a waste of time since they've already surpassed the curriculum. In the end, Sarutobi made his decision. Back in the Gecko Dojo, Kagami broke the news to his brother in the tatami room. Graduation? From the academy in your first year? Hyuga asked, his teacup freezing halfway to his lips. Yes. The teacher said it would require the guardian's consent, so they want you to go to the academy, Kagami explained. This left Hyuga conflicted. From the beginning, he hadn't supported Kagami becoming a ninja. His wish had always been for his younger brother to live a peaceful life. But now, Kagami's talents were so extraordinary that even the 6 peaceful years of academy life were out of reach. No, it's too soon. He's not ready. I'm not ready. Hyuga found this hard to accept. However, from another perspective, Kagami's early graduation meant his talent was undeniable. Even though Hyuga had never taught Kagami any jutsu, he hadn't stopped his brother from shining. If I hold him back, Will I lose him in a different way? Hyuga wondered, memories of Kagami's time in the hospital flashing through his mind. Having experienced a year as a genin himself, Hyuga knew that the skills learned as a real ninja were far beyond what the academy could offer. If Kagami was truly a genius, becoming a powerful ninja sooner would reduce the dangers he would face. Outside Hidden Leaf Village. It's dangerous. The last time, the explosion had been a safe distance away. Next time, it might be right on his body. After much internal conflict, Hyuga left the decision to Kagami. Kagami, the choice is yours. Whatever you decide, I'll support you, he finally said. Kagami thought for a moment before responding. I choose to graduate and become a real ninja, like you. Seeing the fire in Kagami's eyes, Hyuga opened his mouth but said nothing. Instead, he silently pulled Kagami into a hug, pouring all his pride, fear, and love into the embrace. Chapter 82, The Change, The Summoning. In a tiered lecture hall, dozens of graduates, each wearing a ninja forehead protector, sat solemnly in their seats. On the podium, most of the Chunin teachers from the Ninja Academy were present. On the blackboard were a few prominent characters spelling out, orientation for qualified graduates. The principal stepped forward, his voice carrying across the room. Congratulations to all of you on successfully graduating from the Ninja Academy and being promoted to genin. From today, you will begin taking on missions assigned by the village, he continued. Going forward, you will form 3-person teams, each led by a Jonin teacher who will guide you through your missions. Now, we will announce the team assignments. As the principal read the names, one by one, the ambitious genin were assigned to their respective teams and teachers. Among these higher-level graduates, 2 stood out, Itachi and Kagami, both small in stature but drawing significant attention. Especially Itachi. Among the other graduates were 3 seniors who had previously attacked him and were now watching him closely, their eyes fixed on his composed face. Itachi, however, ignored their stares, keeping his gaze straight ahead at the podium. In contrast, Kagami, who was more curious about his surroundings, looked around at the other students. Since he had graduated early, he didn't know many of them. Finally, a chance to leave the village and find a home for the spider. Scanning the classroom, Kagami spotted a few familiar faces. One was Yuja, a childhood friend of his older brother and the only member of the Gecko Dojo. She was reputed to be one of the top students in the upper grades, and it was she who had leaked the fact that Kagami could perform Earth-style ninjutsu. The one who spilled about my jutsu. Ironically, that helped me graduate early. However, this leak turned out to be a blessing in disguise, as it earned him a chance to explore the wider world. There were 2 other vaguely familiar faces. One was a girl with grayish-white hair tied into 2 braided pigtails, wearing a hood-style forehead protector, which was rare among female ninjas since most preferred not to cover their hair. The other was a ninja with spiky gray-black hair, who looked a bit arrogant. Their names were Shinko and Tenma, Itachi's future teammates. Those visions can be handy. In one mission, both Tenma and Shinko met their end, which was the catalyst for Itachi unlocking his second Tomoe and his Sharingan. Their sacrifice, it seems, was caused by none other than... What was the name again? Obi-Wan? Sounds wrong. I need more visions. But the pain is getting worse. Looking at them, Kagami shook his head in resignation. Above Tenma and Shinko's heads, it was as if a sword of Damocles hung, and their fate was already sealed. That sword would fall sooner or later. Blame it on the world. Or your weakness. What is going on with me? It wasn't their fault, it was the fault of this cruel world. Though Kagami knew a few things, he certainly couldn't do anything irrational, like prophesying the future to save them. Besides, the shinobi with 1 Sharingan was no longer a run-of-the-mill fighter, he was now terrifyingly strong, far beyond most ninjas' abilities. To Kagami, those 2 were as good as dead. Next, the team composition for Team 8. Kagami's heart stirred as the wheels of fate began to turn, unstoppable. Team members, Tenma. Shinko. Here it comes. Okabe? Huh? Kagami, who had been nodding with his eyes closed just a moment ago, shot up in surprise upon hearing this unfamiliar name. What's going on? Are the visions wrong or... The teachers at the front of the room looked at Kagami with puzzled expressions, unsure why he had suddenly stood up. Kagami, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Daiko asked. Kagami forced a strange smile, then shook his head. No, nothing. He awkwardly sat back down, glancing at Itachi, who also gave him a brief look. By now, most of the teams had been formed, yet both Kagami and Itachi were still unassigned. He had a bad feeling. Now, the team composition for Team 2. Team members, Yuzuki Yujao. Gecko Kagami. Itachi Uchiha. What the? At that moment, he felt as though his mind had been struck by lightning, leaving him frazzled. Why am I on the same team as Itachi? What happened to Tenma and Shinko? Damn. Is fate playing a joke on me? Will I die? Not far away, Shinko looked disappointed for not being teamed up with the cool Itachi, but she had no idea that Kagami's heart had turned to ice. It's a pleasure working with you, Itachi said, turning toward Kagami and extending his hand for a handshake. Kagami reluctantly extended his hand, forcing a smile. Yeah, pleasure. To work with you too. Work with you? You're going to sacrifice me, and I'm supposed to work with you? At that moment, Yuja walked over and sat next to Kagami. Kagami and Itachi, let's work well together from now on, she said with a pleasant smile. To Kagami, it looked like the smile of someone about to die. The sword of Damocles, which had been hanging over Tenma and Shinko's heads, now hovers over Yuja and me. To the one-eyed Uchiha, it doesn't matter who is sacrificed, as long as Itachi Sharingan evolves, any teammate will do. If Hyuga knew that the two people most important to him had just been given a death sentence, how would he react? With the teams formed, it was time for the assigned Jonin teachers to come and take their teams away. Despite the change, Kagami had hoped that their Jonin teacher would be replaced by a strong ninja, someone who could protect him from the one-eyed Uchiha. But no, it was still the same Jonin. After several Jonins had appeared, just as expected, the weak Jonin who couldn't even defeat a ninja cat, came to take team members. Well, look at this promising young team. Yuki said, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. I'm Yuki, and I'll be your Jonin instructor. Promising? More like doomed. His internal skepticism was at odds with the polite nod he gave his new teacher. It seemed that he could rely on no one but himself if he wanted to defy fate. Strictly speaking, he'd have to rely on his spider which he named Spidey. Congratulations. Kagami, Yuja, congratulations to both of you on becoming Genin. As soon as they stepped out of the school gates, they saw Hyuga standing at the entrance, waving. Yuja smiled and ran up to Hyuga, and the two happily started chatting. Only Kagami looked somewhat displeased. Brother, if only you knew what this really means. Noticing Kagami's odd expression, Hyuga tasked with concern, is something wrong? You seem off. It's nothing, Kagami replied, forcing his features into a neutral expression. Hyuga studied his brother for a moment, then brightened. Alright, to celebrate your promotion, I'll treat you both to dinner. Under his lead, the three of them headed to a barbecue restaurant. Along the way, his brother never brought up anything about team assignments, as if he already knew the results. After I decided to become a Genin, he must have spoken to the school's teachers. Putting Yuja in my team was probably his request. He wants someone he trusts to protect me. But Hyuga never expected that their team would include Itachi, an absolute bane for teammates, a walking disaster. This really is a case of losing both the bride and the brother. On top of that, their assigned Jonin was Yuki, which made Kagami feel his future prospects were bleak. In truth, even if they had another Jonin, Hidden Leaf Village currently didn't have anyone who could match the one-eyed Uchiha, so no matter who led the team, the result would be the same. The only way to break out of this situation is to rely on myself, Kagami concluded grimly. Even if I can't defeat him, at least I have to survive. If he could use Black Naka's power to launch a surprise attack on the one-eyed Uchiha, it would probably be seen as some sort of bizarre ninjutsu. Each time Spidey had a major breakthrough, a new power could be unlocked. Currently, the spider was at rank 0, just some souls away from reaching the next major rank. As long as I gain more souls for Spidey, I can unlock some new power. It's my only hope for survival. However, before that, he had to first solve the issue of housing for the spider. For the next while, Yuki led Team 2 around the village on various missions, all of which were D-rank tasks like helping villagers with labor, finding lost items, and cleaning up. Alright, team. Let's make Hidden Leaf Village shine. Yuki called out, his enthusiasm seemingly boundless as he dove into another menial task. Normally, a Jonin like Yuki, who had seen many big battles, would have no interest in such low-level tasks and would just have his Genin handle them under the guise of training. However, Kagami noticed that Yuki was actually the most enthusiastic participant, even volunteering for dirty jobs like cleaning river trash. Perhaps this is Yuki's virtue, weak in strength but a kind, passionate uncle. Meanwhile, Yuja fully embraced her big sister role, treating Kagami and Itachi like they were still students fresh out of the ninja academy, occasionally giving them lectures. Remember, even small tasks build important skills, she said, her voice filled with earnest enthusiasm. Kagami nodded, appreciating her care but chafing slightly at being treated like a child. During training sessions, Yuki would ask each of them about their primary focus areas in training. Alright, team. Let's talk about your specialties and how we can improve them, he said, gathering them around. Yuja stepped forward first. I'm focusing on Hidden Leaf Village style swordsmanship, Genjutsu, and water-style techniques, she said confidently. Itachi spoke next, his voice calm and measured. My primary areas are throwing techniques and fire-style jutsu. Kagami nodded, then added, I'm working on taijutsu and earth-style techniques. Although Yuki seemed weak, he surprisingly possessed 3 chakra natures. Water-style, wind-style, and earth-style were all part of his arsenal, and while he hadn't developed any unique nature transformations, his overall strength was quite decent. I studied under Kurenai, so I can help you with Genjutsu, Yujao, he explained, demonstrating a simple illusion technique. Overall, Kagami felt that Yuki was a well-rounded ninja, though not particularly exceptional in any area. Kagami, is there any particular jutsu you want to learn? I can teach you, Yuki said, turning his attention to the younger Gecko. Knowing that Itachi, as the son of Fugaku, didn't need much guidance from outsiders, he focused on Kagami. After thinking for a moment, Kagami replied, I want to learn the summoning jutsu. Hearing this, Yuki rubbed his stubbled chin and, after a moment's thought, said, summoning jutsu is a good choice. Paired with your earth-style wall, it could make you a great support ninja. The common types of summoning are animal summoning, where you summon a creature you've made a contract with in the real world, ninja beast summoning, which is similar but involves specially trained ninja animals, and tool summoning, where you can summon non-living items like weapons or supplies in unlimited quantities. If you want to learn summoning, I'd recommend tool summoning. It's easier to master and practical when you don't have a powerful ninja beast to summon. For example, during missions, you wouldn't need to carry too much gear, lightening the team's load and improving task efficiency. Though it doesn't help directly in combat, supporting logistics is an essential part of being a ninja. But just as Yuki was passionately explaining the benefits of tool summoning, Kagami suddenly shook his head. No, I want to learn animal summoning. Animal summoning? Yuki's brow furrowed slightly as he considered Kagami's request. But to summon an animal, you need to first sign a contract with it. Plus, the first animal you sign with may not even be useful in combat. In that case, summoning tools would be more practical. I understand the risks, Yuki-sensei. But this is what I want to learn. Kagami, maybe we should start with something simpler? Tool summoning could be really useful for our missions. Thanks, Yujao, but I've made up my mind, Kagami replied, his tone polite but firm. Itachi remained silent, his dark eyes observing the exchange with keen interest. What are you planning, Kagami? For a newly promoted Genin, it's true that they generally don't have access to powerful summoning beasts. If they end up summoning something like a tadpole or an ant, there's really no point in using the technique. Yuki nodded, his expression turning serious. Let me explain why animal summoning is challenging for Genin. He began listing off the issues. Even if someone wants to summon a powerful beast, the size of the summoned animal depends on the summoner's chakra. If the chakra isn't sufficient, even if the summoner has a strong contract beast, they won't be able to summon it. He recalled his own early attempts at summoning. Trust me, it can be quite embarrassing when it goes wrong. Additionally, most powerful summoned beasts are prideful and hard to tame, making it difficult for them to recognize a Genin as their master. Kagami listened attentively, then countered, but Yuki-sensei, doesn't starting early give me more time to grow with my summon? Well, yes, but... You know, Yuki-sensei, Yujao interjected, her earlier hesitation replaced with support. Kagami has a point. And he's always been mature for his age. Kagami shot Yujao a grateful look as Yuki sighed in defeat. Alright, Kagami. We'll give it a try. But don't get discouraged if it doesn't work out immediately. Left with no choice, Yuki pulled a scroll from his chest and laid it out on the ground. The scroll looked ancient, its edges slightly frayed but the writing still clear and bold. This scroll has been used by generations of Hidden Leaf Village ninjas to learn summoning, Yuki explained, handling it with care. This is called a summoning scroll, a tool to help beginners learn the summoning technique. As long as you form the signs and think of what you want to summon in your mind, then place your hand on the scroll and release chakra into the summoning circle, there's a chance you'll summon something. Yuki demonstrated the hand signs slowly. Watch closely. It's for dog bird monkey ram. Kagami's fingers twitched slightly as he mentally practiced the sequence. However, what gets summoned may not be what you're thinking of, this depends on your personal talent. Go ahead and give it a try. Yuki, Yujao, and Itachi all stepped back, leaving Kagami alone in front of the summoning scroll. You can do it, Kagami. Yujao called out encouragingly. Itachi leaned forward slightly. Kagami approached the scroll. This is it. Time to see if my plan works. The hand signs for summoning are not the key factor, as most summoning jutsus use the same signs. The important factors are the innate affinity and chakra of the summoner. It could be an animal or even a non-living object. Kagami swiftly formed the hand signs. As he did so, He activated his secret technique, Spider Vision. Without hesitation, he placed his hand on the summoning circle of the scroll. Bang! A puff of smoke erupted, and as it cleared, a dark shape appeared in front of everyone. This is a spider. On the summoning circle, a black spider, about half the size of a palm, appeared. Its hairy legs moved nimbly, and its 8 scarlet eyes gleamed with a frightening light. Seeing the spider, Yuzhou immediately took a half-step back. A spider? That's unexpected, she said, trying to hide her discomfort. Even though she was one of the top kunoichi of her age group, most girls can't help but feel disgusted by spiders. However, Yuki and Itachi were more surprised than scared. Kagami, you actually summoned a spider? Summoning beasts like this are pretty rare. Insects have weak bodies, and powerful individuals are quite rare in nature. That's why insect summons are generally not popular. In Hidden Leaf Village, only the Aburame clan regularly uses insect summoning beasts. But for you to summon a spider on your first try means you have a considerable talent for insect summoning. Don't get discouraged. With enough practice, even insect summoning can be powerful. One of the legendary Sannin, Lady Tsunada's summoning beast is a slug, and it's incredibly strong. Worried that Kagami might feel disheartened by the weak appearance of his summoned beast, Yuki quickly reassured him. Meanwhile, Itachi silently noted something to himself. A slug is a mollusk, not an insect, right? Still, his teammates' determination to learn summoning reminded Itachi that it might be time for him to learn summoning as well. He had once seen Shizue's summoning beast, which wasn't as strong as he'd imagined, just a flock of crows. Shizue had said that the role of summoning beasts wasn't always to fight head-on, they could serve a variety of other purposes. For instance, his crow summon had almost no offensive capabilities but could be used to confuse the enemy's sight and hearing, making it a perfect match for the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. This inspired Itachi to consider making crows his own summoning beast. Even a seemingly weak summon like crows could be useful if used properly. But a spider, like the one Kagami summoned, seemed excessively weak. It was hard to imagine how such a fragile creature, one that could be easily squashed, could be of much use. While it's possible to use their numbers and intimidating appearance to scare enemies, that tactic might only work against women or ninjas with weak mental fortitude. The spider's notable traits were probably its venom and web-spinning abilities. However, in a high-level ninja battle, these abilities would likely be too slow to be effective, as even the most agile spider couldn't match a ninja's speed. In short, Itachi struggled to see how Kagami's spider summon could be useful. Yuki rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Well, spiders have venom and can spin webs. Perhaps we can work with that. Maybe it could be used for reconnaissance. Yuzhou suggested, forcing a smile. Spiders can get into small spaces. Kagami nodded gratefully. That's a good idea, Yuzhou. Thanks. Itachi spoke up, his voice calm and analytical. Shizue once told me that even seemingly weak summons can be valuable if used creatively. You're all giving me a lot to think about. Thank you, Kagami said, nodding thoughtfully. If only they knew what this spider is truly capable of. What they didn't know, though, was that Kagami had intentionally summoned this spider. While forming the summoning hand signs, Kagami had used the spider vision to randomly select a spider from anywhere in the world. With just a thought, this spider was successfully summoned. The process felt smooth, like casually reaching into your pocket and pulling something out, without any delay. Even if other ninjas had a strong affinity for a particular summoning animal, they wouldn't be able to summon one with such ease. But Kagami possessed the power of Iglagnaka, granting him the ability to command any spider with ease. Selecting a specific spider and summoning it was as simple as picking something from a pocket. Of course, the chakra cost for summoning still existed. The larger the spider summoned, the more chakra required. This is simply the nature of summoning jutsu and wasn't altered by Kagami's divine powers over spiders. However, the chakra cost was still manageable for his current reserves. And after this successful experiment, his bold inner plan started to take shape. That was to make Spidey his summoning beast and summon it whenever he needed. Although Spidey hadn't shown any direct combat abilities so far, this was mostly because it never needed to fight. As an avatar of the Great Old One at Lagnaka, ordinary people would be paralyzed or even die from sheer terror just by seeing the human face on its back. This was how it had killed a homeless man before. Even for ninjas, a lower level one like High 8 would be rendered immobile after a single glance. The stronger a ninja's chakra, the weaker Spidey's mental intimidation would be, but this was only based on its current size. As Kagami's power grew, so too would its size and its ability to instill fear. This was likely one of the benefits of having a divine avatar as a summoning beast. Kagami looked at the spider, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Step 1, complete. Soon, Spidey, we'll show them your true power. The spider turned, its 8 scarlet eyes seeming to lock onto Kagame's gaze. There was a connection that went beyond mere summoner and summoned animal. With this, I might just survive what's coming. No, we'll do more than survive, we'll thrive. Chapter 84, The Change, Spidey in the evening. After returning home, Kagami immediately went into his own room. Taking out the summoning scroll that Yuki had given him, he began to study it carefully. Every detail matters. I can't afford any mistakes. Yuki had explained that to designate a specific animal as a fixed summoning companion, both the summoner's and the animal's blood must be dropped onto the scroll to form a summoning contract. Although Kagami could summon any spider from around the world, he could not summon Spidey. This was because his method of summoning spiders involved tapping into the spider's perspective, but he was unable to access Spidey's view. Therefore, he couldn't designate it as a summon. The reason for this was that Spidey wasn't an ordinary spider. Instead, he was an incarnation of a being that looked like a spider but wasn't truly a spider. As such, the powers of the spider god couldn't be used on Spidey, as it was like trying to use the power of the spider god against itself. However, by utilizing the blood contract with the summoning scroll, Kagami believed he could directly summon Spidey. Summoning is a space-time ninjutsu, essentially transferring something from point A to point B. The caster does not necessarily have control over the summoned entity, it is simply a transfer of material. In theory, anything made of mortal material could be transferred through this summoning technique. Although most ancient ones are made from materials that transcend the mortal world, their incarnations are typically composed of ordinary matter, allowing mortal beings to perceive them. Kagami speculated that this incarnation of Itlagnaka could likely be transferred through summoning, as it was composed of such matter. Now, he just needed to form a contract with Spidey and see if summoning him would work. Is this really necessary? Am I going too far? Kagami hesitated for a moment, his hand hovering over the breeding box. No, I have to do this. It's the only way to ensure my survival. He spread out the summoning scroll and removed the wooden board covering the breeding box. In the darkness, a grotesque shape calmly spun webs within the box. The space was now too small for Spidey. You've grown so much. He reached into the box and grabbed Spidey. Its limbs and abdomen were cold and soft, but the hairs on its spider legs were hard, like steel bristles. It's heavier than I expected. And those hairs. They're like needles. Kagami struggled to maintain his grip. It was almost impossible to grab Spidey with one hand, so he used one hand to press it face up against the tatami mat while the other hand drew a kunai. The moment Spidey saw the kunai, he began struggling wildly, as if he knew what Kagami was about to do. A faint squeak sound came from its mouth, accompanied by a secretion of clear, saliva-like liquid. Paired with his thrashing limbs, it looked as though Spidey was furiously cursing Kagami, spitting in rage. It's as if it knows what I'm about to do. Does it understand? Though Kagami was holding Spidey down, it wasn't as easy as it looked. The stiff hairs on its spider legs were razor-sharp, and brushing against them could easily tear the skin. He had to carefully avoid them. He had to enhance his strength with chakra to subdue Spidey. Without chakra, a normal 7-year-old child would easily be overpowered by Spidey's strength. I'm just a child, yet I'm restraining this creature. What does that make me? The thought flitted through his mind, but he pushed it aside. Even with the chakra-enhanced strength he used, an adult might still struggle to suppress this 2-palm-sized spider. If Spidey continued to grow, his strength would become even more formidable. It seemed that now was the best time to form the contract. Kagami slowly brought the kunai closer to Spidey's abdomen. Since his spider legs were hard and bony, it didn't seem like much blood could be drawn from them, so he aimed for the plumper abdomen. This is necessary. I have to remember that. Stabbing it once shouldn't kill it, right? It shouldn't die from a little cut, even a regular spider wouldn't. He wasn't entirely sure, though. He didn't really understand a spider's tolerance for injury, let alone Spidey's unique body structure. But since it was an incarnation of a great old one, Kagami figured he should be able to withstand a minor injury. He just needed to be careful. He lightly pressed the kunai against Spidey's soft abdomen and made a small cut, but surprisingly, there was no mark left behind. How is that possible? Kagami applied a bit more pressure, yet after slicing again, there was still no sign of injury. Why won't it cut? What are you made of, Spidey? Kagami's frustration mounted. To his astonishment, its seemingly delicate belly had withstood 2 cuts without a scratch. Increasing the force once more, he used enough strength to make a visible wound on human skin, but Spidey's abdomen remained untouched. This surprised Kagami even more, making him realize just how resilient Spidey's body was. This strengthened his resolve to make Spidey his summoning companion. After several failed attempts to cut, he decided to stop slicing and instead stabbed directly. This isn't right. But I've come too far to turn back now. He thrust the kunai forcefully into Spidey's abdomen, causing the soft flesh to compress, but the kunai still didn't penetrate. It felt like the kunai was striking metal, soft to the touch, yet impossible to pierce. Then, suddenly, the kunai sank in, breaking through its abdomen. It didn't just pierce the surface, it nearly skewered Spidey's entire body. No. I didn't mean to go so deep. Panic surged through Kagami. Green blood oozed out, dripping onto the summoning scroll. He had achieved his goal, though he had mistakenly demonstrated how not to treat a puncture wound. He hurriedly pulled the kunai out. Spidey's body flipped over nimbly, and the human face on his back glared at Kagami with pure rage. It hadn't died. Despite the forceful kunai strike distorting the expression of the face on Spidey's back, he didn't seem weakened at all. Suddenly, the transparent liquid from its mouth dripped onto the tatami mat with a sizzling sound. The previously pristine mat was immediately corroded, leaving a small hole the size of a grain of rice. That wasn't ordinary liquid, it was acidic. You're an interesting spider. Kagami's understanding of his pet was shifting rapidly. He had no prior knowledge of Spidey's secrets or its attack methods. However, today's experience revealed some of them. Spidey's body was far tougher than human skin, likely able to withstand most thrown weapons. Its attack method seemed to include the sharp bristles on its legs and the corrosive liquid secreted from its mouth. As for its vitality, a pierced abdomen was certainly not enough to kill Spidey. Though Kagami had managed to extract its blood and learn more about its body, his next concern was calming Spidey's fury. I've gone too far. How do I fix this? While Spidey wouldn't hurt him, if it stormed off and caused trouble elsewhere, that would be a big problem. So, he quickly gave 2 rabbits to Spidey. As always, the sight of Spidey's feeding fascinated Kagami. The spider didn't tear into the flesh as one might expect. Spidey's legs twitched as the rabbit's soul slowly came out from its body. It never gets old. How does he do that? The soul hung in the air for a moment. Spidey's mandibles clicked together, and in an instant, the soul was drawn into the spider's maw. The rabbit's body slumped, lifeless, only after its essence had been consumed. This time, however, something felt different. As Kagami watched the second rabbit's soul being extracted, an odd urge overcame him. He reached out and touched it. I shouldn't, Kagami hesitated. But what would it feel like? Unable to resist, he slowly extended his hand towards the floating soul. His fingers passed right through it, feeling nothing but a slight chill where the substance should have been. Spidey, mid-feast, suddenly turned towards Kagami. The spider's many eyes focused on the boy, and a sharp hiss escaped its mandibles. The face on Spidey's back twisted into an expression of possessive anger. Kagami quickly withdrew his hand, realizing his mistake. It thinks I'm trying to steal its food. Sorry, Spidey, he murmured. I wasn't trying to take it. I was just curious. Spidey's hiss subsided, but its eyes remained fixed on Kagami as it finished consuming the soul. After eating, the rage on Spidey's face didn't subside completely, but it was no longer as hostile toward Kagami. With no other option, he went to get more rabbits. What does a soul taste like to it? Even after consuming them, the anger on Spidey's face remained, but Kagami noticed that his wounds were healing rapidly. Eventually, its injuries fully healed, and the face on its back returned to its usual unreadable expression. It's not attacking me. Does it understand why I did it? As he watched Spidey settle back into his usual state, a new resolution formed in his mind. I've crossed a line today, Spidey. There's no going back. But this is all for survival. Chapter 85, The Change. After calming down Spidey's anger, Kagami placed it back into the breeding box and covered it with the wooden board. A few drops of green liquid splashed onto the summoning scroll. It was unclear whether it was Spidey's blood, but it was something he had obtained at great cost and effort. Next, it was time for Kagami to take his own blood. Using a kunai, he pierced his fingertip and squeezed out a few drops of fresh blood onto the summoning scroll. 2 types of blood were now on the same summoning scroll. In theory, he should now be able to summon Spidey directly using this summoning scroll. Time to give it a try. He formed the hand signs for the summoning technique with both hands, then slapped the summoning array on a scroll. With a bang, a puff of smoke appeared. When the smoke cleared, Spidey had indeed appeared in the center of the summoning array. Yeah. Kagami couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart when he successfully summoned Spidey and cheered out loud. It worked. We're one step closer now. However, Spidey turned around, facing him with the human face on its back. Although the pair of crimson eyes on the human face showed no emotion, he somehow read a deeper meaning from them. Why is it you again? Isn't this over yet? After giving Kagami a glance, Spidey moved its agile spider legs, climbed to the edge of the breeding box, pushed open the wooden board, and crawled back inside on its own. It seemed Spidey did not appreciate being summoned. Or rather, almost all of the old ones dislike being summoned. Most people who summon them without permission don't meet good ends. But still, although Kagami wouldn't dare to claim himself as Spidey's master, it indeed couldn't do anything harmful to him. Their relationship was more like that of partners. Not the warmest partnership, but it'll have to do. He watched the spider retreat into the box. Tomorrow, Spidey. Tomorrow we find you a new home. He carefully packed his ninja tools for the next day's journey. The next day, Kagami put on various ninja tools and tied the Hidden Leaf Village ninja forehead protector on his head, setting out toward the village gates. Today was his first day off since being promoted to Geinin, and with Hyuga away on a mission, it was the perfect time to take care of something. That something was moving Spidey to a new home. Just act normal. You're a Geinin now, this is allowed. At the village gates, the guards were not the well-known duo but two older, unfamiliar ninjas. When they saw the forehead protector on Kagami's head, they just made a simple record and let him pass. First solo outing, kid? One of the guards asked. Don't wander too far. Kagami managed a casual smile. Just some training, sir. I'll be back before sundown. Freedom at last, even if it's just for a day. People without ninja forehead protectors are considered ordinary citizens in Hidden Leaf Village, and it's quite troublesome for ordinary people to leave the village. Hidden Leaf Village has a strict curfew system, and non-ninjas need to apply a day in advance if they want to leave the village. People with regular routes even need to have their travel reviewed periodically. This is mainly to protect the village's secrets, as ninja villages in this world are similar to military bases in terms of strategic importance. However, once someone becomes a ninja, the curfew becomes more relaxed. When there's no mission, they only need to register and can't leave and return on the same day. If they don't return by the end of the day, the village considers them rogue ninjas, a serious offense, and the Anbu won't stop tracking them until they recover the body. Thanks to this curfew system, many exclusive ninja errands and escort missions emerged. It's not just because ninjas are fast or need protection, but more because ninjas have the privilege to freely enter and exit Hidden Leaf Village. After leaving the village, Kagami headed straight to the predetermined location. Guided by spider vision, Kagami spent over 2 hours arriving at a secluded spot. As he trekked through the changing landscape, doubts began to creep in. 2 hours of walking. Is this really worth it for Spidey? But he quickly pushed the thought aside. It has to be. Spidey is my key to survival. In an unremarkable forest stood a towering tree, beneath which was a vertical well. There were no houses nearby, so it was obviously not a well for drawing water. This is it. Orochimaru's secret lab. Hidden in plain sight, he cautiously approached the well. He paused for a moment, looking back towards Hidden Leaf Village. Last chance to turn back. No, I've come too far. Spidey needs this. I need this. After Orochimaru's defection, most of his labs in the Forest of Death had been discovered, except for this one, which Kagami found using his spider vision. It could be a long time before anyone discovered this place. During this time, he could take over and use it as Spidey's new breeding ground. Jumping down the well, he landed in an underground cave about the size of 3 tatami rooms. Thank you, chakra control lessons. He steadied himself in the dark, damp environment. Looking around, he saw a massive iron door. When he approached the door, he noticed a prominent white sealing talisman stuck between the two sides of the iron door. A few days ago, during his training, Kagami specifically asked Yuki about the basic method of undoing seal talismans, and a simple snake hand sign was enough to break it. Forming the snake hand sign, Kagami's chakra surged, and a scarlet light flashed across the white talisman, indicating the seal had been undone. But the next part was tricky. While the seal talisman appeared ordinary, touching it after unsealing it would trigger an explosion. Guy could dodge this. I'm not Guy. Time to put the third jutsu to use. However, Kagami could make some preparations. Earth-style, underground shark jutsu. After forming the hand signs, his feet sank into the ground like quicksand. Once he sank just enough to reach the talisman, he stopped. He tore off the talisman and continued sinking while maintaining the hand signs. After his entire body was underground, a series of explosions rumbled overhead. When the blasts ended, Kagami emerged unharmed from the ground. Thank you, Deidara, for choosing this jutsu. He brushed dirt from his clothes. It's quite effective for escaping attacks. This jutsu was undoubtedly something Kagami had stolen from the third Kage, and Deidara was the one who chose to learn it. Akatsuchi thought the technique didn't suit her, so she never learned it. However, Deidara's choice was the right one. This technique indeed will help him escape from enemies later on. The explosion blew a hole in the iron door, and Kagami stepped inside. Beyond was a straight hallway made of black bricks. Stay alert. There could be more traps, Kagami reminded himself as he cautiously advanced down the eerie, empty hallway. There were no rooms along the hallway, only a wooden door at the far end. Opening the wooden door revealed Orochimaru's secret lab. The large lab tables were empty, and there was no remaining liquid in any of the equipment. Clean as a whistle. Orochimaru didn't leave anything behind. There was another door at the back of the lab. Opening it led to another empty room. At the back of this room was a long, straight corridor, leading to one final door. This is it. The White Snake's chamber. Spidey's new home. Behind that door was where the experimental White Snake was kept. Chapter 86, The Change. The White Snake left a deep impression on Kagami. It had black hair on its head, resembling a snake form Orochimaru. While it appeared to be a completely white large snake, it was actually composed of countless smaller snakes. Due to this unique body structure, it could disperse parts of itself to avoid damage from thrown weapons. Similarly, other physical attacks would likely also be ineffective. Moreover, the white snake's bodily fluids were highly toxic, and once inhaled after volatilizing, death would come quickly without an antidote. A failed experiment of Orochimaru's? Even his failures are terrifying. Even if it's a failed product, it shouldn't be underestimated. Currently, his abilities were limited to Earth-style ninjutsu, mainly mid-level Earth-style techniques focused on defense. In contrast, Kakashi could use an S-rank attack ninjutsu. Kagami clenched his fists in frustration. Earth walls and pebbles. What good are they against a creature like that? It was clear that his current strength was not enough to kill the white snake. Thus, he needed to power up before the battle. He spread out a summoning scroll on the ground and performed the summoning technique, bringing out his spider from the breeding box at home. With a puff, Spidey appeared. After spinning around a couple of times and observing the surroundings, the human face on its back showed a puzzled expression. Where am I? Looking at the tightly closed laboratory door in front of him, Kagami said, "This will be your home for a long time. But before that, we need to take care of the previous tenant." It was unclear whether it understood his words, as he immediately walked to a corner of the corridor and started weaving a spider web. "Sorry, little guy. You're not here to fight. You're my ticket to something greater," Kagami mused as he watched it work. He didn't consider Spidey part of his battle power. His real way to increase his strength was to train. Summoning it was only a precaution, as Kagami feared that its body would suddenly grow at home, causing unnecessary chaos. According to his plan, once Spidey's rank level reached level 1, he would be able to gain another deity's power. A Black Naka's ability is quite that powerful. This new deity would be his key to dealing with the White Snake. Even if the powers at this level were still some relatively useless powers of the Great Old Ones, Kagami had a way to handle the White Snake. That was by summoning one of the animal-related deities, the Great Old One known as Yig, the Father of Serpents. With Yig's powers, he should be able to control all serpentine creatures, and this White Snake should be no exception. However, Kagami wondered if Orochimaru counted as a snake. But would it work on Orochimaru? Is he more man or snake now? Of course, Yig was only a last resort, as controlling another type of animal had no significant value for him. Even if he could control Orochimaru and all the snakes in Richie Cave, it would be of little use later. Controlling snakes is great, but against something like Cthulhu. Suddenly, Kagami immediately felt a significant increase in the chakra within his body. At the same time, Spidey, who was eating the soul of a little snake in the corner, experienced an instant growth spurt. Kagami's body jerked, eyes bulging. The hell? His insides felt like they were being rearranged by a tornado. Spidey, who had originally been only slightly larger than two joint palms, suddenly grew to the size of a basin. The distorted human face on Spidey's back, previously a miniature, now became a full-sized human face. As the face enlarged, Kagami could see more details, such as deformed and twisted folds and creases, all vividly lifelike and terrifying. Fascinating. And terrifying. Seems like Spidey had reached rank 2. After checking the improvements brought by the level up, Kagami turned his attention to the newly unlocked deities by using his special vision. As he focused, the world around him began to shift. Reality seemed to crack like a spiderweb spreading across glass. From he as the center point, threads stretched out in all directions, leading to what he could only assume were different realities or dimensions. Is this the string of reality? The name came to him unbidden, feeling right somehow. Fascinated and slightly terrified, Kagami reached out mentally, trying to connect to some of the threads. As he did, most of the webs disappeared, leaving only a few strands. Then, a multicolored display appeared in his field of vision, providing him compact information. It showed details about various deities, with 4 new ones now unlocked. Kagami focused on the first deity on the list: name, Ktat, affiliations, Great Old One, description, the god of black water, one of the entities representing water. Its true form is incomprehensible to ordinary people, usually appearing as a massive water element. It rules over all aquatic creatures, abilities, water physique, shape absorption, mastery over non-sentient aquatic creatures. As Kagami maintained this strange, multicolored vision of reality, pain began to build behind his eyes. A warm trickle down his face made him touch his cheek. His fingers came away red with blood. My eyes. They're bleeding? A moment later, he tasted copper as his nose began to bleed as well. The pain in his head intensified, becoming almost unbearable. He gritted his teeth, fighting to maintain the vision. My body. It's too weak to handle this. I need to stop, but just a little longer. He forced himself to focus on his deity's information as well as the others, trying to absorb as much as he could before the pain overwhelmed him. The abilities listed for Kthat swam before his eyes: water physique, a body composed of water, granting immunity to physical attacks but vulnerable to lightning; shape absorption, the power to merge with and take on the form of other substances, though at a significant time cost; mastery over non-sentient aquatic creatures, control over fish and other non-intelligent sea life. As the pain grew stronger, Kagami's concentration finally broke. The multicolored vision shattered and everything snapped back to normal so fast it made his head spin. His legs gave out. He hit the ground hard, choking on air, blood leaking from his face. Those deities, those powers. They're real. But my body can't handle it. Not yet. Somehow, he managed to stand. His hands shook as he swiped at the blood. Kagami took a deep breath and analyzed the information he had received. The first deity was focused on abilities, with 3 key powers. The first ability, water physique, allows a user to have a water element body, much like the god of black water. He was speechless, as this ability was essentially the same as Mangekyō's. Just like the Hazuki clan's Hazuki clan hydrification jutsu? Hidden Mist Village again. Is there a connection to Kthat? By that logic, the advantage of this ability would be immunity to physical attacks, but the downside was vulnerability to lightning style. It sounded useful. After all, an ability that grants immunity to physical attacks is quite appealing, but there were still weaknesses. Aside from being vulnerable to lightning style, the bigger issue was that this ability would inevitably be exposed during missions. How would I explain this to Hidden Leaf Village? Oh, I just gazed at the stars and figured it out? Yeah, right. That reason was clearly unreliable. Moreover, if word of this secret technique reached Kari, Kagami would surely face relentless pursuit from the Hazuki clan members. As for the other abilities, they were equally underwhelming. Shape absorption allowed one to merge with substances to create a new form. Upon contact, both the original and the contacted shapes would be destroyed. After 2 days of transformation, the user would possess the form of the object they touched, but their essence would still remain water-based. Was this just a transformation jutsu that takes 2 days to activate? That's not very practical. The specifics of this ability were unclear, whether it allowed one to fully acquire the body information of the target, such as chakra, or if it was just a simple mimicry of appearance. The difference between the two would be immense. The only interesting aspect of this ability was its potential for a mutual destruction scenario. By touching the enemy, both would self-destruct. However, after 2 days, the user would revive, while the enemy would stay dead. But it was just a 1-for-1 trade at best. Once the mechanics of this ability were understood, plenty of powerful figures in the ninja world could kill Kagami without ever making physical contact. As for the last ability, it was even more mundane. Mastery over non-sentient aquatic creatures was exactly what it sounded like. Great. I can be the ultimate fish whisperer. Just what I always wanted. Chapter 87, The Change, the Price of Power. At the very least, choosing Kthat could provide some enhancement to Kagami's main body. Not perfect, but it's a start. This gave him confidence in the other deities, assuming that they should be of a similar strength. If Kthat is the baseline, the others must be at least as useful. Right? Name, Hyuga. Affiliations, Great Old One. Description, the Destroying Eye, one of the entities representing Earth. Its form is that of a giant glowing green eye, surrounded by countless tentacles. Abilities, Gaze of the Eye of Destruction. Great, as if Orochimaru wasn't nightmare fuel enough, Kagami shuddered slightly. This Great Old One only provided one ability, but its effect was rather complex. It allowed the user to gaze upon a person and randomly triggered one of the following 3 effects. Eye of Neglect, the target's eyes will be cursed with eternal darkness. Eye of Disdain, the target's soul will be relentlessly lashed by tentacles. Eye of Obliteration, the target's physical body will be crushed into nothingness. Eternal darkness, soul lashing, or physical obliteration. In short, this deity's power allowed a random chance of activating one of these 3 effects on any person. Although it sounded wonderful, the target of the gaze was limited to humans. It probably wouldn't work on animals or non-living objects. Kagami groaned in frustration. What if I face a tailed beast? Ask it politely to transform first? Is it even possible? Moreover, these three effects came with too much uncertainty. For example, if the target's eyes were cursed with eternal darkness, what if they replaced their eyes? In this world, an eye transplant only took 3 seconds and involved 3 simple steps. 1. Remove someone else's eyes. 2. Take out your own eyes. 3. Put the other person's eyes into your eye sockets. So, a blindness effect that was limited to a pair of eyes wasn't all that perfect? Kagami mimicked a ninja's voice. Oh no, I'm blind. Pops out eyes, never mind, all better. Some eternal darkness, that is. As he acted out this ridiculous scenario, complete with exaggerated hand gestures, he caught some movement from the corner of his eye. Spidey, who had been quietly observing from a nearby shelf, slowly turned to face the wall, as if trying to disassociate itself from its eccentric caretaker. He paused mid-gesture, staring at Spidey. Hey, what's that about? I thought it was pretty funny. Spidey's human-like face on its back seemed to wear an expression of second-hand embarrassment, if such a thing were possible for an avatar of Atlagneka. The absurdity of the situation suddenly struck Kagami and he burst into laughter. It was a genuine, childish giggle. When was the last time I laughed like this? Shaking his head with a smile, he turned back to his research. As for the other 2 effects, he hadn't seen them firsthand and thus couldn't fully evaluate how powerful they might be. However, compared to K'that, this one seemed to have more offensive power, especially in terms of aggression toward humans. Or rather, it had been a deity whose attacks were limited to humans. His expression was conflicted. Is it really worth it? Moving on to the next deity. Name, Thekwa. Affiliations, Great Old One. Description, the Windwalker, one of the entities representing wind. Its form is a massive humanoid giant with glowing red eyes. Abilities, Windwalker, God of the Furious Storm, Offspring of the Wind. Windwalker, can control extreme cold, snow, and lightning storms. God of the Furious Storm, creates large-scale, violent storms. When the people in the storm show their angriest expressions, the storm will intensify with giant hail, torrential rain, and lightning sweeping across the land. Offspring of the Wind, through unions with human women, Thekwa can produce hybrid offspring known as the Offspring of the Wind. These offspring possess similar abilities to the Windwalker and, when angered, transform into the God of the Furious Storm. The more offspring of the wind that exist, the stronger the God of the Furious Storm becomes. Wait, what? I have to have kids to power up? Kagami exclaimed, shocked. I'm 7. I can't be thinking about having kids. And how many would I need? An army? These 3 powers included controlling extreme weather, a large-scale destructive force, and a Ken-creating ability. The first 2 weren't too concerning, but the third one was frightening to think about. However, the primary use of the Offspring of the Wind power wasn't to create offspring but rather to enhance the strength of the God of Furious Storms by producing more offsprings of the wind. In other words, this Great Old One had growth potential. Generally, growth-oriented deities were not too strong in the early stages. If Kagami chose this deity, he would need to keep increasing the number of offspring of the wind to enhance his own power. And how did one get the offspring of the wind? By having offspring with women. This deity seemed designed to exhaust someone to death. Originally, Thekwa had indeed used the creation of the offspring of the wind to break through the limits placed on him and enhance his abilities. His physical qualities were surely far superior to him, who was merely a human. Even if Kagami had exceptional physical endurance, it was impossible for him to find enough human women to bear his offspring. Thekwa was a Great Old One, and could likely use force if necessary, while Kagami suspected that the process of producing offspring of the wind with humans might not even be as simple as he imagined. But for him, there were too many limitations. One night of action, and then the next day there were children? It wasn't that fast, was it? Of course not. And besides, he still had a long way to go before he was old enough to do the deed. Great power, but at what cost? His childhood, apparently. So, Thekwa was completely unsuitable for him right now. The final deity. Name, Cthulhu. Affiliations, Great Old One. Description, the living flame, one of the entities representing fire. Its form is a massive, ever-shifting form of living flames. Abilities, Cthulhu's fire creation, Cthulhu's flame spirits. Cthulhu's fire creation, can summon and control flame spirits. Anything that comes into contact with these spirits will ignite. The higher the rank, the more flame spirits can be summoned and controlled. Cthulhu's flame spirits can summon and control Cthulhu's flame spirits, which absorb energy from intelligent beings and ignite their bodies. Once the beings are completely consumed, their knowledge and memories are transferred to the summoner. The higher the rank, the more flame spirits can be summoned and controlled, absorb energy, ignite bodies, and transfer knowledge. It's like a lethal library card, Kagami murmured. Burning people for their memories. How interesting. Then he frowned, considering the ethical implications. That's dark, even for ninjas. Why should I care about my enemies? Yeah, why should I? Both powers had offensive and growth attributes, and the flame spirits of Cthulhu could even acquire the knowledge and memories of those they burned. Compared to the other three deities, at least Cthulhu's power was easier to hide. From an outsider's perspective, the effects caused by flame spirits just looked like simple combustion, similar to fire-style ninjutsu. He mimicked potential explanations. Oh, this? Just some advanced fire-style ninjutsu. Nothing to see here, move along. The other three deities' powers, once revealed to outsiders, would be hard to explain. So, in terms of usage limitations, this deity had the fewest, almost none. Although his current chakra nature was earth, it was perfectly reasonable for ninjas to acquire other elements through training. Especially in Hidden Leaf Village, fire was incredibly common. At this point, Kagami realized that the four deities unlocked this time each represented a specific elemental domain: the god of black water, Kthat, representing water; the destroying guy, Hyuga, representing earth; the wind walker, Thekwa, representing wind; the living flame, Cthulhu, representing fire. Water, earth, wind, fire. Each element powerful, each dangerous. But which one suits me best? Kagami weighed the pros and cons of each deity. After careful consideration, he made his decision. He sighed, knowing what was to come. This is going to hurt like hell. I need to choose. He activated his multi-chord vision. Colors flooded his sight, his body tensing as if trying to contain an explosion within. Through gritted teeth, he whispered, Cthulhu. The living flame. You're the one. As the words left his lips, every cell in his body screamed as if ignited from within. His skin reddened, steam rising from his body like a kettle about to explode. Is this death? The world faded to black. In the darkness, Kagami found himself in a vast dreamscape. A colossal web stretched into infinity, and at its center sat a Glagneka. The spider's voice echoed in his mind. Well done, little one. You've taken your first true step into our world. Kagami struggled to form words. What? What do you mean? But remember, Glagneka continued, what you wield is but a fraction of Cthulhu's true power. An imitation that may draw his eye. Or the gaze of others. Others? He asked. What do you mean? Who else is out there? The spider's eyes gleamed. We've stayed here too long. He approaches. Remember, young one, power always comes at a price. Before Kagami could respond, he felt himself being torn apart, ripped from the dreamscape. He jerked awake, muscles screaming. It felt like he'd trained non-stop for days. His hands frantically searched his body for injuries that weren't there. In the corner of his sanctuary, Spidey crouched over a twitching cave cricket, mandibles working furiously. Was it real? Real or not, it doesn't matter. I'm still too weak to change anything. But not for long. He shook his head and closed his eyes, wanting to test the new power. Focus. Imagine the heat, the light, the life of flame. The spirits were fire-based entities, sentient flames. Essentially, they were just masses of fire. If controlled well, they could be used like a fire-style jutsu from ninja techniques. Additionally, the flame spirits of Cthulhu could absorb the knowledge and memories of those it burned, which was undoubtedly a useful ability for him. The only tricky part was that the number of flame spirits that could be controlled increased with rank. Deities that grew with the user weren't overly powerful at first. Still, its growth conditions were simpler than those of Thekwa's offspring of the wind, which required producing offspring to grow stronger. Who knew how long that would take? Kagami extended a hand, and a ball of flame appeared in the palm. The flame spirit, about the size of a human head, floated in his hand. It didn't explode, nor did it radiate heat, resembling a mass of intelligent red gas. It's not just fire. It's alive. He muttered. However, when brought near some wood chips on the ground, the edges of the wood immediately turned black from the high temperature. It seemed that only Kagami couldn't feel the heat of the flame spirit. He extended the right hand again, summoning another ball of flame. Another spirit appeared. He attempted to summon more, but found himself unable to. Only 3? There has to be a way to increase that. He could throw the flame spirit like a throwable object or, by sheer will, direct it to fly to its target. If thrown by hand, its speed increased significantly. Moreover, even when thrown onto non-flammable stone, the stone ignited. This reminded him of the description of Cthulhu's fire creation. Anything that touched the flame spirit would be set on fire. The flames from the spirit were not regular fire but something beyond ordinary flames. The flame spirit was Cthulhu's overflowing energy with some self-awareness. Essentially, its fire was the same as Cthulhu's own. This wasn't the usual combustion requiring oxygen, but rather, it burned an unknown substance. This material, like most substances making up the Great Old Ones, was extraordinary. The extraordinary material that constituted them had a unique property: its structure could be damaged, but the material itself could not be destroyed. Thus, Cthulhu's flames, or the flame spirit, would never go out. They were unaffected by temperature, gas, or water. The only way to rid oneself of these flames was to remove the extraordinary material causing the combustion. Isn't this just like Amaterasu? Amaterasu? How do I know that? Amaterasu ignited anything the user saw with black flames that never went out until the object was completely burned. Likewise, the flame spirit's fire wouldn't extinguish unless the extraordinary material was removed. While similar in effect, Kageme's flame spirit had some limitations. The flames would burn indefinitely only when directly attached to something, much like Amaterasu. However, fires started by the heat from the flame spirit were just normal flames. For example, if he attached a flame spirit to a rock, the rock would burn indefinitely. But the wood ignited by the rock's heat would burn with regular fire, which could be extinguished with water. If he recalled the flame spirit from the rock's fire would cease as well. Moreover, the number of spirits Kagami could control was limited. There was no infinite control. In his consciousness, a hive-like sphere existed with 2 normal flame spirits and 1 blue flame flickering with crimson lightning. These must have represented the flame spirits Kagami could currently control, 2 regular flame spirits and 1 Cthulhu's flame spirit. A maximum of 3 Amaterasu-like eternal flames at once. Furthermore, while Amaterasu could ignite anything the user saw, the flame spirit had to touch an object to ignite it. If Kagami's aim was as poor as with a great fireball jutsu, constantly missing human-sized targets, this ability would be a disaster. Thankfully, flame spirits were sentient gas entities and could track targets like will-o'-the-wisps. Although not extremely fast, they could turn corners and avoid obstacles. With this power, he felt confident in challenging Orochimaru's white snake. Standing before the entrance to Orochimaru's lab, he took a deep breath. "You can do this. You have the power of another Great Old One now, right?" As he opened the large iron door, he only saw darkness, but he could smell the stench of snakes filling the room. Holding a flame spirit in the left hand, its light illuminated the room, revealing 2 large liquid tanks at the center. Through the murky green liquid, Kagami saw a giant snakehead. Sensing the presence, the white snake slithered from behind the tanks, flicking its tongue as it crawled toward him. It was just as disgusting as imagined. A mass of smaller white snakes made up its body, the snake heads wriggling like maggots crawling over its surface. "It's even worse than I remembered." Remembered? Disgusted by the sight, he immediately sent a flame spirit flying toward the snake's head. But the flame spirit moved too slowly, slower than a ninja's thrown weapon, and the white snake dodged easily. Kagami had no choice but to summon another flame spirit and throw it by hand toward the snake's body. Even though this method was faster, it was still a bit slower than a thrown weapon. The white snake created a hollow gap in its body, causing the flame spirit to miss once again. As Kagami ran out of weapons, the white snake slowly advanced. "No. I can't lose here. Not after everything." Although the flame spirits had some intelligence, they seemed no match for the white snake's cunning. However, as the white snake slithered forward, the mist flame spirits circled back, striking the snake's head, which resembled Orochimaru's face. Chapter 88, The Change. The lonely snake. 2 fire spirits struck the white snake's head, and it immediately began to thrash, trying to shake off the fireballs. "Come on, burn." Kagami's eyes narrowed as he watched the snake's desperate movements. However, the flame spirits burned with extraordinary energy, and unless he retracted them, ordinary methods couldn't extinguish their flames. Seeing that the flame spirits couldn't be shaken off and the intense heat was unbearable, the white snake quickly dispersed into a multitude of small white snakes, writhing on the ground in an attempt to escape the fire. "It's smarter than I thought." He watched the snake's tactical dispersion. By contrast, the intelligence of the flame spirits wasn't very high. He could only control the flame spirits when they were within sight. Earlier, when the flame spirits flew behind the snake's large body, Kagami lost control of them. "Come on, find your way back. Show me you're worth something." His eyes darted around, searching for any sign of his wayward flame spirits. The spirits could track Kagami's intended target. Eventually, they returned and struck the white snake's head again. The only issue was that the flame spirit's autonomous movement was slower than when he controlled them mentally. Even an ordinary person with quick reflexes could dodge them, making them somewhat like slow-moving will-o'-the-wisps. Too slow, too dumb. There has to be a way to make them better. He analyzed the flame spirit's limitations. It seemed the hit rate of the flame spirits was a significant problem. But there was a solution: enhancing the intelligence of the flame spirits. These spirits were intelligent flames, and their intelligence wasn't fixed. It could be improved through special means. The hive-like sphere in Kagame's consciousness was actually a collective mind known as the hive mind. Each individual flame spirit was a part of this collective consciousness. Cthulhu's flame spirits allowed them to absorb the knowledge and memories of intelligent beings. This knowledge not only fed back into Kagame's brain but also enhanced the hive mind's collective intelligence. If I can feed it knowledge, make it smarter. This could be the key to real power. As knowledge accumulated, all the flame spirits would grow smarter, craftier, and faster in their movements. Meanwhile, the small white snakes on the ground, set ablaze, thrashed and rolled wildly, but the flame spirits continued to burn them, and the sound of sizzling flesh filled the air. The white snake quickly thought of another strategy. It abandoned its burning body and reformed, launching a counterattack on Kagami. The newly reformed white snake was noticeably smaller than before, but it was still ferocious. It lashed out furiously, tossing aside lab tables with ease. However, he had already taken shelter in a safe spot. Mirrors. I can control them without direct sight. The idea struck Kagami as he dodged a flying piece of equipment. Although the white snake could disperse and reassemble at will, it couldn't completely avoid being touched by the flame spirits. Once even a small part of it was touched, the white snake was forced to shed that part of its body to prevent the flames from spreading. One by one, the small burning snakes were cast off from the main body. Soon, the area around the white snake was littered with scorched, charred snake remains. Piece by piece, I'll reduce you to nothing. Grim satisfaction filled him as he watched the white snake diminish. Through this process of attrition, the once massive snake had shrunk to the size of an ordinary snake. The now miniature serpent glared angrily at Kagami, who was slowly approaching. In this diminished form, the snake was no longer much of a threat to him. The venomous fluids within the snake had evaporated due to the flames, and the antidotes he had prepared were no longer necessary. Now, only the last remnant of the snake remained. Kagami decided not to burn it with an ordinary flame spirit but instead used Cthulhu's flame spirit. In his left hand, a blue, skull-like flame appeared out of thin air. Crimson lightning flickered in the skull's eye sockets and mouth. The blue skull flame floated slowly towards the white snake's head and engulfed it entirely. Through the semi-transparent blue flame, Kagami could see the snake struggling violently inside. What was more astonishing was that the Cthulhu's flame didn't burn the snake from the outside, it started from within, with blue flames pouring from the snake's mouth. It's beautiful. Kagami watched, transfixed by the spectacle. As the white snake's body gradually turned to ash from the inside, his mind absorbed some alien knowledge. He was no longer himself, but the snake, trapped in a liquid-filled tank, looking out through the murky green fluid. I can't move. Why can't I move? I was completely immobilized, suspended in this viscous liquid. My body felt weird and foreign, like it belonged to someone else. A face appeared before me, distorted by the glass and liquid. Orochimaru. Ah, my little experiment. You're awake. His voice sent shivers through my body. I wanted to please him, to be worthy of his attention. Look at me, Orochimaru-sama. Time dragged on. Every so often, needles jabbed through my scales. The stuff they pumped in burned like fire. I tried to move and scream but my body wouldn't listen. I was always watching, always aware, but never able to escape. One day, Orochimaru drained the tank. As the fluid receded, I felt my body collapse onto the cold metal bottom. Before I could even attempt to move, hands grabbed me, rough and uncaring. Hold it down, he commanded. This next test requires precision. I felt the cold bite of a scalpel against my scales. No anesthetic, no mercy. Just the sharp pain as he methodically sliced me open. I could feel every cut, every tug as he exposed my insides to the air. Fascinating, he murmured, prodding at my organs. The cellular regeneration is progressing nicely. Let's see how it handles this. A new agony bloomed inside me as he inserted something foreign into my body. It burned, spreading through my veins like fire. It hurts. I tried to move again, to fight it somehow, but I couldn't. Now, Orochimaru crooned. Be a good little snake. This pain is necessary for your evolution. Evolution. That's what I wanted. To evolve, to grow stronger, to be worthy of Orochimaru-sama's praise. I endured the pain, hoping that one day, I would be perfect in his eyes. But that day never came. As weeks passed, I grew larger, stronger. My body could now split into smaller snakes and reform at will. Orochimaru-sama should be pleased. Yet, when he looked at me, I saw only disappointment in those golden eyes. Not good enough, he muttered. The transformation is incomplete. Another failure. No, please. I can be better. I'm not a failure. Just give me another chance. But Orochimaru turned away, his attention already shifting to new experiments. Seal the lab, he ordered his assistants. This project is terminated. I was left alone in the darkness. Abandoned. Forgotten. A discarded experiment deemed unworthy. Kagami fell to one knee, gasping for air as the memories faded. Every nerve in his body screamed with phantom pain. This can't be Cthulhu's true power. Feeling every moment of agony. No wonder it's only an imitation. Cthulhu itself wouldn't experience such pain, right? He looked at his hands, half expecting to see scales or scars. The memory of Orochimaru's cruel experiments was still fresh. Despite the horror of the experience, Kagami realized that the memories contained no truly valuable information. No secret jutsus, no hidden weaknesses to exploit. Just pain, loneliness, and a desperate desire for approval that was never fulfilled. Their greatest value was in enhancing the intelligence of the flame spirits. After absorbing the white snake's knowledge, Kagami noticed that the flame spirits seemed to move slightly faster. But the improvement was barely noticeable. It might have been a placebo effect. Just as Kagami let their guard down, a white streak darted towards the iron door from among the charred remains on the ground. It was a snake trying to escape. No. His thoughts were cut short as he scrambled to react. He attempted to command the flame spirits to ignite the fleeing snake, but before it could reach the door, Spidey, that had been weaving a web in the corner, suddenly turned and pounced on the snake. In that instant, Kagami almost thought he was mistaken, but the spider moved so fast that only a blur could be seen as its legs precisely pierced the snake's head. Spidey? The small snake's head was effortlessly impaled, and Spidey lifted the snake towards its mouth, as if tasting the skin, before tossing it aside and resuming its web weaving. It seemed Spidey had no interest in the snake. It didn't need material food, it fed on souls, and the snake had none. However, its size, speed, and strength had all clearly improved. Looks like I'm not the only one evolving. Evolving? This could be interesting. He watched Spidey return to its web. If it could grow larger, it could become a formidable force in future battles. Chapter 89, The Sage and the Imposter. As Jiraiya walked along a mountain path, he felt the air around him becoming increasingly humid and dull, so he looked up. There was not a trace of sunlight in the sky, only dark clouds. Another gloomy day. He then felt a drop on his cheek. Plop, plop. More and more rain fell from the sky, creating an uncomfortable earthy smell. Rain or shine, the trail doesn't go cold. Not until I find you. He didn't seek shelter from the rain by hiding in the nearby bushes. Instead, he adjusted the scroll and bag on his back and kept walking. The Great Toad Sage's Prophecy. It weighs heavier than this bag. He had been on Orochimaru's trail for over a year, ever since that snake defected from Hidden Leaf Village. His gut told him he was getting close. Apart from a short return to the village to inform the third Hokage of the prophecy, he had spent all his time searching for Orochimaru. However, information about him was scarce. The last time he received any news about him was a long time ago, when rumors surfaced that a man with a snake-like face was buying a large amount of experimental equipments at an underground black market in the north. A snake-faced man buying lab equipment. It has to be him. But where? Jiraiya had spent in the northern lands for months, searching in vain for any sign of Orochimaru. Yet, he hadn't given up. He continued his search through the northern nations, secretly investigating Orochimaru's whereabouts. A distant clatter caught his ear, hooves and wheels. He stepped off the road as a carriage came closer. Company. Out here in this weather? The carriage rushed past him but then stopped a few meters ahead. Whoa. The coachman stuck his head out and called back to him, "You're soaked, aren't you? Hop on." "Thanks, old man," Jiraiya gratefully replied as he climbed aboard. "Didn't expect kindness on a day like this." "Haha, no need to thank me," the older coachman chuckled heartily, then asked, "Where are you headed?" "Just a town up ahead, I think it's called Lotus Hollow," Jiraiya responded calmly. "What?" The coachman turned around in surprise upon hearing Jiraiya's reply. "Are you serious? That town is, what's that place like?" Jiraiya asked, curious by the coachman's odd reaction. "Haven't you been there before? Are you going to help out?" The coachman questioned him. "I'm just a traveler. Heard about the pie, so I thought why not check it out," Jiraiya answered with a shrug. "Anything interesting going on there?" "There's a monster in that town now." Jiraiya raised an eyebrow at the response. "Oh? A monster? Could this be Orochimaru's doing? They say the people there even turned the town into a fortress to defend against the monster. So I suggest you don't go." "Sure, the pie might be good, but it's not worth risking your life for some food." "Sounds like quite the tale," Jiraiya said, his curiosity growing. "Tell me more, old man." At the outskirts of town, a man with strikingly exaggerated white hair stepped down from the carriage. The coachman, not waiting for his thanks, quickly drove off. Not even a goodbye? Before entering the town, Jiraiya spotted a bold poster on a roadside notice board. Large reward, recruiting warriors. The eye-catching headline was followed by smaller text explaining that a man-eating monster had appeared in the town. The daimyo was recruiting warriors from all over to help the soldiers and local residents build defenses and resist the monster. Anyone who could kill the monster would receive a generous reward. It's really tempting. Upon entering town, he saw that the streets were almost deserted. Faces appeared behind the windows of various shops, all watching him, the unfamiliar newcomer. Though their gazes were somewhat curious, their expressions were calm, as if they were accustomed to seeing outsiders like Jiraiya. It was as if they had already foreseen his fate. Strange. Ignoring the odd stares, Jiraiya walked into a small tavern. "Boss, I'd like a lotus pie and your best drink," he ordered. "I hear it's to die for." The tavern owner quickly brought Jiraiya his order, but just as he reached for his wallet to pay, the owner shook his head. "There's a rule here, all meals and lodging are free for warriors who come to help fight the monster." "Oh? Quite a deal," Jiraiya remarked. "Free food and lodging? Now that's hospitality. What's the catch?" He wasn't short on money, but he hadn't expected the townspeople to be so generous, spending money to hire outsiders while providing free food and board. "It's not such a good deal," the tavern owner said, shaking his head. "You'll understand when you report for duty. Come on now, don't be hasty. Just tell me about the monster first," Jiraiya said calmly. "So, what's got everyone so scared? This monster business I've been hearing about? You really don't know? Where have you been, under a rock?" Jiraiya gave a half smile. "I've been out of touch. Fill me in, will you?" Under his questioning, the tavern owner slowly began recounting the events. The monster didn't start appearing all that long ago, maybe just over 3 months. At first, people began disappearing from the town. It started with 1 or 2 people, so there wasn't much of an uproar. The town conducted several searches, but no traces of an attack or struggle were found. People assumed those missing had simply left the town. But then, more people started disappearing. At its worst, 7 people vanished in a single night. These people disappeared without warning, sometimes just stepping out to run an errand and never returning. There was never any sign of an attack, they simply vanished. Most of the disappearances happened at night, but some occurred during the day as well. Eventually, we noticed a pattern. Most of the missing people were last seen near the Lotus Manor. "The Lotus Manor?" Jiraiya inquired. "The home of the man who invented the lotus pie," the tavern owner pointed to the pie on the bar. "Now there are rumors that the old man made a deal with the devil to get the recipe. And now, demons from hell have come to collect their due. They say anyone who eats the pie will be dragged to hell by these demons, every last one of them. Disappearances without a trace. Definitely not your average monster." The tavern owner's tale didn't scare Jiraiya. Despite the dramatic story, he calmly swallowed the last bite of the lotus pie. Orange-flavored. Delicious. "Thanks for the meal." Jiraiya then stood up and walked toward the door. The tavern owner, realizing what had happened, hurriedly shouted, "You haven't paid yet. Are you insane? Didn't you hear a word I said? Just pay and leave the town." Jiraiya turned and smiled. "I heard you. But a shinobi's life is full of risks. What's one more? I'll be staying here for a few more days. Keep the drinks coming, old man. We might be in for an interesting few days. Just be careful out there, stranger. This town has a way of swallowing people whole." After leaving the tavern, the light rain outside had nearly stopped, though the sky remained overcast. Jiraiya glanced toward the center of the town along the main street, and immediately spotted the Lotus Manor. It was a large and luxurious mansion, somewhat resembling a high-end estate. However, under the gloomy clouds, it exuded an eerie atmosphere. "Now that's a place with secrets. Bet my month's sake money on it." He walked in the direction of the mansion, but long before reaching it, he was blocked by a tall wooden fence. No entry ahead. 2 soldier-like figures rushed out from a nearby shop, spears in hand, and drove him back. Jiraiya quickly retreated, showing he had no intention of forcing his way in. "Whoa there, easy with those spears, I'm here for work." The 2 soldiers looked him up and down, noticing his unusual attire, and asked, "Are you a shinobi?" Jiraiya smiled faintly, pleased that someone recognized him. Finally, someone with a knife or quality. "I am none other than the one who, follow me." Before he could introduce himself, the 2 soldiers turned and walked away, leaving him a bit disappointed. Can't a legendary sage get a proper introduction these days? Led by the soldiers, he was brought to a room in a nearby shop. Inside sat a person who seemed to be of some importance. "This is Captain Wataru. You can discuss anything with him." Wataru, who had thick eyebrows and large eyes, looked Jiraiya over just like the soldiers had, his gaze eventually stopping on Jiraiya's forehead protector. "Your forehead protector?" Jiraiya smiled, thinking his string of titles was about to be recognized, ready to indulge his vanity. Oh, you're from the Oil Ninja Village? I don't remember there being such a ninja village. Should be new then. Oil Village? Do I look like I fry tempura for a living? Well, it doesn't matter where I'm from. I'm just here to help, Jiraiya replied, forcing a smile. Although he enjoyed boasting about himself, there were times when it wasn't necessary. Oh, right. Wataru nodded and began explaining the details of the monster situation in the town. It was similar to what the tavern owner had mentioned earlier. Living people were vanishing without a trace, as if they had completely disappeared from the world. But when Jiraiya asked what the monster looked like, the captain replied that no one had ever seen it. Because anyone who did see it had vanished from the world completely. In that case, it might not be a monster at all. Could it be that someone is kidnapping these people? Jiraiya speculated, thinking of someone he knew who enjoyed making people disappear, only to have them reappear on his operating table. Impossible. Wataru immediately shook his head, rejecting the idea. He then pulled out a spear from the side, its head wrapped in cloth. Unwrapping the cloth, he revealed the spearhead, stained with dried green blood. This is a weapon used by the last monster hunting team. Although the team members vanished, one of their weapons was left behind, which we recovered. This is definitely the monster's blood. Jiraiya leaned in to sniff the green blood, detecting a pungent, spicy, and slightly foul odor. Could it be one of Orochimaru's experiments? It didn't smell like any ordinary creature's blood. After putting the spear away, Jiraiya asked, since the monsters here are so troublesome, why not hire some ninjas? Our country is a small nation known for its cuisine. If we commission one ninja village, we'll inevitably offend another, so we can only recruit people through bounties, Wataru explained. Jiraiya understood what he meant. This was a remnant issue from the wars in the ninja world. Small countries like the Land of Spice, caught between larger nations, often faced a difficult choice when it came to hiring ninja villages. Particularly since two major ninja villages bordered the Land of Spice, Hidden Stone's village of the Land of Earth and Hidden Leaf village of the Land of Fire. It couldn't afford to favor one over the other, as doing so would declare a political stance, risking conflict with the other village. If these two nations went to war over interests, the small Land of Spice could very well become a battlefield. Such was the tragedy of small nations, and the tragedy of war. To avoid offending either ninja village, the Land of Spice chose to recruit outsiders through bounties, so no one would be offended. But there is no need to worry. This monster will be dealt with soon, as a strong shinobi has arrived in town. Wataru's somber expression lifted, and he began to smile. One of the legendary Sannin, Lord Jiraiya, is currently here. Wait, what? Last I checked, I was the only me in town. Captain Wataru quickly stood up, walking to the door to greet someone. This man was slightly shorter and slimmer than Jiraiya, with short white hair and two very short red markings near the corners of his eyes. He wore gray armor and had a crooked Hidden Leaf village forehead protector on his head. This is none other than Lord Jiraiya, Wataru said, pushing the man forward. Is this some kind of joke? That's supposed to be me? You're Lord Jiraiya? Jiraiya asked, stunned as he stared at the man before him. Of course, it's me, the impostor replied confidently, arms crossed, eyes closed in a proud stance that bore a slight resemblance to the real Jiraiya, though his shoddy appearance was frankly laughable. The impostor was wearing gray armor, which Jiraiya had worn during the Second Ninja World War but hadn't donned in a long time. The red markings near his eyes were in the wrong place, and they hadn't grown longer with age, like Jiraiya's had. As for the crooked Hidden Leaf village forehead protector, it was obviously homemade. Jiraiya hadn't worn one since he began his travels. To someone unfamiliar with Jiraiya, this fake might have passed as convincing. But to the real Jiraiya, it was a poor imitation. At that moment, the fake Jiraiya opened his eyes and, upon seeing the real Jiraiya, was stunned. Well, this just got interesting. Time to play along and see where this leads. Wataru also noticed the resemblance between the two men and was visibly surprised. You too. This is getting interesting. Jiraiya smiled slightly, scratching the back of his head in embarrassment. Haha, I'm a big fan of Lord Jiraiya. I even copied his outfit. I never thought I'd actually meet him in person today. Let's see how far this imposter will take it. The imposter quickly caught on, replying, Oh? So you're my little fanboy. Do you want an autograph? Jiraiya's eyebrows twitched. This imposter had some nerve. An autograph from the great Jiraiya. I'd be honored. Jiraiya replied. Meanwhile, Captain Wataru looked completely baffled. This little fanboy seemed to be a bit older, didn't he? Chapter 90, The Sage and the Mansion. Then, tomorrow's mission to exterminate the monster will rely entirely on Lord Jiraiya. As long as the man-eating monster is dealt with, our country will offer a generous reward. Captain Wataru's words caused the imposter to look uncomfortable, rubbing his hands nervously. Of course, that's no problem. But, am I going in alone? Wataru naturally nodded. Naturally. We ordinary folks would only be a burden. As for your fan here, it's up to you, Lord Jiraiya. This imposter is shaking like a leaf. What kind of game is he playing? Jiraiya observed, his face betraying nothing. Haha. Upon hearing this, the imposter hurriedly patted the taller Jiraiya on the shoulder and said, since he's my little fanboy, he'll come along. I'll let him witness how cool I look in battle. Little fanboy. I'm at least a head taller than you, Lord Jiraiya. Jiraiya fought to keep a straight face. Don't worry, I'll protect you. And if you do well, I might even share some of the reward with you. Sharing a reward he hasn't earned yet. How generous. Jiraiya looked at the guy beside him, feeling speechless. This imposter clearly didn't have the guts to go in alone, yet he was dragging someone else along. However, Jiraiya was somewhat interested in this so-called monster and was curious about the real abilities of this fake Jiraiya. Naturally, he agreed readily. The next day, both Jiraiya stood in front of a tall wooden fence. The crude construction loomed over them, ominous warnings painted on its surface. The soldiers opened the entrance. One Jiraiya stood at the gate, ready to walk in, while the other hesitated, too scared to move forward. Come on, Lord Jiraiya, Jiraiya called back. Surely you're not afraid? Oh, of course not. The imposter stuttered, trying to sound confident. I'm just preparing myself mentally. He then nervously followed him through the gate. Preparing to run away, more like, Jiraiya stepped through the gate. Wataru stood nearby, watching the two of them with a look of doubt. Who's the real fanboy here? Bang. The gate slammed shut behind them, startling the imposter. However, Jiraiya remained calm, carefully observing the surroundings. Time to see what this monster is really about. The area enclosed by the wooden fence was actually quite large, not just the manor. It included a wide range of ordinary homes. The windows and doors of these houses were boarded up, making them look like fortresses built to defend against external threats. This seemed to be the residents' attempt to fend off the monster's attacks. But it wasn't working. Wataru mentioned that people sometimes disappeared from inside these houses, yet the wooden boards remained untouched. According to him, the monster's range was initially limited to the Lotus Manor but was gradually expanding. Because of this, the soldiers had expanded the wooden fence several times. If this continued, the entire town would eventually become a ghost town. Although Jiraiya had traveled far and wide, he had never encountered a monster capable of such feats. Even the great Toad Sage, who had trained for thousands of years and mastered sage powers, couldn't make people vanish from a sealed space without a trace. He suspected that a ninja might be behind this, creating the illusion of a monster. As for how people could be taken without breaking the wooden barriers, it could be due to some special technique. However, the blood on the spearhead was puzzling. It didn't look like human blood. Wait for me. Wait for me. Jiraiya continued walking ahead, while the imposter kept nervously glancing around, falling further behind without realizing it. He shook his head in resignation. He hadn't exposed the imposter yesterday, hoping to teach him a lesson and scare him a bit. Not just anyone could impersonate one of the legendary Sannin, the Toad Sage of Mount Myabaku. Still, he felt a small sense of pride. The fact that someone wanted to impersonate him showed that his reputation was strong. But seeing how timid this guy was, Jiraiya thought it might have been better not to bring him along. So, Lord Jiraiya, he called back, unable to resist prodding the imposter, what's your plan for dealing with this monster? The imposter puffed out his chest, trying to sound confident. Oh, I'll use my special monster catching technique. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Sounds interesting. Care to elaborate? Well, it's very technical, the imposter fumbled. You wouldn't understand. This guy doesn't even know the basics. Jiraiya shook his head. Hurry up, Lord Jiraiya. If you're any slower, we'll miss lunch. Oh, right. We should definitely finish this before lunch. Hearing this bit of flattery, the imposter puffed up his chest and walked more confidently. The atmosphere was eerily quiet as they walked, the silence broken only by the occasional sound of wind. Jiraiya led the imposter to the front of the Lotus Manor. The manor was the site of the first disappearance, and the monster was said to be hiding inside. Dozens of soldiers had entered to eliminate the monster, but none had come out. The only thing retrieved from the battle was a spear found near the fence. It was believed that a soldier had escaped to the gate before being caught by the monster. Jiraiya and the imposter stepped into the manor's garden through a partially open iron gate. The garden was overgrown, but the thick foliage couldn't hide the faint smell of blood in the air. His sharp nose picked up the scent, though the imposter behind him didn't notice. After wandering through the maze-like garden, he crouched down and parted some leaves. A patch of bloodstains immediately came into view. The dark red blood had long since dried. Whoever had lost this much blood couldn't have survived. Ah! Be blood. It's really here. The imposter cried out in fear upon seeing the bloodstains on the leaves. Keep it down, Jiraiya motioned for silence, his expression turning serious. We don't want to alert anything that might be lurking around. Jiraiya, however, was confused. The blood indicated that the monster had a physical means of attacking people, not simply making them vanish into thin air as the rumors suggested. But Jiraiya couldn't understand why there was no sign of a body or any blood trail. Even though it had rained the previous day, the dried blood should have remained visible, unaffected by the rain. From the dried state of the blood on the leaves, it hadn't rained in Lotus Hollow before the blood had fully dried. If the monster had dragged away the bodies, there should have been some trace unless someone had deliberately cleaned up afterward. But the ground was spotless, except for a small patch of blood hidden beneath the overgrown bushes. It almost felt as if the bodies had vanished into thin air. Where are the bodies? Maybe it ate them whole. The imposter whispered. Left no traces. Jiraiya shook his head. That doesn't explain the blood. Think, Lord Jiraiya. What do you make of this? The imposter's face paled. Shouldn't we head back and report this? We're here to solve this mystery and save lives, Jiraiya said firmly. There's no turning back now. Jiraiya searched further in the maze of bushes and discovered more splattered blood on other leaves, confirming that a massacre had taken place here. This isn't just a crime scene. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed as he examined the blood patterns. It's a massacre and maybe it's just animal blood? The imposter suggested weakly. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. From what animal? The invisible cow of doom? However, the strangest part was that the bodies, the evidence of the massacre, had all mysteriously disappeared. What puzzled Jiraiya most was why the blood remained on the leaves if someone wanted to cover up the crime. It seemed unlikely that a ninja would make such a careless mistake. A cover-up. But why leave the blood? Jiraiya pondered, his brow furrowed in concentration. We've seen enough, right? Time to report back? The imposter asked, his eyes darting nervously around the garden. And tell them what? That we found some leaves with a bad case of measles. Jiraiya retorted, shaking his head. After passing through the maze of bushes, Jiraiya and his imposter counterpart arrived at the front gate of the Lotus Mansion. The once elegant mansion had been abandoned for 3 months, with vines creeping up the railings. The steps, now covered in vines, led to the front entrance of the mansion. Nature's reclaiming what man abandoned. However, the grand mahogany doors were boarded up, just like the houses outside the mansion. It seemed the residents had believed that the monsters came from outside, and had attempted to prevent their entry this way. He examined the tightly nailed boards, his eyes narrowing. They weren't keeping something out. They were locking something in. I've seen scarier places in my travels, the imposter boasted, trying to mask his fear. Jiraiya glanced at him dryly. I'm sure you have, Lord Jiraiya. According to a maid who escaped the mansion, the Lotus Mansion was the first place where people started disappearing without reason. At first, it was just 1 or 2 servants. The butler and others assumed they had either left due to dissatisfaction with their work or had eloped, so they paid little attention. But as more servants vanished and occasional bloodstains were found in the corridors and stairways, the butler and the others realized something terrible was happening. Under the direction of the mansion's owner, all the doors and windows were sealed shut with boards, leaving only one side door for normal entry and exit. Remarkably, the inventor of the famous lotus pastry was still alive at the age of 106. Even after blocking all the doors and windows, people continued to vanish inside the mansion. One morning, the maid awoke to find herself the only person left in the mansion. Over a dozen people, including the butler, gardener, chef, and guards, had disappeared overnight. After that, residents living near the mansion in town began to experience similar sudden disappearances. Being a prominent figure in the land of spice, had his reputation to protect. So, Captain Wataru chose not to publicize these incidents to avoid tarnishing his image. In reality, the mansion was where the monsters first appeared. Jiraiya rubbed the wooden boards covering the main door, noting how tightly they were nailed, almost airtight. It didn't seem like they were trying to keep something out, rather, it was as if they were trying to keep something inside the mansion from escaping. Leaving the front door, Jiraiya and the imposter headed to the side of the mansion and opened the only door not nailed shut. Stay alert, he warned. We don't know what's waiting for us inside. Inside, the air was thick with the musty smell of decaying wooden furniture from lack of ventilation. The imposter covered his nose and complained, Ugh, what died in here? Besides everything, I mean. Jiraiya, being a seasoned ninja, didn't mind the unpleasant smell. But among the moldy odor, he caught the faint scent of blood. It was subtle, but as a ninja familiar with such things, he detected it easily. There's death here, old and new. The mansion's boarded windows allowed no daylight to enter, making it dark even during the day. Fortunately, there were 2 oil lamps on a nearby cabinet. Jiraiya and his imposter lit them and proceeded with 1 lamp each. They searched through the kitchen, laundry room, servant quarters, storeroom, and miscellaneous rooms. Everything was just as it had been before the mansion's inhabitants disappeared. The food in the kitchen had long since rotted, indicating no one had touched it since the disappearances. Everything's untouched. It's like they all just vanished. Jiraiya's eyes scanned each room carefully. When they reached the grand central hall of the mansion, even in the darkness, the hall's former grandeur and spaciousness were evident. Even the dust feels wrong here. This was the mansion's heart, where Jiraiya expected to find clues if anything unusual had happened here. Yet after circling the hall several times, he found nothing out of place, not even bloodstains. However, what struck him as odd was the overpowering scent of blood in this hall, even though there was no visible blood anywhere. The smell's strongest here, but there's not a drop in sight. What kind of jutsu could mask blood so completely? Meanwhile, the imposter had been unusually silent for some time, feeling the strange atmosphere of the mansion. Every time he tried to speak, a weird tightness gripped his throat, as if someone were choking him. He rubbed his throat and saw Jiraiya climbing the stairs to the 2nd floor. Hey, wait. Cough. Wait for me. Time to head upstairs, Jiraiya called back. Unless you'd prefer to wait down here. Alone. And no. The imposter replied hastily. I mean, we should stick together. For your safety. The most prominent room on the 2nd floor was a library, its door decorated with elaborate carvings. Jiraiya opened the slightly ajar door and entered. Inside were rows of ancient bookshelves, filled with volumes of books. If there are answers, they'll be here. Not interested in the book's contents, Jiraiya advanced further into the library, holding his lamp. The imposter, too nervous to venture deeper, stayed near the entrance, casually flipping through the books on a nearby shelf. Then, a golden envelope fell out from one of the books. He picked up the envelope, tore off the wax seal, and pulled out the letter inside. The recipe for the perfect lotus pastry. The ingredients: flour, eggs, milk, cornstarch, and peanut butter. The ratio: 8:2:4:2:1. Instructions followed. The letter ended with, "This is the perfect recipe for lotus pastries. Please share this with the residents of Lotus Hollow after my death." He realized that Ra had cleverly withheld the perfect recipe all this time, ensuring that only his pastries remained the best, despite sharing a lesser version of the recipe. Now that he had discovered the real recipe, the imposter felt elated. Folding the paper carefully, he slipped it into his pocket, excited about the possibilities of starting his own pastry business once they left the mansion. This could be my ticket out. Trying to calm his excitement, he straightened his face, cleared his throat, and hurried to rejoin Jiraiya, who had ventured deeper into the library. Meanwhile, Jiraiya stood before a door. It was a secret door hidden behind a bookshelf, but he had easily uncovered it. However, the door had a combination lock, leaving him momentarily stumped. He could force the door open, but it was made of iron, and breaking it would make too much noise, alerting the entire mansion and possibly the monsters lurking within. Before he could act, the imposter ran over and, after glancing at the combination lock, rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I think I know what the password is. Chapter 91, The Sage and the Monster You Know? Jiraiya asked, looking back at the imposter. The imposter, trying to hide his nervousness, recited, 8:2:4:2:1. How did you? Jiraiya's eyes narrowed with suspicion. Just a hunch, the imposter replied quickly. Why don't we try it? Too convenient. Jiraiya watched the imposter walk directly to the combination lock and input the numbers. As the 5 dials clicked into place, the sound of the lock mechanism activating could be heard from within. Click. The heavy iron door automatically cracked open. Seeing the secret chamber's door unlock, the imposter smugly rubbed his nose and raised his head in pride. This is the brilliance of a genius. In truth, he was only guessing, assuming that the recipe, being one of the original creator's masterpieces, was likely to be the code. Just as he was about to continue boasting, Jiraiya had already stepped into the secret chamber. He glanced back at the dark space behind him, feeling a sudden chill, and quickly followed Jiraiya inside. The chamber was small, no bigger than half a traditional Japanese room. In its center was a single chair, and the walls were covered with exquisite works of art. Though Jiraiya wasn't familiar with famous paintings, the imposter recognized many of the pieces immediately. That's a hokusai. It's the Great Waves. He exclaimed. And that's a work by Yashitomo Nara. Ahem, even a drawing by Eiichiro Oda. Although he nervously shook his head to ease the tension creeping up his neck, he couldn't contain his excitement as he named the famous artists whose works were on the walls. These paintings. They were all hidden here. You seem quite knowledgeable about these? Jiraiya asked. Of course. I used to be. The imposter started to brag but quickly caught himself and changed his tune. I'm just really into art. Jiraiya smiled slightly and continued to explore the walls, checking if there were any hidden items in the chamber. A secret room full of art. What's the connection to the disappearances? The imposter, while tempted by the valuable artworks, couldn't act with Jiraiya around and settled for just admiring them. These could set me up for life. But with him watching. Leaning in closely to one of the paintings, he examined it carefully. It was an oil painting in a realistic style, showing a countryside path covered in fallen leaves, winding toward a distant village cottage. The perspective of the painting was remarkable, making the path look as though it stretched endlessly into the distance. His eyes were drawn deeper into the painting's peaceful scene. He imagined himself walking along the leaf-covered path, feeling as though he had entered the space of the painting itself, strolling down the rural road. As he walked further along the path, he noticed a warm light from the windows of the distant cottage, with smoke gently rising from the chimney. He couldn't help but tear up. His real name was Momoi, and he had once been a petty thief. After hearing of Jiraiya's fame, he began impersonating the legendary Sannin to scam people. Though he now wandered from place to place, he once had a home too. While the house in the painting wasn't identical to his childhood home, it evoked a similar feeling. No matter how beaten he'd been from fighting with the local kids, he could always come home to a warm meal. At this moment, Momoi felt like he was back in his childhood, standing outside his house, where his family would soon open the door and welcome him inside. Home. I'd almost forgotten what that felt like. Suddenly, the door of the cottage in the painting moved. Momoi's happy expression froze. He wasn't hallucinating, so how could something in a painting move? But it was true, the door in the oil painting was slowly being opened from the inside. Then, it swung open entirely, revealing the shadow of a figure standing at the threshold, illuminated by the soft light. But this was no human figure. It was a massive, grotesque shape with disturbingly long limbs, resembling a gibbon. Even though its twisted arms hung limply at its sides, its fingers nearly touched the ground. Or rather, Momoi couldn't tell if they were fingers or scythe-like claws. The figure moved like it was drunk. Its head wobbled back and forth. Even though it was merely a painting, the scene looked so lifelike that Momoi half expected the creature to claw its way out of the canvas with its scythe-like fingers. Ah! He screamed. Jiraiya, hearing the noise, turned quickly. What's wrong? The painting. The painting. Momoi trembled, pointing at the countryside oil painting. The painting moved. There was someone inside. He opened the door. He's coming toward us. At that moment, he couldn't find words to describe the unimaginable horror he had witnessed and could only use someone to refer to the figure. Jiraiya rushed over to inspect the painting. Upon closer look, however, he found nothing unusual. It was just a regular oil painting, nothing seemed to be moving. In fact, the painting was purely a scenic piece, there wasn't a single humanoid figure in it. Visual illusions can trick the mind, so he touched the surface of the painting. The familiar texture of oil paint confirmed that it was just a normal painting. Momoi's cries had also stopped, but he continued to stare at the painting, trying to see beyond it. Even though Jiraiya saw nothing wrong, he didn't immediately dismiss what Momoi had experienced. Let's go. There's nothing here, he said calmly. Momoi nodded slowly, his eyes still fixed on the painting, which had returned to its original state. Nothing moved within it now. The grotesque figure had vanished in an instant, and the cottage door was closed again, as though nothing had ever happened. Was it all in my head? As they left the chamber, he followed Jiraiya up to the second floor of the mansion. He raised the oil lamp in his hand, hoping its light would ease the fear from the encounter. Something's off. The air feels wrong. Jiraiya subtly scanned their surroundings. Passing a mirror in the center of the staircase, Momoi tried to fix his hair, which had been tousled by his panic. Get it together. It was just your imagination. The mirror revealed a sight that would haunt him forever. Clinging to his neck was the same grotesque figure from the painting, its twisted body wrapped around him like a monstrous parasite. Momoi's body froze, unable to move or scream. You are only dreaming. It will go away. This can't be real. This is not real. From above, Jiraiya's voice called out, oblivious to Momoi's terror. Coming, Lord Jiraiya. We've got a monster to catch. In the mirror, the monster's beast-like clawed upper limb wrapped around Momoi's neck, its hunched body hanging in midair before him. It appeared as though Momoi was wearing a giant, human-shaped necklace. For a brief moment, he felt his neck grow unbearably heavy, as if a large weight had been hung around it. The monster then turned to look at him. One hand still clung to his neck, while the other reached toward the real-world Momoi. The 5 scythe-like nails slowly spread apart. As the longest nail extended, its sharp tip pierced through the mirror, becoming an object in the real world. At that moment, he finally reacted. Ah! Jiraiya immediately turned at the sound. He saw a wrinkled, shriveled gray arm, bent unnaturally, slowly extending from the mirror, almost touching Momoi's head. Not Ganjutsu. This is real, Jiraiya realized. Art of the Raging Lion's Mane. He quickly formed hand signs, and his white hair suddenly grew longer, wrapping itself around the gray arm as if it had a mind of its own. The living strands of hair coiled tightly around the grotesque limb, like a python constricting its prey. Get out of here, quickly! He shouted. Momoi scrambled away, his feet slipping on the floor in his haste to escape. He didn't look back. Jiraiya maintained his hand signs, confronting the gray arm. Such strength, he felt the creature's power through his hair. Though the arm looked frail, its power far exceeded his expectations. Still, this much wasn't enough to trouble him. He intensified his chakra, his hair glowing with a faint blue light as he channeled more into it. With a forceful toss of his head, a gray figure was yanked out of the mirror, crashing onto the floor of the first-floor hall. The impact echoed through the mansion as the figure hit the ground hard. Jiraiya immediately leaped onto the railing, jumping into the center of the first-floor hall. His eyes scanned the room, searching for his strange opponent. In the dim corner of the hall, the gray figure slowly stood up. It was a hunchbacked yet tall monster, its appearance resembling both a monkey and an insect. Its gray skin hung loosely on its body, folding and piling up in layers like melted wax. The head, filled with wrinkles, had hollowed sockets where its eyes should have been, indicating severe degeneration. Its face, now devoid of most facial features, retained only one, with no visible expression, just a mouth that could open to an astonishing degree. Inside that gaping mouth were 2 rows of hook-like teeth and a dark red tongue that extended outward. The gray monster swayed as it stood, moving like a drunkard, yet he could feel the cruel and malevolent aura radiating from its body. What kind of monster is this? This figure resembled the most terrifying nightmare, fitting every horrifying description imaginable. Though it had a humanoid form, Jiraiya sensed no trace of humanity or any other known life form. This was undoubtedly some being from the old time. The creature slowly advanced toward him, its heavy, deliberate steps akin to a stalker from the abyss. An ordinary person would have felt their blood run cold just hearing the sound of this hellish being's approach. He began analyzing the monster before him. This was the being responsible for the disappearances in the town. Moreover, the monster had emerged from the mirror earlier, suggesting it had some special ability. What kind of ability allows it to appear in mirrors? From the way it reached out from the mirror, its movements had no hesitation, as if it was truly one with the mirror. Ninjutsu that achieves similar effects does exist, such as the hidden mold jutsu, which allows a ninja to move freely through the ground. But a mirror's surface is different from solid earth. As for techniques that manipulate 2-dimensional forms, they aren't unheard of. Jiraiya himself could use the Toad Subjugation Shadow Manipulation Jutsu, allowing him to hide in the shadows of others and control them from within. Shadows exist as 2-dimensional entities. However, the technique couldn't match the speed of the monster's dimensional transitions, nor could it achieve the same level of smooth integration between 2- and 3-dimensional space. Earlier, the monster's body was half submerged in the mirror's 2-dimensional world, while the other half remained in the 3-dimensional realm where Jiraiya could physically grab it. This ability to switch between dimensions without any preparation and to selectively convert parts of its body surpassed Jiraiya's understanding. It was as if the monster wasn't simply transitioning between forms but was traveling between 2 worlds, with only the thin surface of the mirror acting as a membrane separating them. This went far beyond ordinary stealth abilities. Regardless, Jiraiya had to deal with the monster now advancing toward him. Keep your distance. Test its defenses and abilities. He quickly formed hand signs, his fingers moving with practiced precision. Fire style, flame bullet. A medium-sized fireball shot toward the gray monster, its orange glow illuminating the dark hall. The flames roared as they struck their target, engulfing the creature in a fiery explosion. Though it was a direct hit, Jiraiya remained vigilant, his eyes fixed on the smoke from the explosion. Where are you? Within the smoke, a figure resembling a standing gibbon suddenly darted forward. Its speed was completely at odds with the stumbling, drunken gait it had displayed earlier. Fast. Too fast. He quickly reacted, forming more hand signs. Ninja art, needle jizo. His hair grew long again, wrapping around him like a blanket, its surface bristling with sharp needles. The monster lunged at Jiraiya just as the hair enveloped him, its scythe-like claws striking his needle-covered hair with incredible force. The sharp needles pierced parts of the monster's limbs and claws, sending foul-smelling green blood spraying through the air. The monster let out an ear-piercing screech. It yanked its pierced limbs free, leaving strips of its own flesh caught in Jiraiya's hair needles, then turned to flee. When Jiraiya unwrapped his hair and turned to look in the direction the monster had fled, the creature had already vanished from the hall. But in the dim light of a fallen lamp, Jiraiya noticed a strange mural on the wall. At the center of the mural was an eerie image, a mountain of corpses, drenched in rivers of blood. Chapter 92, The Sage and the Painting. Just now, when he came up from the lobby on the first floor, he hadn't noticed the mural on the wall. It was an abstract mural, showing a gray-green plain, with distorted smoke swirling across the long, narrow landscape. How did I miss this before? Jiraiya's brow furrowed as he studied the painting. Something's not right here. As he looked at the mural, he felt a strange sense of space, as though he were gazing into a real world through the painting on the wall. In this world, the closest thing to him was a mountain of corpses, with fresh blood still slowly trickling down. At the base of the corpse mountain lay human bones, some still with scraps of flesh, as though they had been devoured and discarded by some kind of monster. Above that were human bodies dressed as soldiers, their heads or bodies bearing large claw marks. Blood continued to flow from these wounds, still fresh and wet. He confirmed multiple times that he wasn't mistaken, the blood in the mural was indeed flowing. Not only that, but the colors of the gray-green plain also moved like fluid, and the swirling smoke morphed into various shapes. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed as he analyzed the mural. No Genjutsu I've ever seen could create this level of detail. What kind of technique is this? As Jiraiya concentrated on this mural, a hand suddenly extended from it. Before he could react, the unusually long arm grabbed him by the waist. "What the?" he exclaimed. His hands flew through a series of seals, attempting to break free, but his techniques seemed to have no effect on the limb. In the next instant, both Jiraiya and the arm vanished completely, leaving behind an eerie silence in the empty lobby. Meanwhile, Momoe, who had been hiding in the corner of the first-floor lobby, trembled as he curled up, too afraid to make any noise or peek outside. "Don't move. Don't breathe. Maybe it won't find me." Although Jiraiya had told him to run, the fight between Jiraiya and the monster had moved from the second floor down to the first, blocking the only escape route through the side door. Thus, he had no choice but to hide in an inconspicuous spot, waiting for the battle to end before making his escape. Ever since entering the mansion, he had felt a discomfort in his neck, as though something were gripping his throat. Yet after the terrifying events just now, his neck and throat strangely felt much better. A horrifying thought suddenly surfaced in Momoe's mind. Was that thing on me this whole time? His eyes widened in terror. No, no, no. It couldn't have been. Could it? Panicking, he immediately clutched his neck with both hands, as if to prevent it from being grabbed by some supernatural being again. But suddenly, the sounds in his ears faded into silence. After waiting for a minute, there was still nothing but dead quiet around him. At this point, Momoe, whose nerves were stretched thin, finally mustered the courage to lift his head and glance toward the first-floor lobby. "Fanboy," he whispered. "Are you there? Anyone?" To his shock, he found that not a single soul was there. The once lively first-floor lobby of the Lotus Manor had abruptly fallen into an eerie stillness, with only his own heavy breathing and pounding heartbeat filling the air. Did the ninja escape on his own? Did he abandon me here? The worst possible scenario crossed Momoe's mind. Where is he? Where is the monster? Why can't I see either of them? I have to get out of here now. Momoe's mind, already shattered by fear, could no longer process more complex thoughts. He stood up, intent on running across the lobby toward the other side. As long as he could cross the lobby and make it through the long corridor ahead, he'd reach the mansion's side door and see daylight again. Come on, legs. Don't fail me now, he tried to encourage himself. But after just 2 steps, the numbness and oxygen deprivation from crouching too long kicked in. His stiff legs felt like they didn't belong to him. It was like trying to walk on stilts, and he lost control. His foot missed a step, and Momoe fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. His chin slammed hard against the lobby floor, and it felt like he'd nearly lost 2 teeth from the impact. The intense pain briefly cleared his mind. With all his remaining strength, he pushed himself up from the floor and began scanning his surroundings. The spacious first-floor lobby was empty. There was no monster and no ninja. For the moment, it seemed he was safe. I'm going to make it. I'm actually going to survive. Ignoring the blood slowly trickling from his gums, Momoe quickly looked down at his legs. They felt utterly useless, so weak that he couldn't even stand for the moment. Damn it all. Why now? He groaned. Just a few more steps. Freedom is so close. Cursing in frustration, he stayed alert to his surroundings. Lying half-prone on the floor of the quiet lobby, his gaze unconsciously drifted toward the enormous mural on the wall. In an instant, Momoi's heartbeat surged to its limit, and his face twisted in exaggerated terror. The fear was so intense that it completely overwhelmed his rationality, and he screamed. Ah! At this moment, anyone would understand and sympathize with his scream. Because he saw something unimaginable in the mural. The gray-green plain, the mountain of human bones and corpses, all of it was there, just like the scene he had witnessed. But though the horrifying scene and strange corpse mountain were disturbing enough, they weren't the real shock. What truly broke Momoi's mind was the sight of a person standing next to the mountain of corpses. The figure had long white hair and wore a red cloak, tall and muscular. In fact, just moments ago, he had been standing less than a meter away from this very person. Yes, the man in the mural. It was my fan. This isn't real. This isn't happening. Wake up, Momoi. He desperately tried to deny the reality before him. It's a trick. It has to be. He cried out. Can you hear me? He crawled towards the mural, his useless legs dragging behind him. He reached out to touch the painting, his fingers meeting the cold, flat surface. He's gone, Momoi sobbed, his body shaking uncontrollably. He's really gone. And I'm next. Jiraiya suddenly found himself in a state of complete mental blankness, all thoughts wiped clean in an instant. Where am I? What happened? When he came to his senses, he realized he was standing in an unknown land. The ground beneath his feet was gray-green, and all the land, including the ground beneath him, was slowly flowing. In the distance, strange, eerie smoke rose and twisted into bizarre shapes in the gray-green landscape. He instantly recognized this scene. The mural. I'm inside the damn mural. To confirm his suspicions, he turned his head and saw the same mountain of corpses from the mural. The stench of decaying human bones and bodies assaulted his nose, filled with the heavy scent of blood. Though the smell was intense, Jiraiya didn't cover his nose. After all, the blood-soaked battlefields of the ninja world were no less gruesome than this. Stay focused. There's always a way out. Did that monster pull me into the mural? How is this possible? Could this be some kind of Genjutsu? Although that monster likely didn't know ninja techniques, if it could attack the senses and create hallucinations, it would still be considered an illusion. Just like the statue once possessed by Hidden Leaf Village. If that's the case, I should dispel the Genjutsu first. Jiraiya stretched out his hand, preparing to perform the chakra disruption technique to break the illusion, but as soon as he extended his hand, he noticed something shocking. His hand was as thin as a sheet of paper, no, even thinner. More accurately, his entire body had become a two-dimensional surface. What the? I'm flat as paper. Jiraiya exclaimed. Although he couldn't comprehend the situation, based on the visual information he was receiving, it seemed that his limbs and torso had been flattened to an extreme degree, losing any sense of three-dimensionality, as if he had become a mere flat figure in a two-dimensional world. Even when he tried to lift his hand, it could only remain parallel to his body, tightly pressed against him, overlapping with his form. He couldn't move his hand in front of or behind his body. Come on, fingers, work with me here. Up, down, anything. He muttered. This was a bizarre situation that defied any common understanding. Upon closer observation, he noticed that it wasn't just his hands overlapping with his body. Even the distant gray-green fluid plains ahead, which appeared far away, were actually fused with his body, as if the distant landscape was firmly attached to him. The strangely distorted mist seemed to be enveloping his body as well. It's like I'm part of the painting itself. Moreover, Jiraiya realized that the mechanics of his body's movement had also changed. When his brain signaled him to move forward, his body instead leaned against the right side of the mountain of corpses. And when he wanted to move backward, his body would move away from the mountain. He could no longer move forward or backward. His body could no longer perform any movements along the forward-backward axis. Every action was confined to a plane parallel to his body. Whenever his brain issued commands for forward or backward movement, his body automatically translated them into left or right movement, as if it were being controlled by someone else. Forward is right, backward is left? Who designed this? Jiraiya's frustration grew with each attempt at movement. Could this be a Genjutsu like the Kurama clan? The inability to perform normal movements, combined with the sight of an unrealistic world overlapping with his body, seemed to suggest a Genjutsu capable of manipulating all five senses. If it was a Genjutsu, naturally, it needed to be dispelled. Just as he had done before, Jiraiya stretched out his hand to form the hand sign to break the illusion, but he quickly realized it wouldn't be that simple. His hand couldn't move forward or backward, so no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't form the correct seal to break the Genjutsu. Can't even make a simple hand sign. Some legendary Sanin I am. Seeing no other option, he flattened his hand parallel to his chest and formed a one-handed seal. Here goes nothing, he said, concentrating all his focus on the task. After a chaotic surge of chakra within his body, he slowly opened his eyes again. However, what greeted him was not the real world he had been in moments ago, but the same endless gray-green plane that was fused with his body. What was going on? It's not a Genjutsu. Although he wasn't particularly skilled in Genjutsu, he was proficient enough at dispelling them. Yet, the illusion before him remained intact. This left two possibilities. One possibility was that this was a high-level Genjutsu beyond the scope of ordinary techniques, much like the one cast by the Cthulhu statue, something that couldn't be dispelled by standard methods. The other possibility was that everything in front of him wasn't an illusion at all, but that he had indeed entered some kind of real world. However, this was not a world that could be understood by normal humans, nor had anyone ever reached it before. In this world, the rules of the three-dimensional realm no longer applied, and even viewing it through the lens of two-dimensional logic seemed unreasonable. What could be confirmed, however, was that this was a lower-dimensional world, below the three-dimensional realm. Chaos, disorder, incomprehension, and the unspeakable were the keywords that defined this world. Alright, let's assume this is real. Jiraiya said grimly, shifting from disbelief to acceptance. How had he been brought into this world? Jiraiya quickly recalled that just moments ago, while he was observing a mural, he had let his guard down and failed to avoid a monster's ambush, leading to him being dragged into this place. Rookie mistake, letting your guard down like that. Considering the direction he had been pulled and the current scenery, this place must be the world within the painting. Inside a painting? He muttered. However, there was no time for hesitation now. From the distant gray-green fluid plains, Jiraiya saw a monster's head begin to emerge. First, there was one, then two, then three. Eventually, hundreds and thousands of monsters began to walk out of the gray-green plain. Their figures flickered and wavered within the mysterious mist, but one thing was clear, they were getting closer to him. One of these things was bad enough, but this is an army from hell itself, he said as he assessed the threat. Although his body was on the same plane as this world, the monsters still had to walk toward him. It seemed the monsters themselves didn't fully conform to the rules of this world. This was likely due to their unique nature, allowing them to freely traverse between dimensions. However, Jiraiya didn't have such abilities. Stripped of his forward and backward movement, his actions were extremely limited, preventing him from forming complex hand signs. Without complex hand signs, he couldn't perform powerful ninjutsu. And without ninjutsu, he had no chance of defeating these hundreds of monsters. No ninjutsu, limited movement. I'm like a Genin all over again, but worse. He couldn't even physically hit these creatures. Theoretically, he couldn't even extend his hand to touch the monsters standing right in front of him. And escaping wasn't an option either. This world was a flat plane, and no matter how he fled, he couldn't escape the monsters' pursuit within this dimension. The only solution was to leave this space and return to his original dimension. But how could he do that? Though his expression remained serious, not yet panicked, Jiraiya knew this was the greatest crisis he had faced since his battle with Hanzo the Salamander. In fact, this crisis was several times more dangerous, because during that battle, he had the support of two comrades, and their cooperation had helped them survive. No backup this time. It's all on me. What would Tsunade and Orochimaru do in this situation? As he contemplated a solution, the monsters continued to approach. They staggered drunkenly and their hooked claws dragged along the ground, producing a low, grating sound. One such noise was bearable, but when combined with the hundreds and thousands, it became unbearable, like nails on a chalkboard. Any ordinary person hearing it would instantly lose their sanity. Focus on the goal. Tune out the noise. Just like peeping on women in onsen. But Jiraiya was no ordinary person. Even in this situation, his mind remained calm, working through a solution. If this wasn't an illusion, and this was a real dimension, then the monsters had essentially transported him from one dimension to another. His goal, therefore, was to return to his original dimension. The only jutsu capable of such dimensional travel was a space-time ninjutsu. Space-time ninjutsu, Jiraiya said. His eyes suddenly widened. Maybe this could work. Chapter 93, The Sage and the Sage Toads. When someone thought of space-time ninjutsu, the most common example would be the summoning jutsu, but ordinary summoning jutsu wouldn't help in this situation. To escape the current predicament, he needed to find a way to bring himself back to his original world. I need to reverse summon, bring myself back and seal the mural. No pressure, right? Without a doubt, the mural that the monster entered is the root of all this. And to achieve this, he first needed to regain his ability to cast jutsu normally. Right now, Jiraiya is constrained by the rules of this two-dimensional space, where only ninjutsu with simple hand seals can be used. This world has unique rules, allowing objects to exist only in a state parallel to the world. For example, a person's hand can overlap with the body, but it cannot deviate from the plane where the body is located. Any deviation from the plane will cause that part to be erased. This makes most ninjutsu hand seals impossible. But there is one jutsu that can be performed without violating the rules of this world. Barrier, Toad Gourd Prison. He made a hand seal with one hand, and the next second, he found himself in a massive, fleshy, red space. This technique summoned a gourd toad from Mount Myabaku. Strictly speaking, it wasn't a summoning jutsu, but a type of barrier technique. This ninjutsu could pull both oneself and the enemy into a vast, isolated space, which was actually the stomach of the gourd toad. In this space, one could hide without being detected from the outside. This place was considered an independent space. The liquid in this space, which looked like lake water, was actually the gourd toad's stomach acid, and anything that fell into it would quickly dissolve. More importantly, this space was three-dimensional, allowing Jiraiya to freely cast ninjutsu. Finally, some comfort, Jiraiya said, rotating his stiff shoulders and neck. The two-dimensional world's rules, with only left and right but no forward or backward, were incredibly uncomfortable for a human body. However, the crisis was not over. He had only pulled himself into an alternate space barrier. But the gourd toad itself had not escaped the two-dimensional space where the monster resided. At this moment, the gourd toad was confused, staring at the gray-green land around it. When it tried to leap forward, it kept jumping to the right. Jiraiya was essentially inside a three-dimensional barrier summoned within the two-dimensional space. While he existed in three dimensions, the three-dimensional space itself remained within the two-dimensional one, meaning Jiraiya had not fully escaped. A pocket dimension inside a 2D world. It's like hiding a sphere inside a painting. He appreciated the irony of his situation. But this was enough. All he needed was a space where he could use ninjutsu normally. Time to call in the cavalry. He quickly made hand seals with both hands and slammed them onto the ground. In a puff of smoke, two small toads appeared. One was a green toad with a gray cloak, and the other a purple toad with a black cloak. "Pa, Ma, how are you?" Jiraiya greeted. Although small, these toads were none other than Fukasaku and Shima, the trusted aides of the great toad sage and elders of Mount Myabaku. "Jiraiya boy, what kind of mess have you gotten yourself into this time?" Shima asked. "Oh, you know, the usual. Trapped in a painting. Chased by monsters, not women this time," Jiraiya replied with a forced chuckle. "Why don't the two of you take a look outside?" Fukasaku and Shima placed their hands on the ground, on the floating island inside the gourd toad's stomach, and immediately connected to the gourd toad's sensory system. They saw what the gourd toad was seeing. After observing for a moment, the two sage toads quickly sensed something was off. The oddness was obvious. Since a toad's body is not as flexible as a human's, it cannot move sideways without changing its orientation. But under the toad's perception, every time the gourd toad jumped forward, its body moved sideways instead. This illogical behavior felt as if a powerful spatial force was forcibly altering the gourd toad's movement. "In all my 800 years, I've never seen anything like this," Fukasaku muttered. "What kind of space is this? Why can the gourd toad only jump to the right, and not forward?" Shima asked. "This is a two-dimensional space. The spatial rules in this world only allow for left and right, there is no forward or backward. Any forward movement is replaced by left or right," Jiraiya explained grimly. Although they didn't fully understand, Fukasaku and Shima nodded. "I'm trapped in this space right now, so I had no choice but to summon you both for help. My idea is to end the summoning soon and send you both back to the real world, where you can use reverse summoning to bring me back to the real world." Jiraiya's plan was to have the two sages use reverse summoning to bring him back to the real world. However, the reverse summoning location needed to be at the mural near the mansion. He had to quickly seal the mural to prevent hundreds or even thousands of these monsters from crossing over into the real world. Soon, the two toad sages understood his plan. Fukasaku insisted on staying, while Shima, after learning the mansion's location, ended the summoning and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Now all Jiraiya had to do was wait patiently for Shima to reach the location in the real world and perform the reverse summoning to bring him back. While waiting, Jiraiya and Fukasaku watched the situation outside through the gourd toad's vision. With it as bait, the monsters didn't return to the real world but continued searching around. These monsters weren't very intelligent and had no idea where Jiraiya had vanished to. "They're not the brightest bunch. Good for us, I suppose," Jiraiya commented. Although the barrier jutsu could block sensory detection, it only hid his presence, not the gourd toad itself. There wasn't much else in this space, and any ninja with a bit of sense would realize that the red toad on the ground was likely where Jiraiya was hiding. But these monsters just couldn't figure it out and continued blindly searching around the gourd toad. "Jiraiya, do you think this is the kind of power the great toad sage prophesied?" Fukasaku asked. He couldn't understand these bizarre creatures and attributed them to the unknown power in the Great Toad Sage's prophecy. I don't know, Jiraiya shook his head, then added, but at least it shows that this world isn't as simple as we thought. There are many things beyond our understanding. Maybe, just as the Great Toad Sage prophesied, we are just living on a small island surrounded by darkness, and there are many unknown and powerful beings in the vast ocean beyond. How about we use this waiting time to catch one of the monsters? Fukasaku's eyes widened in surprise. Are you sure that's wise, Jiraiya boy? Jiraiya grinned. Probably not. But we need to understand what we're up against. If a monster stands in front of an object being pulled into this dimension, the monster will never be touched, as the world in this dimension has no rules of front and back. In other words, monsters in this dimensional world are invincible. These monsters' bodies can ignore the rules of space and touch any object at will. But now, as these monsters search for Jiraiya, they all scatter. Wait. If they're on the same plane as the toad, it can touch these monsters. We might have a chance. He turned to Fukasaku. Pa, I think I've got an idea. As long as one monster can be dragged into this three-dimensional space, it won't be that difficult to deal with anymore. Based on the brief encounter in the real world just now, Jiraiya discovered their vulnerabilities. They shrugged off fire like it was nothing, he recounted, but physical attacks. They felt those. Fukasaku stroked his chin thoughtfully. Perhaps their connection to our dimension is more tenuous than we thought. Additionally, these monsters are quite unintelligent. Even if he drags one into the gourd toad's belly right in front of them, the other monsters won't notice. This is the advantage of ninjutsu. While humans cannot understand these strange monsters and the world they inhabit, the monsters also cannot comprehend human ninjutsu. Ready, Pa? We might only get one shot at this, Jiraiya said to the nearby Fukasaku. Fukasaku nodded, then infused his own sage chakra into his tongue. His tongue quickly extended towards a massive black hole at the top of the barrier space. In the two-dimensional space, thousands of monsters were gathered around the gourd toad and the mountain of corpses, searching. Suddenly, one of the monsters, just aligned with the gourd toad on the same plane, was grabbed by a pink tongue extending from the gourd toad's mouth, wrapping around its leg and forcefully pulling it toward the gaping mouth of the gourd toad. Although the monster instinctively dug its claws into the ground, the strength of the tongue was overwhelming, dragging it into the gourd toad's mouth. Once the monster was completely pulled inside, the gourd toad immediately closed its mouth as if nothing had happened. However, one nearby monster reacted sluggishly, turning its recessed eyes toward the spot where the other one had disappeared. Its head slowly followed the trace of the monster being dragged, finally locking its gaze on the gourd toad on the ground. It slowly walked over, shaking its head, and though it had no eyes, it seemed to have noticed the gourd toad's presence. Inside the gourd toad's barrier space, a gray figure dropped from the black hole above and fell into a massive lake of stomach acid. Though the lake wasn't deep, the monster didn't sink but floated on the brownish-gray surface. After a few seconds, the hunched, gray body of the monster struggled to rise. Monsters shouldn't have chakra, so naturally, they couldn't stand on the water like a ninja could. But this monster was indeed standing on the lake, and for it, the stomach acid seemed to be solid ground. Moreover, its upper body had been fully submerged in the stomach acid, but after standing up, Jiraiya noticed that the acid had done no damage to the monster at all. Not just fire, acid had no effect either. This realization sent a shiver down Jiraiya's spine. The deeper he engaged with the monster, the less he understood it. It was immune to fire, resistant to acid, able to travel between two-dimensional and three-dimensional worlds without being affected, and lived in a bizarre dimension beyond comprehension. All of this was far beyond what could be understood. If this isn't what the old sage meant, what could possibly fit that description? Jiraiya remembered the great toad sage's ominous prophecy. Jiraiya and Fukasaku stood on the floating island, watching as the monster slowly climbed out of the lake. After scanning its surroundings, the monsters spotted Jiraiya on the floating island and immediately charged toward him. Jiraiya! On your guard! Fukasaku shouted, dropping into a fighting stance. Back in the dark hall of the mansion, Jiraiya hadn't sensed its speed so clearly, but now in the barrier, he realized the monster was much faster than expected. Pa, we need to end this quickly. We don't know what other tricks it might have. Agreed, Fukasaku replied grimly. Let's show this little one the power of sage arts. Though the monster's beast-like strides lacked grace and seemed on the verge of losing balance, its body never faltered, rushing forward with a speed not inferior to a Jonin. Jiraiya and Fukasaku prepared themselves. While the monster's body was strange, Jiraiya had already confirmed its weakness to physical attacks. Wild Lion's Manjutsu. He shouted, his hair spreading out, extending from all directions to grab the monster. Although the monster struggled violently, Jiraiya's strength held firm, keeping it in a stalemate. Pa. After restraining the monster, Jiraiya shouted immediately. Got it. Fukasaku nodded, and once again, a long pink tongue shot out from his mouth. This time, however, the tongue wasn't as long, but its hardness was extreme, as powerful as a blade slicing toward the monster's head. The monster's head was instantly severed and caught by Jiraiya's hair, along with its immobilized body, pulling them both toward the floating island. On the island, Jiraiya released his technique, laying the body and head at the edge of the island, as he and Fukasaku carefully examined the monster's corpse. The monster's skin appeared gray and wrinkled, feeling like dried, old tree bark, yet it possessed remarkable toughness, like rubber. But the most striking discovery was in the cross-section of the monster's body and head. Inside, Jiraiya and Fukasaku saw something even more incomprehensible than the skin. The monster's body was completely empty. Jiraiya and Fukasaku rubbed their eyes, and after confirming they weren't imagining things, they looked again at the cross-sections of the head and torso. But there was nothing inside. This shouldn't be possible, Fukasaku muttered. Is it a puppet? Where are the strings then? Not only that, the skin, which had been stretched to form the monster's shape, began to deflate, just like a balloon losing air. As they watched the empty body slowly deflate, both Jiraiya and Fukasaku's minds fell into a trance. In this dazed state, a word surfaced in both of their minds. Although they didn't discuss why this word had suddenly emerged, there was no doubt that it was the perfect name for the monster before them. Dimensional Shambler. Chapter 94, The Sage and the Plan. Soon, the gas inside the Dimensional Shambler had completely leaked out, leaving behind only a gray, empty shell. Jiraiya picked up its shell, opened it, and peered inside, confirming that there was indeed no bodily tissue present. The inner texture of the shell was slightly different from the outer surface, with fewer wrinkles. Pa, look at this. It's completely hollow. Jiraiya said. Impossible. Where are its organs? Its bones? Could this empty shell be its true form? Fukasaku proposed a hypothesis, a bold and seemingly irrational one, but given the circumstances, it was the only conclusion he could reach. Jiraiya pressed the shell, noting that based on its thickness and feel, there was no way it could house any bodily tissue. Moreover, in the cross-section where the shell had been cut, he observed a gray-green rubber-like material in the center. The color was identical to the gray-green planes of the two-dimensional world the dimensional shamblers inhabited. However, the gray-green inside the shell was not a fluid. This material. It's identical to their dimension. I don't know, Jiraiya shook his head. But it's likely that this shell is what allows them to resist fire and stomach acid. Suddenly, he recalled how them could move freely in this two-dimensional world. If the shell was truly hollow, could it be the reason they could achieve such movement? And if he put on the shell, would he gain the same ability, to move freely within this two-dimensional space like the dimensional shamblers? Jiraiya boy, look outside. Fukasaku called out, his voice urgent and filled with alarm. Jiraiya looked and realized, to his shock, that the gourd toad had been unknowingly surrounded by a swarm of dimensional shamblers. Countless dimensional shamblers blocked every escape route, gazing down at the gourd toad with expressionless yet cruel faces, like predators eyeing their prey. Though to them, the gourd toad might not be a full meal, it was still meat. The gourd toad was internally panicking, looking up at the gray faces. It desperately wanted to tell the dimensional shamblers to go feast on the human corpses atop the mountain instead. This is bad. They've found the gourd toad. Fukasaku exclaimed. Although the gourd toad's barrier was powerful and could block sensory perception, once its physical body was discovered, the barrier could easily be broken. The gourd toad's physical form wasn't particularly strong defensively. A simple attack would be enough to end its summoning. Without the gourd toad, Jiraiya would be forced out of the barrier and back into the two-dimensional world. Jiraiya boy, I should reverse summon you back. It's too dangerous here, Fukasaku suggested. However, Jiraiya immediately shook his head, rejecting the idea. No, we can't. There are now over hundreds of them gathered here. If we leave and nothing draws their attention, they might all spill into the real world. According to his guess, only a few of them had crossed into the real world before to feast on humans. But if he ended the summoning now, all these hundreds of dimensional shamblers might follow. And once he was reverse summoned back to Mount Mayabaku, there would be no way to return to Lotus Hollow quickly. By then, the real world would be overrun with chaos and destruction. So, what's your plan? Fukasaku asked. I'll stay here and keep their attention on me. I just need to hold out until Ma reverses the summoning. But these creatures are almost invincible in this two-dimensional world. While these dimensional shamblers were difficult to deal with, as long as they were vulnerable to physical attacks, Jiraiya could still handle them, even in numbers of hundreds. But in their world, he was at a severe disadvantage. With no ability to move forward or backward and unable to even touch them, There was no way for him to launch a physical attack. Fukusaka was right, the dimensional shamblers were nearly invincible in their own world. However, Jiraiya's gaze shifted to the shell on the ground beside him. He spoke slowly, "Then let me become a dimensional shambler too." "Jiraiya boy, have you lost your mind?" "Think about it, Pa," Jiraiya explained calmly. "If I can move like them, maybe I can fight them on equal terms." Fukusaka stroked his chin, considering the idea. "It's risky. But I suppose we don't have many options." As Jiraiya began to put on the dimensional shambler shell, he couldn't help but crack a grim smile. "Well, Pa, how do I look? Ready for a night out in the two-dimensional town?" In the two-dimensional world, the dimensional shamblers stared at the strange creature lying on the ground for a long time. Finally, one dimensional shambler reached out toward the gourd toad, wanting to be the first to taste its meat. But just as its claw was about to touch the gourd toad, the toad's body burst into smoke, transforming into a dimensional shambler. "Here goes nothing." Jiraiya emerged in his disguise. The surrounding dimensional shamblers were momentarily stunned but did not attack. The claw that had reached toward the gourd toad hung suspended in the air. All the others crowded closer, pressing their gray heads toward the new dimensional shambler, as if sniffing for a scent. But in reality, their faces, except for their mouths, were vestigial. Their other features were just sunken indentations with no functional use. However, the dimensional shamblers themselves defied common logic. Inside the shell, Jiraiya didn't dare move or even take a deep breath. The dimensional shambler in front of him opened its pitch-black mouth, as if speaking, or perhaps just making a meaningless motion, but from inside, Jiraiya caught a whiff of a spicy odor. Ugh, and I thought Game Abunta's breath was bad. From within the dark mouth, a long, dark red tongue slowly extended. What, a tongue? At that moment, a thought flashed through Jiraiya's mind. When he had cut open the dimensional shambler's shell, he had found no bodily tissue inside. Yet, in the earlier battle and from the spear picked up by Wataru, they had discovered that the dimensional shamblers did, in fact, have internal tissues, like their long tongues and green, pungent, foul-smelling blood. These were the real bodily tissues of the dimensional shamblers. It seemed that when their shells were extensively damaged, for some reason, these tissues evaporated. Which meant Jiraiya jumped just as the claws of several dimensional shamblers came down, barely missing him. So much for the stealth approach. It meant his plan to disguise himself as a dimensional shambler wouldn't work. Though the dimensional shamblers weren't highly intelligent, it seemed as though imitating their appearance was enough to fool them at first. But he could only mimic their outer shell, he couldn't replicate the bodily tissues that vanished when the shell was broken. There was no other choice but to fight. Though he couldn't convincingly disguise himself as one of them, the shell still served a purpose. After putting on the shell, he found that, like the dimensional shamblers, he could now move freely within the two-dimensional space. However, whether due to his body's unfamiliarity or the nature of this dimension, his movements were slow, as though struggling through a thick liquid. Jiraiya had never experienced such a suffocating and sticky pressure before, as if the weight was closing in on him from all directions, making every movement unbearably difficult. What is this? It's like trying to swim through concrete. He mustered all his strength to jump, yet barely managed to clear the head of a dimensional shambler. As Jiraiya jumped, the hundreds of dimensional shamblers below simultaneously looked up at him, opening their massive mouths in anger. 2 rows of sharp, uneven fangs, like those of wild beasts, let out a low, hoarse growl, akin to the sound of a drying faucet. Damn it. This position is too passive. He landed on the head of one of the dimensional shamblers and began stepping across their heads in an attempt to escape the encirclement. Balance, speed, precision. Just like training with the toads. Though the dimensional shambler's skin suit didn't fit him well, especially in the hands and feet where his human extremities couldn't match the monster's claw-like features, luckily, the suit was loose. Plus, his ninja skills allowed him to balance perfectly, hopping across the heads of the dimensional shamblers without a single misstep. As he jumped, Jiraiya noticed something strange about these creatures. In the three-dimensional world, they moved extremely fast, but here, in their own space, they seemed to be slowed down, unable to turn their bodies nimbly. Interesting. This world constrains them too, Jiraiya observed, filing away this information for later use. With several more leaps, he landed atop a towering mound of corpses, standing at its peak. He stepped on the bodies of soldiers from the land of spice, looking down at the hundreds of dimensional shamblers still growling angrily at him. The ones closest to the corpse mound began climbing upward. From Toad Sage to King of the Corpse Hill. Not my finest moment, Jiraiya grinned. I should be able to buy a little more time. I hope Ma can hurry. Kneeling on one knee atop the mound, he placed his hands on his knee to recover some of his strength. The consecutive jumps had drained him, making him feel even more exhausted than a whole day of sprinting in the real world without rest. I've never felt so drained. The energy consumption here was immense. He realized he couldn't hope to kill all these creatures. His only goal was to seal the mural that connected this world to the real one. That would be enough. As he regained his strength, Jiraiya gazed into the distance across the gray-green plain. The longer he stayed in this space, the more he realized how impossible it was to fully understand it. Although the world appeared flat, when standing atop the highest point of the Corpse Mountain, Jiraiya could see farther than when he was on the ground. At the edge of the gray-green fluid plain, he saw a lake. It was a silver-colored lake. Though it appeared stagnant, he noticed that its surface seemed to be in motion. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't the lake itself moving, but the water, which continuously broke apart and reformed. Through the endlessly disintegrating and reconstructing silver bubbles, he witnessed a kaleidoscope of shifting illusions, constantly morphing and reassembling. These swirling visions occasionally dissolved into a vast abyss of darkness. These images. They're not just random. In this black abyss, countless darker, deeper worlds and suns spun rapidly. Black and white spread in chaotic disarray, eventually consuming the entire abyss. Jiraiya felt as though he glimpsed an even greater existence, a final, ultimate chaos. Surrounding this chaos were countless formless, mindless dancers, loosely encircling it, blowing monotonous, low-pitched notes on grotesque flutes held in their unnameable claws. This has to be some kind of Ganjutsu. In an instant, his mind felt as though it had been struck by lightning. These inexplicable images whirled through his mind, expanding and contracting, over and over again. No matter how hard he tried to will them away with his strongest resolve, it was futile. By the time his visual system and brain reconnected, he no longer had time to reflect on what he had just seen. How long was I out? Seconds? Minutes? The dimensional shamblers had already climbed to his feet, their massive claws swinging toward his ankle. Outside the manor, Wataru and numerous town residents stood anxiously in front of the fence. Many of the women clasped their hands tightly in prayer, hoping for good news, that Lord Jiraiya had successfully defeated the monsters. Do you think he made it? One villager whispered nervously. He has to have, another responded. He is one of the legendary Sannin, after all. As the crowd waited, footsteps sounded from the other side of the fence. The footsteps were disordered, sometimes light, sometimes heavy, and sounded more ghostly than human, making the soldiers and townspeople tense up. Prepare yourselves. Wataru ordered sharply. Immediately, the soldiers at the gate raised their spears, ready to face whatever creature might rush out. Finally, the footsteps stopped in front of the gate. The creature on the other side began pounding on the door, producing loud banging sounds. Open the gate. Open it quickly. Though the voice sounded desperate, it was distinctly human. Wataru stepped forward and opened the gate. A figure immediately collapsed out. The crowd surged forward and saw that it was none other than Lord Jiraiya. Although he looked disheveled, his ninja forehead protector missing, and his knees caked in dirt from countless falls, it was unmistakably him. Jiraiya-sama. You're back? What about the monster? Idiot, Jiraiya-sama must have defeated the monster. Wataru knelt beside him and asked, Jiraiya-sama, where is the other ninja who went with you? Seeing him in such a state, he no longer wanted to ask about the monster and instead posed a more practical question. The other ninja. He was sucked into the painting. The monster pulled him in. The man gasped. Monster. In the painting. His eyes widened in terror as he repeated the nonsensical words. Wataru shook his head helplessly. Even one of the legendary Sannin couldn't resolve the situation here? Just as he was about to signal his soldiers to take Jiraiya away to rest, a subtle tremor rose from the ground. Everyone felt it, residents and soldiers alike, and looked at each other in confusion, unable to comprehend what was happening. Then, the tremors grew stronger, so intense that even adults found it hard to stay upright. What's happening now? A villager cried out in panic. Is it another monster? Someone else shouted, fear rippling through the crowd. Then, with a deafening noise, a giant rusty red toad, larger than a building, leaped over the crowd's heads. Chapter 95, The Sage and the Toads. The massive toad leaped through the air, casting a shadow as large as a cloud blocking out the sun. It landed in the center of town's restricted area, smashing the fountain at the plaza with a thud, sending a gust of wind that nearly knocked down the fences. As the onlookers struggled to their feet, they finally got a clear look at the toad. It was a giant toad, from head to tail covered in warts, wearing a deep blue vest with bandages wrapped around its waist, and a short sword tucked into the bandages. What kind of monster is that? It's so ugly. A villager cried out. Ah! Another villager screamed. Run! The cry echoed through the crowd. The townspeople fled, shouting insults as they ran. However, not everyone reacted with fear. Wow! It's like a mountain that can jump. Despite its enormous size, the toad, Gamabunta, had sharp ears, especially when people spoke ill of him. Hearing someone call him ugly, he glanced back and mumbled, "Such rude locals. Don't they know a noble toad when they see one? Ignore them, focus on rescuing Jiraiya first," a voice from above commanded, stopping him from paying attention to the insults. "Understood, Masama." Gamabunta replied, though he couldn't help but add under his breath, "But I still say they could use some manners." On his head, a small toad with purple hair, no bigger than an ordinary toad, started making hand signs. Suddenly, it slapped Gamabunta on the back. Reverse summoning jutsu. Boom. A massive cloud of smoke appeared over the summoning circle. As the smoke cleared, Jiraiya was revealed, sitting on the ground and panting heavily. He looked up at the clear sky, realizing he had escaped from that other world. "Thanks, Ma," Jiraiya said with exhaustion and relief. "Another minute in that place and I might have been Dimensional Shambler Chow." He had been trapped in a two-dimensional world, distracted by a chaotic illusion, and nearly had his ankle grabbed by those wretched Dimensional Shamblers. Luckily, Ma had summoned him out in time. If not, one of the legendary salmon might have met his end. "What kind of monster is that?" Gamabunta muttered, his eyes narrowing as he looked at Jiraiya. He glanced up at Jiraiya but saw not the familiar face, but a strange, monkey-like creature. Its dry, cracked gray skin looked even rougher and uglier than his own. "Don't be alarmed, that's Jiraiya," said Fukasaku, who had also been taken aback. "What's with the outfit, though?" Shima asked in disgust. "Jiraiya, you look like you've been through a toad blender." Gamabunta exclaimed, his usual gruff demeanor giving way to shock. "Oh," Jiraiya finally realized, removing the Dimensional Shambler's skin he was wearing. "This? Just a little souvenir from my vacation. Makes blending in with the locals a breeze," he quipped, trying to lighten the mood. "Well, aren't you a fashion icon?" Shima retorted dryly. "Now, can we focus on the monsters?" Just as she finished speaking, low growls began echoing from the Lotus Manor. "We should deal with these monsters first," Jiraiya said gravely, looking down at the residents from above. It was clear that without him as a distraction, many Dimensional Shamblers from the mural had made their way into the real world. Not only that, but Jiraiya noticed a murky green crack in the air above the garden of the manor, through which a Dimensional Shambler crawled out like an insect. "These creatures can do that?" Fukasaku said in disbelief. It seemed that the Dimensional Shamblers could freely move between the two-dimensional world and the real one, and even in the real world, they had the ability to travel through space using these strange rifts. However, their range likely couldn't extend far from the mural, or else they would have already spread beyond the town. It was clear that the source of all this chaos was the mural, and the only way to stop it was to seal the mural itself. "The mural is the key," Jiraiya explained. "It's like a doorway between worlds. We seal that, we end this." "Easier said than done with an army of those things crawling out every second," Shima pointed out. Gamabunta hefted his sword. "Then we squash them back where they came from. Simple as that. But first, they needed to send the Dimensional Shamblers back to their world." More and more green space rifts appeared in the garden, and one by one, Dimensional Shamblers crawled out. The only weakness they had discovered so far was that the Dimensional Shamblers were vulnerable to physical attacks. The only way to defeat them was to destroy the integrity of their skin. Fortunately, Jiraiya wouldn't have to fight them alone. After all, the Toad Sages had quite a reputation. "We need numbers and strength. Jiraiya boy, you're already low on chakra. Summoning that many toads will drain you significantly," Fukasaku warned, sensing his intention. Jiraiya looked at him and smiled. "I've always been one for a dramatic finale." Summoning jutsu. From within another large cloud of smoke, several massive figures appeared. "The gang's all here," Gamma announced, cracking his knuckles. "Let's do our best," Gamahiro added, his twin swords glinting in the sunlight. "Jiraiya, where are you?" Gamaiken called out, his shield at the ready. As the smoke cleared, 6 enormous toads sat in the plaza of the manor, Gamma, Gamaiken, Gamahiro, Gami, Gami, and Gamoto, all standing in formation, staring down the Dimensional Shamblers. This was practically the all-star lineup of Mount Mayabaku. "Let's show these freaks what real warriors look like," Gama cried out. Gamaiken mumbled nervously, "I hope my shield polish doesn't wear off in all this action." Summoning all these toads had taken a toll on Jiraiya's chakra, and he slumped down exhausted on Gamabunta's head. "Alright, I'll leave it to you guys," Jiraiya said with a grin. "Try not to flatten the whole town, okay?" The 6 toads leapt into action, charging toward the thousands of Dimensional Shamblers. To the Dimensional Shamblers, these massive toads didn't seem any different from other living creatures, just more food for their insatiable hunger. Several of them rushed toward Gamoto, their sharp claws poised to strike. But Gami quickly jumped in, blocking their claws with his armored arms, barely moving an inch. Their claws are sharp, but my armor's sharper. Ha ha ha. He boasted. Thanks, Gami, Gamoto said with a wink. Then he puffed out his cheeks and launched a series of water bullets at the dimensional shamblers. Water cannonball. The powerful water blasts sent several dimensional shamblers crashing into the iron fences of the manor, leaving large dents. Though they couldn't drown, the physical force of the water blasts was enough to knock them back. As the dimensional shamblers struggled to get up, Gamahiro's twin swords came slashing down, cutting several of them in half. 2 swords, twice the slicing. You picked the wrong toad. Gamahiro said calmly. Once the dimensional shamblers' skins were damaged beyond repair, they would deflate like balloons, eventually becoming nothing more than empty husks. However, achieving this required large, clean cuts, something humans couldn't easily manage with mere spears. Elsewhere, Gamyu used his tongue to grab dimensional shamblers and toss them aside. Grab, fling, repeat. It's fun. He laughed, clearly enjoying himself. And when the dimensional shamblers tried to get back up, Gamabunta stepped in with his short sword, slicing them in two. The only toad feeling out of place was Gamaken, who found himself cornered, awkwardly swatting at dimensional shamblers with his shield and spear. His movements were clumsy. He couldn't even land a clean hit to save his life, or anyone else's, for that matter. Feeling useless, he muttered, I'm no good at this, why am I even here? I'm about as useful as a rusty kunai in a sword fight. As he fumbled with his weapons, a particularly aggressive dimensional shambler attacked him. In his panic, he dropped his spear and his shield clattered to the ground. Oh, great, he groaned. I can't even hold on to my weapons. I don't deserve to call myself a warrior toad. Maybe I should just let them eat me and be done with it. But as the shamblers closed in, something unexpected happened. Gamaken, now weaponless, instinctively lashed out with a powerful right hook. The punch connected with a dimensional shambler's face, sending it flying back into its comrades. Did I do that? Before he could ponder this further, another dimensional shambler attacked. This time, Gamaken met it with a devastating kick that literally popped the creature like a balloon. His movements were fluid, powerful, and shockingly effective. Dimensional shamblers fell left and right, unable to withstand his barehanded assault. Take that! He shouted. And that. And some of this. The other toads, noticing the commotion, paused their own battles to watch Gamaken's surprising display of martial arts mastery. Well, would you look at that, Gamabunta muttered. Who knew old Mopey had it in him? Gama added with a chuckle. After decimating a good 24 dimensional shamblers with nothing but his bare hands and feet, Gamaken finally noticed his discarded weapons. Oh, right, he said, his tone immediately dropping back to its usual gloom. I should probably use these. He picked up his shield and spear, immediately returning to his awkward, ineffective swatting. Within seconds, he was back to being pinned down and overwhelmed. I'm useless again, Gamaken sighed. That brief moment of competence was clearly a fluke. I'll never be as good as the others. Gamahiro, watching this transformation with disbelief, couldn't help but shout, Oi, Gamaken. You're a beast with your fists. Why bother with a spear and shield? Yeah, Gamoto chimed in, drop the dead weight and show us those sweet moves again. Gamaken just shook his head mournfully. No. I'm sure it was just luck. Besides, what kind of toad warrior would I be without my weapons? A failure, that's what. It's better to fail with honor than succeed unconventionally. The other toads exchanged exasperated glances as Gamaken continued to struggle with his weapons, occasionally muttering self-deprecating comments under his breath. Jiraiya, observing from atop Gamabunta's head, couldn't help but facepalm. Next time we're facing a threat, make sure Gamaken leaves his weapons at home. Chapter 96, The Sage Mode. The town's residents hadn't fled too far. When they realized the sudden appearance of the giant toads wasn't directed at them, they grew bolder and returned. Standing outside the fence, they couldn't see the creatures on the ground but could see the 3 largest toad monsters swinging their weapons wildly. The residents were confused. Are these toads destroying our town? An elderly man asked, squinting at the bizarre scene. No idea, but it's better than those things, right? A young woman replied. Look. Suddenly, someone pointed at the largest toad in the center. There's a person on top of that toad. Everyone looked in the direction the person pointed. Sure enough, there was a man sitting on the toad's head, seemingly meditating. Isn't that the person who came to our tavern yesterday? The tavern owner recognized the man on top of the toad. Why is he standing on the toad's head? Could he be allied with these creatures? Meanwhile, Momoi, lying on the ground, suddenly had a realization. Although he had never seen Jiraiya in person, if someone were impersonating him, they would have some knowledge of his reputation. Among Jiraiya's many titles, one was the Toad Sage. This person was controlling such giant toads, and with a face somewhat resembling his own. Could it be? He's Jiraiya. Realizing this, he broke out in a cold sweat. He glanced around to see that everyone was still focused on the toad monsters and hadn't noticed him. Faced with the real Jiraiya, of course, the imposter had to make a quick escape. While Momoi slipped away, inside the fence, the toads from Mount Myabaku were locked in a fierce battle with the creatures. At first, the toads used their unique battle tactics to suppress them, but as their numbers grew, it became difficult for the toads to hold them off. Damn it! They just keep coming. Gama shouted. It's like trying to empty the ocean with a sake cup. He swung his short sword left and right, causing large, horizontal wounds to the dimensional shamblers. But if his angle was slightly off, he would only manage to cut off one of their arms, which wasn't enough to eliminate them completely. Moreover, with them continuously charging forward, many managed to break through the front line formed by the three toads and reach the feet of the three larger toads in the rear, wildly slashing with their claws. Their claws were razor sharp. Even though the three large toads were tough-skinned, they couldn't withstand the relentless attacks, and bloody streaks appeared on their bodies. Arg! These claws are sharper than they look. Gamahiro cried out in pain. Big brother, my rear hurts. Gamodo whined, trying to shake off the clinging dimensional shamblers. Hold on. We can't let them win. Gamabunta called back. It's all my fault for being so useless, Ramakin moaned. I knew I should have practiced more with this sphere. The town square was fairly spacious, but with the three massive toads from Mount Myabaku taking up most of the space, they had effectively blocked the entire square. While forming a wall of toad flesh to prevent the creatures from advancing, the three large toads were enduring a barrage of attacks. The dense buildings around them made it impossible to jump away and avoid the dimensional shamblers' attacks. The only option was to endure the damage with their bodies. Stand firm. Gamahiro shouted. We are the pride of Mount Myabaku. We won't fall. Jiraiya, now's not the time for a nap. Gamabunta grumbled. Patience, Gamabunta, Fukasaku said calmly. Jiraiya boy is gathering natural energy. The real battle is about to begin. As the toads struggled to hold on, Jiraiya, who had been meditating on Gamabunta's head, finally opened his eyes. At the same time, his appearance began to change slightly. His nose grew larger and developed warts, and the red markings on his face became more intricate. On his shoulders stood Fukasaku and Shima. That's our boy, Shima said proudly. Show these creatures the true power of a sage. Thank you for holding out. Leave the rest to me, Jiraiya declared. With a bang, the 6 large toads in the square vanished. The dimensional shamblers in the square were momentarily confused with no target to attack, but when they smelled something in the middle of the square, they all turned and charged at Jiraiya. Over here, he taunted. Let's see how you handle a sage. He crouched down on all fours as his hair spread out like the spines of a porcupine. Sage art, hair needle senbon.